You only need one more player.
Yeah, hello, hello.
You know
How are you doing?
Oh. going.
He can't play Sentinel though, can he? Oh, she did it again.
She's too. I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry, Minnie.
That was me.
Wait, what? You got that?
Producer confirmation.
Oh no. I'm not so sure. Oh no.
I think I actually messed that up, but I'll take it.
I mean,
Hello everyone, hello. How are you doing?
real on your side. I'm not gonna lie.
On my side?
Okay. Before you defend
I tuned into the stream and first thing I hear was Minnie swearing. Incredible.
You need 2 more players to finish up your roster, so let's keep rolling some players.
Okay.
Of course.
I'll take
I see what you're doing here.
Saturdays, thank you so much for the tier 1, man. Appreciate the 2 months. Thank you for that.
So,
In any of the Chinese tournament, which one? There's 2, right? I mean, the mixed group one or the evolution one?
Have to take him.
that's fine.
You should have put someone really like not as good at the last. Because you have to choose a good.
I only gave the names and they shuffled the order.
Oh,
so
okay,
I was just making sure
The
that there was a
evolution
little
one.
bit of everything.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at it a little bit. It's cool that it happens. Like, it's something that is, when there's all these gaps on, it's something that maybe some of the other regions could lean on if they were allowed to do it. I don't know. I don't know how. Like, I don't know if it's like a riot-based thing or if something else. Because it'd be cool if there was a similar tournament every single time. But
Let's go back. Minnie, do you like your team then?
Yeah, it's good. Lots of highly rated players.
What's your main strat?
I think that you have to back yourself, and I think I've gone for players that all have really great vibes as well. I think that they could all get along super well.
I think you can also run some double sentinel on your
Angel
side.
today? Yeah, I went for Navi in my pick'ems today.
Today, and speaking about the versatility, it's the day of the Turkish rookies with Levin, Sociable, and
Percentage for this game? Am I mad for saying this is a 50-50? I mean, how much percentage do people give BBL on this?
It's really hard to say who my
55, 60?
just because it's crazy that we're even
I kind of think
calling
it's
him a rookie.
50-50 of what I saw. 64.
And the people
Jesus.
that he's played amongst, you know, the likes of Woods, the likes of Yeta, like, it's crazy that he's found himself in VCT only this year. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing
JD
him play,
Lupin,
but
thank you so much for the
honestly,
prime, mate. Appreciate the 60 mums. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I think for me, Sociable and Ruxic are these players that I had.
The Chinese
high
audience
expectations
requested for
this
more
year.
matches. That's
Sociable
why they started playing the
should have been in
Evolution
this
series.
league
Dude,
a long time
everyone's
ago.
requesting for more
Only
matches in
just
every
got
region, surely.
Very different styles, I think, but both of them are incredible.
Yeah, exactly. And Sociable is going up against Ruxic, as you were just mentioning. And we have a quote from last week.
The Epic Gold as well with the tier 1. Thank you for the 11 months, mate.
He also played against him. So it's very good that we're going to be seeing this head-to-head. But obviously,
Depends what Navi we get. Dude, Navi from last week, though.
Against
And
Vitality
looks sick.
secured that 3rd seat. Minnie, you were mentioning seeing Vitality.
I would, Tanuki, I would say that as Ryuto, right?
It comes off as a surprise, but we cannot
Surely.
underestimate, for some reason, all the things that Navi are going to do, and especially Ruxic.
Yeah, I mean, Ruxic hasn't had until recently.
Last
I don't think
week?
he had a
I mean,
good
I guess it
year.
was 2 weeks, right?
Hyping him up coming into this year as the rookie. I thought he was going to be top 2 smokes player in the EMEA, and I think that now he's coming.
The curveball you have in your pick'ems is Navi making it. Damn, dude. Wait, who do you have them being then?
So that's a very good sign for them going.
You have them winning this.
Yeah, I think Ruxic
Do you have him
had a
being
stellar
heretics then?
performance against Vitality, especially on that Haven. He was absolutely ridiculous. 9 first kills, 0 first deaths. Of course, you want your smokes to still be up, and he was never giving away that.
If
first
Minis are the
engagement,
death today,
so,
who's
yeah, I think
tending
his
the engine?
performance is so
Dude,
great.
we got to get
He's one of the
FNS in
top
there.
5 performing players
FNS has to be in the
top
engine
5
room.
stats-wise as well, which is just insane to see him kind of come to the light now, as you say, Minnie. My only thing today is that he's going up against someone like
All we need is
Prophet,
one
who's
last
also
go
been
at it,
such a
so.
great controller player.
Both on your team, actually, from the All-Star. I'm kind of sad that they're not, that the bracket is not flipped, because I would have liked him to go against Team Liquid if they are to win today, to have that Kiko versus Ruxic. I think it would be very, very
BBL played pretty
interesting.
well.
But when we take a
BBL
look at
played
the
well.
history
BBL played
also
pretty well
between,
just the whole
players,
first
it is something that we
stage
cannot
1.
forget. We saw Yampi playing for a very, very long time in Liquid. This year he moves on to the IGL, and today he's going to be going up against Angel. The record is on an 8-2 to Angel, actually, surprisingly. But that is definitely a head-to-head that we have to be excited for.
Yeah, I think people just forget that Angel's one of the GOATs in the EMEA. But yeah, Yampi's now got his system. He's got things going. It's looking good for him.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's wait.
Damn, look at this, bro.
Long enough, so let's welcome our teams to
FBX back in the day absolutely wrecked us. They were so hard to anti that we just lost every game. Everyone else in EMEA pretty fine.
Doesn't matter what you do in the regular season. You can be
FPX,
first or fourth. What matters
nightmare.
is what you do in playoffs, if you get there.
I've come second in a lot of grand finals, so has Patty. I think it would be good for us to finally win.
I'm excited to see if we have what it takes to win playoffs.
I have a goal to qualify for Toronto, and we're going this way.
Every player wants to make it to the international
stage. Should be impossible. Hero has his moment. Oh, lovely stuff.
Our goal is just get the trophy.
Stop, Zeus!
You can't underestimate the power of trust and being a team.
We have practiced all of you, and you guys know how good we are.
Damn. Who do you think today? I've gone for NAVI because I always doubt Yampy at the moment. It seems to work well, so I'm fine with that. Like a win-win going for NAVI on this one, and then Fnatic. Tens, thank you so much for the 11 months. Wait, what does that mean, dude? Are you talking about me being alive or once I'm gone?
No more week-to-week encounters. The battle from here on will be fought almost every day. If you want a shot to battle against the best in the world, you have to prove it. And today, BBL and NAVI have the perfect opportunity to make that statement. First, let's go into the map mini.
This is Icebox.
BBL banner split, this is what I expected.
No, guys, you had a free map.
I'm looking at that map as, you know, historically Navi not.
Dude, BBL own this.
Yeah, I think for me, like Navi selecting that fracture is interesting. I know that Angel had said that, you know, I'm one of the best IGLs on fracture, but time and time again, that's proved to not be the case, right? This is a map that they've lost the 2 times that they've played it.
That is pure madness.
Season. So yeah, interesting that they've decided to go there. I think Ascent as a decider is such a great decider. We've seen such an improvement in BBL's performance on that map. You saw that crazy 23-25.
We're down for another 48 rounds.
Yeah, bring it up. I want to go
Dude,
there again.
BBL must be so happy with this map pick. I mean, they probably spent a lot of time on Icebox, so I guess there's that, but dude.
But I think that Angel's actually better at calling on Ascent than Fracture.
I mean, historically, Navi, even though that we've seen them for, I believe, 3 out of the 5 weeks banning that Ascent, it was going to be
pick him as a ruin just from the pick, just from the map picks.
So this one as a third,
I mean, there's still a good chance that they pick Fracture for a reason.
I agree with you, Billy.
But yeah, dude, if you're BBL right now, you're so happy.
Lotus for me is interesting. I like that Navi decided to switch up their composition. I know that the first kind of iteration we saw, I wasn't a huge fan, but of course, looking at Lotus, we're probably expecting to see them play the same agents.
Do you think they go again?
Yeah, I think so. Like, even though they lost, what do you think they'll change?
I think they've changed composition so many times on Lotus, and it's been red every. It's been a loss every time. That I don't know what to expect from Navi anymore.
It's a very FUT approach, right? Especially on Lotus, it's like, oh, we try a composition, we're a little bit surprising, and we change it. If it doesn't
the
work,
patch is the Yoru updated patch.
Or changing things, and it's just
wait, but they play a raise with this.
Do you know what? At least it's not Angel on the tail, because when Angel was playing tail on Lotus, it didn't look totally
like
great.
Liquid comp, just with a
you know, not in line with the rest
just
of
with
what
a
his team
raise.
was trying to do. So I think Shao, this is nice for me because we've seen him play the tail on the Pearl, and it didn't look bad.
I like them starting.
How was your updated? 2 less seconds in the ult and 1 extra ult point, basically. And the Astra Suck is slightly worse. No, Astra Stun is slightly worse. It's not the biggest patch, it's a small patch.
Figure out how they're gonna deal with the double sentinel.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a lot of double sentinel here. Angel is his first time on the deadlock, so I'm really looking forward to see how this defense goes. And
Stun
I'm
again,
really
yeah.
looking forward to tossing this
It's
over
a
to
small
our
one, that's small
casters for this
change.
match.
Get
It's
Deluxe,
Hamza
thank
and
you,
Cairo.
Deluxe. Thank you for that.
Thanks, guys. Yes,
Yeah, I'll
in
take
what
them though. I
proves
appreciate
to
that.
potentially be a historic day for BBL. Their debut in a playoff stage and a chance to make it 4 consecutive wins, something they've never done in VCT EMEA history before. NAVI are here and ready to play spoiler, fresh off the back of a win against last time.
So I mean, I like the deadlock.
Yeah, and as well as that, Hazza, when we look at stage 1,
I don't mind the
time they haven't changed the comp when they've
don't mind the
revisited
NAVI
map.
comp.
They're revisiting Lotus, changing it for the first time in playoffs. For BBL,
It's like one of those. I think Deadlock's so good right now that if you have good fort behind it the first time you show it, you should be winning.
So
let's see if it has good fort behind it.
at Lotus, there's so much to be excited about. Absolutely, and you hit the nail on the head. The desk as well stressed it in detail.
Okay, we got NAVI on defense, we got BBL on attack. Dude, what is this? We got a sheriff? Who donated the sheriff over? Magnum.
The last 4 times, this the 5th.
Poor guy.
Starting on the defense, you can already see the protocols in
Got
place.
sheriff
Early
armor for the
positioning Angel
pistol.
outside of A. Stacked setup C to be tested. Mound fight easily won.
3C.
Utility.
As well, they got solid bait into the corner. Smoke goes out for them to try prod. Dude, look at the timing on that smoke. Holy.
Gets the entry. Yeah, so much damage offloaded in that exchange. I mean, BBL, they
Well,
can't have the green light and hit C simply based
pretty
on
good
the fact
ante
that
for the pistol.
util ran out,
NAVI, you
and
gotta
now
give him
with
that one.
Angel reinforcing the A lobby side. The barrier mesh going up.
Ardent spots with
even
the prime.
further
Thanks so
time
much
for
to 4
Na'Vi
mums.
to
Thanks for doing
reset.
that.
It's a 5 versus 3, and will BBL have to give
I
up all
appreciate
the
you coming
ground
over and
they've
doing
got
that
on
as well,
Sand.
dude. Thank you for that.
Still, though, you look towards Angel all alone on the east side. Untradeable. He knows what he needs to do.
I mean, they can just wait it out.
Backing off and playing a lot more passive. There was also a cam up in Sand as well.
Dude, they
but
got to
just
go
got
get
broken
up against
by
the
Yampi
deadlock
on the
first
way out,
time
so
on attack as well.
bit
It's
of
a
an information
nightmare.
vacuum, but very quickly that void is filled. NAVI now know. The
Smartney,
captain
thanks so
calling
much for
it
the prime as well. Thank you for the
in.
3
Where
months, bro.
BBL will look
Appreciate
to
that.
end this. Something that BBL have been very good at is fighting back in 1vx's, 2vx's, and a 3 versus 5.
I mean,
Can they do it
maybe
here?
Profec can own it on the luck.
Question you're asking, and it's going to come through some clever positioning, perhaps. Yampi leading the charge, Sociable right behind him. 2 players walking into the stairwell, and 2 making an approach from spawn. There's a chance. You've got to be looking towards that beat.
Yeah, I think they're fine. They clear all the sight. They got at least half from this.
Yeah, I mean, just going to defuse here. You need a player to get off the defuse, but Yampi comes in the right time.
Into full. Well, straight up still the defuse.
Sociable's going to walk
I mean, it's not too bad from the the 3 from BBL did pretty good there. To be honest, just the fact that Navi went 5 sight or 4 sight, I guess, into the defuse.
And that always comes through the slight deviation in terms of preparation, but this round, when you
Dude,
go
Navi had the
2
most
players
perfect
down,
setup for
you're
his
never
pistol,
going to be
though.
falling back on what that preparation looks like. It's always plan B. Something to keep our eye on as well as we move through this.
Who did I pick here? I picked Navi.
11, right? It's been feast or famine for him.
Oh
on
boy,
the
this is
duelist.
big right now.
Something interesting about him on
1,
the
2, 3, 4. There can be 1 shot. Wait, this is actually huge.
Per round, right? But he's
Who has
also
it?
third and first deaths per round from stage 1. That's exactly it.
70% win rate of pistols. That's why it changed.
The liquid game, he's always gone positive in
I originally had BBL,
still
but
take a heavy toll.
damn, dude, they have a 71% win rate in stage 1 on pistols. And you can't keep that up. So that's why I changed to Navi.
Exchanged hands, and as Profec reloads it, Navi should know. Absolutely no reason to give BBL what they want.
I mean, that was nuts, by the way, from Koala.
Something that we've seen the other Turkish team do as well. FUT, they have been playing the exact same way, looking to try and
You
set
gotta
up
re-clear over towards A. You already got the deadlock util set up. Here comes the grav net once you commit. Ooh.
Taking that peak, brings it back to 4 versus 4. Angel in a do or die possession.
Dude, Angel is...
So he's got to try and go scorched earth.
Surely not. No way.
The corner, so how
There's
much
no
more does Angel
way.
get? There's only 1 player pathing into him, like you say. Sociable has to open up the door for a second time, but Angel still Not quite going for this timing. Now the
Oh my god, he's on top of it. He must have saw him.
This is going to be massive.
15 seconds. What are they doing with the spike?
To make its way onto site, and look at the time.
10 seconds or so. That's factoring in the spike plant, and still BBL not quite getting to work. Yampi finally drops it to the deck, but so does the rest of his squad. Koala Nu makes it 3 on the round.
Kind of doable for Perfect.
This 1 versus 2 still has you on the edge of your seat. It's a spray that could line up for him. He's got the burst.
Bro, like, I don't know, man. He's a little too calm for my liking with that Spectre. I think he can run and gun a little bit more than that.
Scratch or two.
Yeah, playoffs drama, getting close, tight margins. I mean, that's what you'd imagine between these two, our mega Seed 2
incredible
and
damage,
Seed 3
yeah.
from Alpha. Now we head in towards BBL's rifle.
But they don't buy too much into their buy rounds. They actually have like 2 rifles, right, on defense?
Should be not much of a conversation.
True.
3 rifles, I guess.
In terms of converting those rounds, NAVI do not sit particularly high in the pecking order. I think the main focus for me coming into this full buy has to be for BBL converting from post-plant positions, but then also getting yourself in post-plant, even like 5v5, 4v4, something like that, because I have to say right
Wait,
now...
they just force on defense?
Evan to lead the charge into sand once more, and
Wow.
supported by both initiators. They've already dumped
Is,
utility.
maybe because of the outlaw buy, I
First
guess?
of those ultimates.
Dude, either way, I mean, this now is whoever wins it forces the other team to an eco. I don't know if that's the right choice from NAVI, really, but...
Util is there, but Levin just trying to bypass this, actually grouping up with Yampi instead, wrapping around the side. That's where the Stinger gets involved.
Dude, look at my entry breach, by the way. My entry breach. He's absolutely sent it. Yeah, and this is costly from NAVI. I really hate the NA buy, but...
Investment and players ready to fight. With that being said, 2 players to the good. BBL should have this done and dusted.
Looking at the money, Ruxic should be inclined to save it. Oh, and Shao as well, I was going to say. It's just the Guardian that you're holding on to. Do you want to throw that into the situation? Keep it for the next round. I think that's the option that they've elected for here. So much better from BBL. Just quick, efficient trades. We've seen them a couple of times now condition that refreshable utility.
Yampi's good with a
This is the first
Stinger.
time they act upon it.
And I think as well, Levin is the only one that dies, and I made a point of saying, like,
Yeah,
his
now they've
first
got an
sense is
eco.
pretty high, right? But he's getting value in the sense of the value of the space, and not only that, his tradability as well, which I really like from BBL. It's nice and simple.
Of course, Levin as well moving back onto the jet, a little more dynamic in terms of his gap close. You saw the updraft used there, and it's actually Yampi's double.
Dude, I like that from Yampi though. He takes the hit of taking the Stinger. He's absolutely sending it. Has his ult for this round as well. They might not even use it on this. Like, they should use it on this just to get their money good, but... Ah, dude, they're in a great spot. It's like an all their ults online. Irish Mamba with the tier 1. Thank you for the 5 months, mate. Appreciate that.
Back to how NAVI are playing this, as you can see, Hero
Dude, every single time though, every single time they go aggro over towards C, they're pretty much just set up with the deadlock. BBL are keeping this so simple. Breach ult, just hit over towards C, hits 2, didn't hit the Omen.
Hero at the back of site opts to back out and play the numbers, although how many numbers are really going to be left here? It's a 3 versus 5.
Shots.
And Levin's on the hunt.
Yeah, that insatiable hunger that he holds, not going to stop until he's put in the ground. NAVI down to the 2 Sentinel players, both on pistols.
I mean, this is still nice from Yampi. I liked his entering on the round prior. I liked his calling on this round. His Yuto was nice.
I think the big narrative point for this round, for me at least, for BBL in terms of those entries, and
like he's not overthinking this. He's just, I've got a breach ult. Let's head over towards C. 3-person on C. They'll win it out. Lose 1 only. To be honest, the duel from Ruxic and Levin was like everything.
But here already, you're seeing they value the fact that you can just hit C quickly. Yampi's steps being heard, but Angel giving nothing away.
NAVI win the second round barely. I mean, yeah, they pretty much nearly lost it in the 1v1.
As well is the fact that NAVI actually tried to fight for Mount, right? When you think towards the 3 players.
Dude, the updraft over the flash.
It was a team blind. The only reason Shao dies there is because he was blinded by Ruxic.
I think he would have died anyway. Breach ult.
But for this round, moving into the next one, that C Mountain fight, they're not wanting to go for it. BBL, they're going to opt for Rubble instead.
Still no op.
The Rays come through time and time again, and the showstoppers
Okay,
available.
well, he had the option.
It is. Kualanu back on a roll, which he gave up.
Maybe because he has his ult. Oh boy, okay, well, that explains it.
BBL reset.
Dude, he's still going? You can chill.
That's where they're going to have the jump on Koala.
Why are they all still going?
Still standing
You
out
guys,
in the
yeah, there we
open.
go.
The only player nearby is Rooksik and Tree. Just enough time to
Yanado,
disengage.
thank you so much for the tier 1, man. Appreciate the 4 months. Is this with Teonath? No, no, no. Only the Yoru and Astronath.
Move with the ebb and flow.
Teonath won't be until
He'll
Toronto.
have eyes on the attacker spawn. Meanwhile, BBL, try go B.
And Shao has shown his hand, but this positioning main is so strong. Taking the B site now, especially with Hero closing the net, means that BBL are stricken for options, and A looks like the only real outcome.
Have to look towards Rooksik, a man who's had an uptick in performance, and well, it's Shao and Angel are the ones instead to get the kills. Rooksik now to add on top, but it's Yampy. Imagine find himself a little pocket on the side.
Well,
Rooksik will get that
probably
kill.
won't be going aggro A again. It'll be interesting because they definitely could go aggro A. The only reason lost is because of Razor.
Hero
That's
was
it.
trying to do a little bit of limit testing on the previous round, and having brought that now into this, they do get the early info. There are rotations there. You're seeing the reaction as well from Shao to take the B main space, and as soon as that happens, he has a strong position here late. And BBL aren't able to set up that layering, the positioning that allows them to win in post where they have struggled. But another huge round coming up.
Still no timeout or anything.
A lot more default.
The fast person to get up the op is Sociable and Teo. Well, respect. Take out the jump peak. And like open side now as well. Drone to secure it. No on the close left because of the TP. I mean, that's nice, dude.
Exactly. Levin's just going to dive bomb straight in, blades in hand. Takes the elevated positioning.
It's also really nice because they got it out early, so over towards C, Hero might end up having to use like camera info instead of jump peeking again. Like getting punished this early, you don't want to be doing it again. You don't want to cost your team 2 big buy rounds by getting picked by an op, so you have to play a little bit safer with this.
This is all space denial, but Angel still has the ult, now investing it. What? Looking to connect to anything, no, NAVI 2 kills back.
Dude, this is mayhem. Still no plant.
Sitting with them, Spike drop towards Bend. Still a bit of time for BBL to make an adjustment, pivot away from this. That looks like exactly what they're going to do. As soon as the support of Sociable arrives, the door is turned, and B is on notice.
Evans blades manages to dodge the sonic sensor, a tap of the spike for a bait.
Now, well, but look at the space that they made on C. That's so nice.
Dude,
this is a sick 2v3.
Time is getting low. The spike plan is massive. It needed to be done, but Kualanu is clutch, and he'll win the round for NAVI.
It's a shame. I like the idea on the 2v3. It was pretty cool.
There is just none left for BBL there. Sociable at the very least able to sidestep the salvos and secure that rifle as any kind of remainder.
Koala, yeah, it's good impact so far, right?
But the op has been repossessed by Kualanu.
Okay, you're gonna see Hero probably do aggro
nice use
camera.
Of the ult from both teams to just clear space and make things ugly.
He ain't jumping that anymore.
Be at the best of times.
I felt as if though the pause from BBL, right? They're trying to bait something out, but
guys, we are doing super fine. Guys, trust me, we are doing super fine. Right now,
seems as if they're still confident what they're doing, but
okay, picks up the op, gets it thrown over. We got, dude, what a big round this is. 1, 2, 3, the combi next. 1, 2, 3, the combi next.
On an island, but that's how he likes to play. BBL.
I didn't see it, but the camera's dead, right? So he did aggro camera, like I said. But this is nice from them fighting over towards C.
Again, it's that info game that they
yeah, they want to try and protect it a little bit.
A tap of the cam, you know that no one's going to be in that.
I mean, Yampy says they're doing good, but they're very far away from the big ones to win them rounds.
The question is, do BBL still want to head into this, or do they expect an overextension from NAVI elsewhere? Because being posted outside of C, Magnum would have heard the drone for the reclear. They're going to still head straight into this.
Yeah, the op is ready. Seen the
dude, it looked like they were super on top of it being here, but then they end up peeking before the smoke.
Leave that A site.
They were definitely trying to bait it out.
I'm still committed to this lurk, potential for a B pivot late, but once again it feels like BBL are running out of options. Na'Vi not quite cottoned onto it. Sentinel utility in the choke rather than Hobbit, so free entry to the site as far as they're concerned. But how does this post plant look? They've got to play aggressive again.
I mean, do you salvo off the back of that? Do you nade off the back of that? Grab net into salvos, that's pretty strong. 20 HP.
To escape with his life. Spike, though, has been confirmed. 3 players towards the B heaven.
BBL are a little isolated in how they're choosing to play this. Prophet space in Hobbit is huge, though, and he will continue to find value with his smoke to support. Oh, free haircut.
Yeah, Yampy's lucky. Magnum isn't. That was pure skill.
Dude, BBL gonna win this?
Navi taking
Dude, Koala probably wants to start saving soon.
For utility to come up, and with that, BBL are in position to win, and they'll convert. Navi throw in the white till.
It's just not long enough left
on
the board for Navi to make this
5v4 retake.
Shao peeking into a pack of players. You were thinking that could have
the Teo was a little bit close, so they win. They get a kill on Yampy, then they probably win that. Yampy did good to stay alive, because if they spammed him through that smoke as well, they're going for this.
I mean, that's what you'd expect, right? You grow into it, I think, as well. When you
they've been 3v4. But they probably think their big win condition is the op. They know if they lose this round, they're going to have to eco on pretty much everyone. So it's kind of worth 2, but if they can keep 3 guns, they got a better chance into this one. It's not the worst goal ever.
Lotus is where they like to make changes, so that is the playoff deviation that you're looking at. And Koala Noob's op, the consistency. Can he get another? It's Angel, the first in the firing line, and 11 looking on, waiting to try and find the kill. The dash out is exquisite.
He's alive for way too long there. Koala, maybe double? No way. Dude, he got 9. I thought he was going to maybe get a double.
NAVI are hanging around.
Yeah, and that gives him so much info over towards here. They spot 3, aggro over towards 8, easy call. Surely Yampy doesn't come out with a spike on his own.
It seems to be NAVI.
Yampy knows it's a 1v1, but he's going to back
okay,
himself.
Well, surely Yampy's just going to take the 1v1 and win it.
The captain to courier the cargo over. As the spike goes down, it's another situation where you feel like NAVI are not going to show too much
surely he does, yeah. I mean, he had backup, I guess, so they'd be able to fight eventually, but there would never be a trade on it. If he gets the kill, he wins the round. I don't think it's a bad play. I mean, money's incredible now, surely.
You look at the money, though, it's a decent enough decision.
Back-to-back saves.
Starting to see here as well how Koala Noob's op is factoring into what the macro looks like for Navi. It was an interesting stat line that he hadn't actually bested another duelist player in a head-to-head with the op so far this event, up until you know, the last couple of weeks.
Body shot.
What's
a running glove of Omen on Ascend? I mean, anything in ranked is fine, but on pro play, the Omen flash on Ascend is just too strong.
The way to play against it, and whenever they clashed in challenges in NA, was that you're looking to meet him where he's going to be next, rather than avoiding it. And I think you're starting to see that now with BBL, at least in terms of how they're opening some of these rounds.
Interestingly enough here, we will be moving into a timeout, and it's BBL that's called it of the 2 teams, and they've had 2 successful rounds, so I wonder, does the coaching staff, have they seen something that they can work on, work against? Well, it was BBL on our screens, but it's actually NAVI.
Yeah, I mean, dude, they had such a good start, and then
who knows?
They lost, what, 2 swing rounds? One of them was forced because they decided to buy early on the 3rd round for some reason.
4 out of the first 6 rounds. Taking a pistol away from BBL, prying one from their hands, a difficult task, as many know, sitting just above 70%.
Omen? Yeah, dude, Omen's so sick on Ascent, you don't really want to change
there
Omen.
There are some big ults coming up
one of the best
both teams. You
A
can see
anchors.
The Armageddon on Shao, one off the showstopper, Koala Noob leading the charts. But then for BBL, it's that Rolling Thunder from Yampy, which at times has been a tell of where they are looking to execute, as they do build around and build off him quite substantially.
Just to confirm, it is a NAVI timeout, just in case. Just in case. I know it looked different in-game for us, but looking at this, big stat line, and I think
he's reduced his fast death rate from 13% in 2023 to 8.9. Damn, that's pretty good.
Or 2 from the pocket of Jack Igo. We know he was giving out bundles for Every few first deaths given away, and it looks like it would have been one for Hero, but it's Levin that adds to that.
My guy's Palmer stunned with an op.
Bouncing back with a couple of his own. And BBL
that was pretty
are
nice
in the
from
driver's
BBL.
seat on C yet again. But once again, Levin first death straight away traded out, and now BBL move into an advantage, and that what should be post-plan.
Yampy's going around the map, tapping the plant.
Trying to swing that with their own utility.
That's funny.
It's ultimates to come back in here though if Navi want to use it.
He went from one to the other, then back into the middle.
I mean, Magnum's going to disrespect this smoke solo. Looks like he's just waiting to walk in.
Don't have to do it.
The Sheriff of Angel.
Don't do it.
It's the best course of action.
Wondering if Magnum was going to send it there.
Already and tried to spot out the first set. Angel's got so far ahead of this, but Yampy keeps half an eye on the situation, knowing that in that head-to-head he's so often lost. This one isn't going to go away from him.
He went for it.
Navi's still running it into the site, but this feels like a formality. Magnum running it down, still time playing against them. And there you have
not
it.
bad at all, though.
Trading down their
Navi with the losses can still buy this one. Everyone's sitting about 4K.
I love how the BBL fans, you know, they had one chance to see their team go and play, and they've come in.
Yampy, dude, Yampy's having some impact,
here.
man.
You can hear them in the background, giving it advantage that BBL can now work with as they move through this attack. Rolling Thunder, perhaps not the Armageddon, the Annihilation to come.
It is the Armageddon.
Sorry, apologies.
All good.
It's just we get Deadlock there here, Annihilation.
It's double stuns, isn't it?
Synonyms of
What
one
do you think they reworked Hero so his salvos were stuns? They just wouldn't do it. They like the idea of refreshable damage. He's too close to breach if you do that. Maybe when they run out of ideas, they'll do an agent similar like that.
Right up the guts of B. Nothing given from that. Yampy again with another big kill. 11 won't lose this time. So player advantage BBL. It's the A space they find themselves in with this time. And having spotted that sonic sensor down, they know the space is open.
I mean, nice shot.
That's crazy from Ruxig.
He's aggressive every single time. Rolling Thunder used to stall out the retake, but it's only one player caught, and it's
Yampy's doing so much.
Get the transfer of the crosshair. At the same time,
Nothing's going Navi's way. A good amount of it's their fault, though.
Has to drop back because they knew the ult was coming in.
Oh, and they go still though. Navi, they've stalled out Profik onto the spike. They go. Profik needs to win that.
There we go. All we have to do is read that comment out.
And Shao with 3 on the round. Massive.
They hit some nice shots here, though. You got to give them that. Spirit, thanks so much for the prime, bro. Appreciate the 17 mums. Thank you for that.
Position to be in now for Navi. They chose to start on the defense. You have to remember
Give him 3 missiles, no recharge. You don't want to see that, man. The after plan will be horrendous.
Just getting back on track as things
That's one person on their own just having an insane delay.
To throw at them. Talking of Ruxig, I mean, this guy was lights out against Vitality. Felt like whoever was on the Omen, him or Koala, was the one causing issues. This is just something
that means if you're close enough, you'd have to tap the spike 3 times before they can actually commit to a half. Like, it would be a nightmare. Yeah, if you weren't close enough, they could probably get a half, I guess. But
go back towards looking around the map, 3 towards the A side, and still priority put on the extremities rather on B.
You've been getting huge value out of
top 5 teams at Toronto. I'm not sure, man. I want to see. Dude, Gen.G RRQ will give me a good idea. I want to see how these 2 teams start looking.
Not sure what the plan was there, but Navi had 2 players peeking.
That's a big game. Dude, a BBL just getting the fast pick in like 80% of the rounds.
Aim to finish. What would be their 6th round?
Navi trying to be proactive here. Angel's got a great call on the round. The thing for me, though, is this is a must-win for Navi when you look at the money.
It's a really heavy over-rotate.
Waiting to peek back out the smoke. The Paranoia prepared. It catches onto a couple players. Ruxig, that's huge utility usage. The rest of Navi profit from it. But still, health pool is low.
Oh, he might isolate to 1v1s. 10 HP.
Ruxig is gone and there's only one more standing in his way. Sociable shifts from the door and Hero just re-clears.
30 seconds left.
But the spike is his. And with 6 bullets.
Well, he's swinging 1 by 1. He wanted to catch, because they didn't have info around the map. He wanted to catch him as he's trying to go through the door. And he ended up giving him a 1v1. It's not what you wanted to do, especially with the Cypher alive. I think if there's other agents alive on defense, I kind of be okay with it, but majority of the time it's not a thing, especially with the Cypher. It's not a thing. You got so much info everywhere around the map. Like even if he goes B here, you eliminate a big factor that he hasn't gone over towards B main.
Sociable knowing that he's low.
No cage. Salvos, he knows that he's got to tap it, then after Salvos, he's got to deal with the ult.
So he'll play the slow game. Hero now finally arriving on site. First of the salvos coming out as a precautionary measure.
Yeah, here comes the ult.
Can Hero hold his nerve? He's not going to be given half a chance. That's the ult. Straight back in. But still there's time to pull this off. He has to get onto the spike right now.
Is there time to pull it off?
Sociable has played the timing perfectly.
Well, you don't see it much longer. Dude, when you have that ult in a 1v1, it's pretty much impossible to lose, it feels like. It's a madly misplay it. I was going to say something, I can't remember what I was going to say.
Rookie in VCT EMEA since partnerships began, but you can already see why his teammates put so much trust in him.
1v1? I mean, this was a
Someone who's been
1v2.
made to play multiple roles, but since he has shifted into this Teho, it feels like that is the perfect fit, as it's a red.
Might have even been a 1v3. I can't remember if it was like straight insta trade or not.
With a bit more venom,
I feel
BBL
like
back to A again.
NAVI have lost every impactful round apart from one. Oh god.
BBL winning out this A fight, and they continue on as they try to hunt down Shao, but he's able to escape.
BBL have access to the A site again though. Cairo, Hero the only player with a Vandal in hand. He's the closest spy. If he drops, and all of the rest fall like a house of cards, and there you have it. Opposite number shut down. Magnum giving us.
Dude, how did they end with 7 here? How could you win pistol and mess that up so badly?
Yeah, this is in line with
they
what
bought
we
on the
expect from
3rd, they
Navi
had
as
to
well
eco on the
on
4th.
defense.
And then they lost like
Shao, though, does
3
have utility to work
1v1s.
with. Against 3,
A
I mean, you're just
1v2 or a
expecting BBL to
1v3.
close this out.
And then they lost every single important round and majority of the fast kills.
To get out of tree now. Again, just not enough time to even consider the possibility of this round being
definitely a good example of why, in my
BBL
opinion,
confirmed
the
their
NA
advantage.
buy like
It's going to be a 7-5 half in
comes
their
back to
favor.
bite you too hard if you lose it.
I mean, again, I just touched on it. This is what we expect from Navi, but with that double sentinel on attack now, how does that work? But with that being said, let's hear from Yampi on how much it'd mean for BBL to make it to Masters Toronto.
Was a 1v3 at its peak? Yeah, that's what I thought. Dude, that extra peek over towards door was so rough. Two ops and an outlaw, what the hell?
I think for playoffs, our mentality is pretty straightforward. We want to qualify to Toronto. I think the stage 1 especially showed that we can do it. We are working every single day towards that and together as a team.
Nice. Defuse. I will defuse. I managed to have 2 bullets.
Nice defuse, please. You can't kill him. Just kill him.
I think if we qualify to Toronto, for me personally, it's another statement that I can be a tier 1 player. I was very, very close going back to tier 2 this year, and making Toronto is kind of mark that I can be a tier 1 player, and for the team, it would be an unbelievable experience.
Holy. Well, he's at least given himself a good shot at it for next year as well, I imagine, with this.
With the advantage on their own map pick of Lotus, one which they've not
The longest game, the
often.
Ascent
Navi
game, yeah,
themselves
for
have
sure.
shown it in
It was
spells,
madness.
But when they do, that often comes with change. Now into yet another pistol round.
Yeah, piece development from Jet to IGL. Dude, his Jet was crazy as well. I mean, you got to see when we first saw his Jet, he'd only spent like 2 weeks on the game.
Well, will we see more smiles from the audience as BBL have?
But he's got incredible work ethic, so
I mean, that's it,
it'll always be good.
On a day where history could be made, one away from making it to a Masters event for the first time for BBL. And you've got to be thinking, Navi as well, it's been
The coach was the longest overtime game I was part of. Not even sure.
World in VALORANT.
So
There was one on Zash. There's one on Reykjavik. Second Reykjavik that was quite long against Sasha. I can't remember how many overtimes that was.
Reminder that we have alluded to a couple of times already.
Double Sheriff.
That's what makes
Navi 1-0 on the pistols, which makes this a lot worse.
To then kick on, how comfortable can it be? Can they keep it clean?
Osamui, thanks so much, dude. Good to see you again, bro. Thanks for the 32 months.
Navi are
Appreciate
not the
the prime.
sort of team that you can give that space, and so Sociable's already put his foot down, and it's Angel gone. It's a big loss. You think of the initiation on the double Sentinel composition, and it really comes from that deadlock. BBL have an idea about this C play, especially with the spike being over towards this side. You can see the Cypher being kept on B.
Dude, look how much space Navi have early though. They got everywhere apart from B main. Okay, well, that's an MTA site. Spike's gonna have to cross the double hold though. Oh, he committed? Damn, he committed and got one though. You gotta smoke, Roxic, you're fine.
It's the spike drop though, as you say, and Ruxic has to find a way to follow
He
this
was
up.
late on that smoke. He got so much space from it.
Does Levin leave it? Yeah, he does. Happy with the 3v3 now, not giving Navi the advantage. At the same time, BBL, you look towards Yampi, moving through C Mound.
DLV, hello mate. Hello.
To be here.
Doing good, bro. How you doing?
You can see BBL's defense just being a little worried about the space that Navi's taken because they've had so much time on this side of the map.
Dude, the overview sound is so delayed.
From one another, but you can see the setup is inclined towards upper. They're grouping there, but BBL coming in through stairs.
Dude, they are locked in, man. Koala's got a nade though.
And it does look good. The blast pipe was even
How? How's he winning that? No way, and he gets another one. I'm not sure he should be alive here. He's trying to go for a wider swing because he's dodging the nade.
That they've won.
And that's kind of saved him there.
Even though they are the kings of pistol rounds, BBL. And it's the exact same way that Navi kicked off that win, which came as a shock to many against Vitality. They won both pistols on the opening map of Haven.
Oh, dude, he just swings when he sees him first on the radar as well. That's pretty cool.
Far more, closely cut,
Sees him on the radar, just goes to angle, just spams with the Sheriff.
Exactly what he can do. A player who, moving on into that next game, that qualification.
Dude, double pistol, man.
Mean so much. Chance for a homecoming. In front of a crowd, of course, with his own wife and child. I mean, it means so much for these players. That goes without saying. BBL trying to create a trap play towards the A side. It seems like Navi are ready to fall for it as they move in.
BBL's pistol rate, I mean, it goes down pretty heavy from that.
Only one left towards C.
In the 60s now.
Bodies up here, but it is just Levin's upgraded pistol that they have.
3-person hold on A. They're allowed 2 deaths. We've got human drone scouting everywhere. There's no way. Okay, they only lose the Sheriff though. That is a rifle, and there's no one here to stop them from picking this up, so that is a mistake for sure. Oh, and now they're pivoting over towards here, and they don't know about Levin. I think they messed it up again.
With players that were left towards the A side. Angel only on a pistol, and Ruxic with that Vandal. There's nothing that can really rescue. In fact, sorry, there's one towards Mound. Timing. Door opens up. No way. Magnum's going to peek out and Ruxic's going to
I mean, it looks like he's running on that, but fair play.
Well, that rifle that BBL had is gone. It still looks towards Navi, although the Sheriffs may be able to kill.
Big round for BBL. Dude, Navi, double pistol. But they messed up the bonus round on the first pistol, and they messed up the anti-eco against the eco in the second round. You don't deserve to win the map when you're doing that kind of stuff. Koala kind of misstepped, or at least if he has to go here, he needs to have other numbers like with him.
BBL as a team, we know that they're super dangerous.
Like I get the salvo, like the idea is nice from BBL. You smoke off, you salvo, and you stun.
In the league so far.
Someone's gonna send it through that smoke now.
NAVI, they're third from bottom when it comes to that statistic.
It's a nice little eco.
Getting that outlaw
smoke, salvo, stun. Isolate back of sight, kill everyone back of sight, pick up the guns.
Straight like that. That cape is stripped right from his back. Levin.
And crispy shots.
Something out of top draw from Levin. His time is on rails. 3 quick kills. There wasn't all too much behind this from NAVI. It's the context in which it's just stripped away. As Sociable sent them up to a 9th. Every time, I don't know what it is, Levin just has these pop-off rounds. You name a match and you can think
NAVI,
of one,
dude,
right?
they used to be... I mean, when they were back on FPX, at least if you're speaking of just like Angel, I mean, he was in charge of the team that was literally the best at anti-ecos and the 3rd round.
One of their own, a player
Like, they won Copenhagen by basically having a 70% win rate on the 3rd round from winning pistols.
You need to take it one step further.
Basically snowballed their way to a win.
For every round that he's had where he's gone down early and maybe been traded or even worse, not had impact, you get a couple like this from time
Damn it, it's greedy, but he's got away with it.
It's just tying them all up together.
They're just way better on this map. NAVI messed up NAVI messed up a lot of vital rounds, but too early on either half.
NAVI will leave unanswered. I mean, NAVI still sitting B main, but you've still got that Cypher trap that will notify anybody trying to break through. Angel tries to come through the door.
I still got him.
When it comes to gunfights, it's all BBL at the minute. Evan still just looking over from upper. The bulk of BBL's
just looking for a kill. No one wants to give it to him.
But already you can see Yumpy as the sole custodian of the C site. He's trying to backstop this.
2v4? Nah, it should be impossible. With how Yumpy's playing it should be impossible.
Koala's first up.
Oh boy.
Giving away his positions though. Blast pack out.
For God's sake, no.
C-site is now open.
There's no way. Dude, what was that peak?
Whoa!
What the hell? 3 HP survived on this one? No way, it's actually a 2v4 at the moment. So doable. Oh, it's a bold swing. You got your ult, you're gonna be tempted. They might feel like he's playing off the plant because of the agent he's on.
In this committed corner, it's so much you ask of him. He's already got the
Oh my god, this is close for a 2v4 though. Just holding on BBL on that. Dude, I thought Yumpy was going to be so fine. He's in such a good pause.
They're really making Navi's economy look dreadful. Levin, once he's moved on to this defense, his first kill percentage, absolutely insane. His team's setting him up perfectly. It's this fight back, and this is what always worries me about BBL. A little bit of sloppiness once they're in front.
He does the perfect jiggle pick without doing it.
Yeah, is fast one for the jaw.
Yumpy complimentary. Interesting to hear from him after that FUT game, sort of saying as well, if there's no sound coming from me, they're in my head, and if my voice is hoarse, then you know, I'm in their head. And I have to say right now,
Jaws, thank you so much.
He's had to shout,
I appreciate the bits, mate. Thank you for that.
Through. With NAVI calling another timeout at this stage in the game, it's what I circle back to that I mentioned earlier. We've seen BBL a number of times now go up of a scoreline, 11-6, give or take.
Look at NAVI do. I mean, dude, they get A main control for free, so they got that going for them. But I imagine right here, you'd imagine BBL go aggro.
The same position that they find themselves in here. Same on Ascent against FUT when we went to the million overtime.
This is not NAVI from last week. Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous for their maps, I'm not gonna lie to you.
That if they win this next round,
not good maps for them.
Can it be clean, or do NAVI have something to respond?
NAVI has the lowest eco win rate of any playoffs team at 13%.
Aspect to it as well. What the players were tweeting, Magnum said
the lowest eco win rate. Okay. What's their anti-eco win rate? That doesn't seem good either.
And as you said, they can't let this lead slip, especially not against NAVI, who's, as you've seen on that stat line, equal
OLED Chainsaw, thanks so much as well. Hold up, let me read this in a sec. I saw Wingman in there, I'm not sure I'm going to enjoy it. Nice flash. Really nice flash on this.
So comfortable for BBL as well. Looking at the matchup between
Is this quoting me? OLED, thank you so much for the bits, mate.
Many of his duels against Angel taken from the second seat. I think for me, like coming into this, oh wait a minute, look towards C-Mound, this operator.
Well, at least it wasn't a buy round for
NAVI,
but
dash out of there. NAVI not given
once you add a double pistol onto this is an absolute slaughter.
Sociable stare by the door, and he's going to guard it with his life. It's an in-zone flawless. BBL have their 11th.
Not a chance, Jules. Don't even think about it.
But in terms of those micro improvements, can they finally show some for us here? Yeah, and I think as well, one thing that is always massive about Sociable in these multi-frags is how quick he's able to get these ultimates back up. The Armageddon, for instance, it's come back up again.
Dude, they have so many good ults. Well. I mean, they should just be winning this round. The problem is the money's so insane that BBL can just lose 3 in a row and they're still buying.
Of this side, at least in terms of how they're trying to take early space. Magnum.
I like this from BBL. There's so many ults for them to worry about. They can't sit back and wait on a site. They want to try get an early pick.
Looking towards Santho, and just before the tailwind expires, he does fire off one shot. This is massive. This is crazy.
Yeah, dude, what an angle that is.
Literally sat on top of the trip.
That's a sick off angle that you can get to from the passive trip.
Levin not given the C space to hold on to yet, but he's going to go straight back in. I mean, the Nuno theft has let everyone up, but Levin's just sending it in, and the timing's insane! I didn't mean it literally, but the shorty's out, and he very nearly found himself a second, converging from both ends. Profek and Magnum doing their best. BBL still in a strong position,
ooh,
but
it gets close now.
It ain't bulletproof. Profek dropping, and now a 2-on-2. Koala Noob trying to move it forwards, but it's Shao instead.
Wait.
It'll send the needle in Navi's favor.
That's
number 7, and that's warning signs for BBL.
Give me Shao's POV there. He's just completely saved him.
Well.
It's a shame. I feel like I kind of feel like Yampy outcalled Angel here, like barrier down. Like this triple push over towards B is sick.
Very well, and the mid round to get on towards C. The ultimate usage good. Just need to be a little bit more aware of the timings that BBL are trying to take.
Oh, salvo to force this guy out. Okay.
Being so stop-start as well.
Shots though.
You can tell the reason why they want to get investigative. Hero so often.
They only use one ult into it as well, and Shao, after using his ult, is halfway to his ult anyway. This is my only worry for BBL, is they get A main, but I mean they don't use any util.
Slow, scaling up. They can't flash.
I think when you only have one initiator, I don't know if you should be having it for free this much.
Tension is shown.
Melly, hello. Watching the Yampy game. Thanks so much for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Speaking of Yampy, what is he doing? Yampy, relax, man.
That's a lot of your retake util gone. Someone found his timing, and the sonic sensor did go off. And well, it looks like Navi are going to have a well clear advantage here as the annihilation goes off. BBL, they've left Sociable to try and get something.
Yeah, they got
he wants to keep this.
I mean, they can still buy, especially if they save this.
Because as soon as that first player goes down,
they're probably going to call a timeout
no
and just tell them to chill a little bit. Because if you actually look at how they're playing the rounds, even some of the rounds that they've lost, this is not a good example. But the round before, like their ideas are just better at the moment.
11-6 scoreline, that gap of 5, they are right on the 11th round, right on the brink of greatness. As this team as a whole is, as their story has been
he doesn't need to do this.
Ushering in a new era.
The timing was just really off.
After 4 years as an organization, finally given something to shout about.
Is the audio laggy? Only when we go to overviews.
On the international stage, no longer
yeah,
in
this is just a timeout. I think just to, it doesn't even need to be anything tactical, even though I think they should probably be going aggro A. I don't think they should be letting them have this space. But I think also they're it's probably just a timeout to tell them to chill. Like you look at the buy rounds, they're playing better at the moment.
You can totally understand why BBL have.
But if they are going to do anything different, they're going aggro A.
Just to talk about things and settle
because maybe a
nerves of the team,
double sentinel comp shouldn't be having A for free this much.
Position, your own map pick, so close to finishing it out. And you don't
Heretics qualified already? No, no one's qualified in EMEA yet.
Give up their leads when they're in front.
And from the NAVI perspective, something so important for them is simply stability. We'd seen those first few series have to be extended to a deciding map for them to have a chance at winning it out. But it's what the players were talking about. Okay, we can 13-0 GX on a map, but then we lose 2-0 against Heretics the next. Then you know, follow that up with this huge Vitality win. But then if you drop to BBL in that opening round and you have to face KC and lowers, then you lose the advantage. All these mental margins that they've been stressing with the performance coach Zuza coming in and bringing a lot of value to that team environment.
Yeah, and I think as well, when we look at the Heretics game, Navi cited that
okay, money's finally in the point where it can be broken because they're buying an op. I guess it's a little bit lower than I thought. Heavy armors also.
Using that drone to gain the information and create.
Dude, still nothing aggro A. They still get aggro A all the time. That does scare me.
Over there.
Levin sticking to his guns, or op in this sense. Just signposting BBL authority on C. There are loads of players towards the other side.
No way. Got tanks down to 51 and got double. Oh god, everyone's messing up.
But it's a 4v2 when the dust settles and a chance for the defense to reset.
Lucky boy that Sociable has his utility up, and now the rest of BBL look towards A, but there is a slight gap, and that's towards stairs.
Wants to be the thorn in their side, but Levin already has this covered. BBL have moved over. If the long rotation comes in towards C, then it's not a problem. They're set up for that retake.
Towards the spike, Hero can't really protect Koala from this position. It's left
He
all up to the
forces him
race
to
to get that spike down.
more passive
BBL
plan.
play patient. Would rather play with the numbers. And
4v2.
Levin up against Hero.
Dude, he's fast, man.
BBL's way. And they'll find
it's so funny. Like on LAN, you can tell by people's pre-aim, like they're ready for the more committed swing. It's just out the babiest swing I've ever seen.
In terms of how they approach the round, you've got Levin really pushing the envelope on Sand, getting that op into a dangerous position. Magnum takes a bit of damage through the tree, but matters not. He gets his double. One more here from Prophet. I'm not too sure what Ruxic was planning there with the jump peak wide. Maybe just for the trade.
I think he just didn't think he was there.
Prophet with barely a bullet to his name gets out. So it all comes down to this.
Okay, 4.
Finally, we see the op duel on both sides. Koala bringing it to the
BBL,
attack.
BBL don't even
Sand
need
is
to go
where it goes
aggro.
down.
I think that's fair.
Can the Canadian come out on top?
Nice peek on that.
Brilliant entry, and he's away.
Bringing back the jump peek.
On the operator. Look at the players playing within the smoke, looking to destroy the drone and play it in front.
Oh, that's
a little bit aggressive, BBL.
Still a trap up here for Magnum, but he's playing.
That's the original plan. I don't know how many the. Hold up. Hold up. Dude, Magnum's going huge in the last 2 rounds.
Diamond Hands holds on for a little longer.
He's locked behind the cage. That's so sick. Oh my goodness.
Be hitting a stun. He can't quite capitalize on it though. Hero stepping to
Dude, what is this round? Nice shot.
Stepping out of dodge with an extra kill to his name, and that's the round for Navi.
Okay, let's calm this one down. 4-3.
Still close
and
between these two.
Sociable could drop an op if they really thinking it's
a lot of unlucky timings.
Important.
I think as well, Koalanub with this operator on the attack. He was saying in the Navi post-split 1 regular season roundup.
Yeah, I don't know. He sees 2 on the radar there and he goes for it. He does kind of sell this bait though.
Talking about how he played, that comfortability, and he said he really found that in the last game. As for this map, I've not really seen it as much, but that last round shows me that it can come here and there.
Ruxic burning half of his utility belt in that opening exchange. Only a little ground garnered.
OLED, thank you so much for the gifted, bro. I appreciate you doing that. What is that name? Thank you so much, mate.
First shot reveals it all. But still the spike is outside of C. Posturing towards Sand. Evan waiting for this one player to walk in. It's the lurk of Hero. And when he falls, Navi have struggled to maintain that map pressure. BBL could have them exactly where they need him.
Okay, NAVI don't really have much map control. Smoke goes in drone because they realize they need to take somewhere. CB control now. Still a little bit of A control, but they don't have to some kind of trap play for this. 40 seconds. They want a B split.
Not yet given the shakedown. It's 4 players in lobby now that Levin faces up against, and Angel wins it this time, but Magnum finds his.
Dude, Magnum is doing so much.
They're doubling back. Yeah, they are doubling back, and with that, though, you've got
Roman all over towards C. Doesn't spot any. Tells them to go over towards C. Sorry, spotted close. They haven't spotted behind the box though.
Seconds or so once you hit the neck of the site. Perfect dealing further damage. Forced to give it up for the retake.
Yampy still has damage to stop the plant.
As this round has dragged on, look what NAVI have used up.
Wait, I was gonna say that's gonna kill him. That's gonna kill him. Hero 40 could plant it. He might not have any time. Oh, dude, Hero 40 could plant it. He had to dodge the damage. He 40 timed it. Yeah, the breach damage. Dude, the breach. Yampy did good, man. Yampy did really good. Dude, this was NAVI can't be playing like this in playoffs, so. You can't be playing like this in playoffs. Double pistol, you lose this badly.
Than they have done in times gone by. Maybe this could be the turning of a new leaf for this team, as they're only 1 map away from that qualification game.
Yeah, Ampino, they had so much impact.
Would you understand beauty of the beast? Any other Finnish songs you guys would like me to sing?
No, I want from you silent song. Silence.
Sound of silence.
you know this song? Shut up. Or how is it called?
It must. Thank you so much for the Prime, bro. Appreciate the 3 months. Thank you. Chat, who's got the first kill diff for me in that map? Mute, it's okay. We'll lose the VOD. As long as the VOD channel is fine, I don't care.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Judge Armada, thank you for that as well, bro. Appreciate that. Thank you. Profak, who was involved in none of the fast kills. It's not that one-sided fast kills, fast stabs. I thought it'd be worse than this. Dude, look at this, man. 1v1, 1v2. Sorry, 1v1, 1v1, 1v3. Dude, Shal's the only reason this was kind of close. Double pistol. And this. That's rough, man. Fast kills is a lot closer than I thought, to be honest. I thought it was really one-sided. It's still pretty stacked for BBL, but I thought it was a little bit worse. Yeah, dude, there's big important rounds. Now we got to play them better. Simple as that. The NA by Rectum as well at the beginning, 3rd round. Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make us free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
As I said, you should never need any extra motivation to get up for these games. We're now going to have a huge number of rounds, number of maps in a very short space of time. Okay, this is where you start bringing it. This is where you bring the energy. Okay, this is where things are going to get really, really messy. It's not going to be perfect Valorant. We're not going to play a perfect map any time between now and the end of the weekend, or any time between now and the time we arrive in Toronto. Okay, accept that, remember that, and get the job done.
And they surely did get the job done. BBL manages to close their map pick against NAVI. And I would say, Minnie, were you big on motivational speeches before going into maps?
What do you think?
No.
No, my job was to help Oster when we needed one. And then I'd just watch him do it, you know what I mean? No, I think that like I would be fairly... I would never use the phrase, we don't expect perfect Valorant here, because I think I'm the
That
opposite.
goes very against
my philosophy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I love that Masters Toronto has been mentioned in the warm-up. Like,
it was like before we get to Masters Toronto being like, we already have our tickets, everybody got their visas, everything's approved.
Respect to that, and I've definitely heard Pal have that kind of warm-up chat with me before a ranked game. So yeah, no surprises there to hear that, but yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing here some of the results at the bottom of the screen. One of the topics that we were highlighting throughout the match with the small Toasty with a small sign there is about BBL and their win percentage on those pistol rounds. This is the first time in the entire split that they do not win at least one of those pistols. Still, maybe they managed to close out the map.
Yeah, I think you got to kind of turn this on NAVI a little bit and say, when you win 2 pistols in a map, it's a little bit embarrassing when you don't make the map look even competitive on some level. Like, I think it was a fairly one-sided affair, this one.
What do you think, Billy, that it was not only one-sided, what do you think that NAVI was lacking to go through the pistol? You know, you have those rounds on the board. What happened on those rifle rounds that make NAVI not much?
It's difficult because I think I have to zone in on their defense, right? They were getting so many rounds on the board at the beginning of that match, and then it all just kind of started slipping away from them, which when they're running a double sentinel, they know that they need to guarantee those rounds when, sorry, there's a flag, when they're starting on that defense. So yeah, it just kind of started to slip away from them. You see them take those timeouts as well and not really being able to do anything off of the back of them. BBL were kind of aware of what NAVI were trying to achieve off the back of those timeouts. So yeah, I mean, all in all, just really great prep from BBL.
Yeah, and when we looked at that graphic that showed the plants, NAVI managed to plant on almost all of the rounds. It was actually the retakes, sorry, the other way around. BBL were managing to get the spike down and work very well to prevent NAVI from working on those retakes. One of the people that was definitely a highlight for the side of BBL is Sociable. The 29-year-old rookie, Billy, he was brilliant this
Yeah, I actually had to text Cairo during that map because he said 28. I was like, Cairo, he's 29, he's not 28. But yeah, I mean, Sociable was an absolute delight to watch during this. I think that he always is. And it's this round in particular, it was round 11, I believe. The 4K, the clutch, I mean, it was just so nice to see him kind of perform under pressure, which, like, when you're a Tejo, it's fine because he has that regenerative utility as well. So he can just play off the back of the salvos, play off the back of that ultimate as well, which he was getting that ultimate up time and time
what
again.
The hell?
It was very clearly
a
sort of win condition for BBL in these post-plant rounds. So yeah, I think that he's just done so well.
Going Lotus, BBL.
Yeah, and I think
BBL won and NAVI won double pistol as well.
Turkish players coming
They kind of dominated them, even though it doesn't look
that firepower
that one-sided in the scoreline.
But he also has, you know, a kind of mature, calm presence, which might be to do with his age a little bit. I hate the fact that we got to kind of tie it to his age.
Let's cut that storyline. Let's just cut it. He is 19 from now on.
He's 19, yeah.
Yes.
But he plays like he has that experience, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that this is also one of the situations that I feel we can turn.
We also get to see why they picked
NAVI,
Fracture
right?
instead of
Like, he gets a 4K,
Icebox.
he gets a clutch,
Because I think they would have won Icebox.
To begin
I don't
with,
know.
right?
I would give them a
Also, one of
hefty
the players that
percentage
we
to
have
win
highlight,
Icebox.
We saw it in the server, the head-to-head
So
between the two
I need to see something dominant from
one of the
NAVI here.
things that you should worry whether you're on
BBL
NAVI or in
13
BBL,
to
but
9 in
11
first
was
kills.
set up
Yeah,
time
it wasn't
and time
as
again
bad as I thought. It felt like in the first half it was like
Eleven
really
is just always
one-sided.
how
The first kills.
Can we make the other team? And like you say, he's always set up by the rest of the team. It's very clear that their sort of game plan is to thrive in that chaos, and chaos is something that they try and pursue quite a few rounds.
Koala
right?
Brigade, thanks so much for the Prime, dude. Thank you for that.
Although he's not been performing perhaps at the level we would expect of him.
I like Mini's shirt. I haven't even looked at Mini's clothes.
Yeah,
He's limited for choice though, right? Because he's only got the kid
BBL had a
options.
rule to switch him to that Jet. It's just time and time again, just working. Like, I think
What's he
Euro is a
wearing?
better agent than
I do,
Jet,
they're
but
not even
when
going to show what he's
Level
wearing.
is turning around the team in a way that makes them look like they are absolutely a team that can go to Toronto. I think that's great. And coming up, I'm wondering if we can see that on other maps too.
Did you agree with that, finding that balance, right, between this agent is good and might make us look better, like on paper, this composition should be better over this one, but
he's
then
looking
when you
good though,
balance it out
give him
with
that.
the comfort of the players, do you agree with this kind of
Well, I was talking, Pau in like passing told me that it's something different when you're expecting to go top 4 at global events. Like, you have to min-max everywhere you can and optimize, whereas BBL aren't quite at that level yet. So I think that for them to play into the comfort's better at this moment, but if we're seeing a BBL where they're pushing deeper into tournaments, the Jet might end up capping them at a certain point.
Do you agree?
I think the thing is, I understand that it's a comfortability thing, but I don't even think like Levin has performed bad on other agents. Like, I think of his Yoru, and the first thing that comes to mind is that round on Abyss where he's against Fnatic and pushes down mid. Like, I think everyone has that round in the back of their mind from kickoff. Of course, this was like one of the first times that we saw Levin with him coming into VCT this year. So I don't know if it's a question of comfortability. I know that they've kind of said that this might be the case for just now, but I still think that he can play other agents as well. I don't think he's limited just on the Jet.
Oh, definitely something that we need to talk about, because now we're moving on to Fracture, which was NAVI's pick, and maybe meaning one of the reasons why NAVI decided to go to this Fracture instead of, for example, something like Icebox, might be that we at least have not seen BBL running the same shenanigans we've put in the Jet everywhere in this map so far.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see how this plays out, because the map pool is kind of not Jet focused. Like, these maps aren't particularly great for Jet. Fracture's historically Raze and Neon's kind of maps, really. So it's very interesting to see if BBL are going to commit to that Jet strategy still on this map.
Well, that's the thing, because they were playing the Yoru on the Fracture before, so it is a question of, are they going to play the Jet? I think that maybe if they're playing around with the Operator, which we did get a kind of glimpse at, but for me, that is even more of an interesting head-to-head, because we know that Koala Noob dominates on the Operator.
Picking
So
a
I
map
think
that's
that
going
would
out
be
of the
a nice
rotation.
head-to-head
See, I just don't think that.
Like at the beginning of every round,
If I was BBL, I would have been so sure that NAVI would pick an Icebox in. They might not be that prepped for this map.
Instantly, Levin is taken away.
Unless
so,
they
yeah,
were
that's a
going to
head-to-head
have
that
it
I'm
for
looking forward
third
to,
map.
looking ahead
Who
of
knows?
Fracture.
But we need to focus, right, on NAVI. Right now, they're one map down. Now they're moving
do I have the
onto
second map?
their map pick, but they have not.
Dude, if
been very
NAVI don't win this
successful.
map, I'm going to flame them.
No, but
Because I think it's
when I watched back
madness
the
not
VODs
picking
and
Icebox against
heard,
BBL.
Angel apologized, I believe it was, to Koala for his calling in the last time they played Fracture.
Like, I need to
sending
see
Koala
something that
to
makes
his death
sense here.
instantly a lot of the rounds, and it did look a lot like that. Like, Angel...
Camster Dart, thank you so much for the Prime, mate. Appreciate the 3 months. Thank you for the Prime.
That last
BBL's
game wasn't
Icebox
great.
bad?
I
Yeah,
think
it is
overall,
pretty rough.
Historically, he's
Fine.
been a very solid Fracture caller, and I think today it won't look like it did against Giant X.
Did you like his deadlock on Lotus?
Is this a tech balls? Maybe.
In opening duels.
They said
Jack,
there's going to be
how
a
many
bigger
giveaways
gap
have
today
you
in
done
between
already?
the between the maps,
yeah.
right? Sorry,
It's
it's in the
Angel, you know,
games.
he's gonna die first sometimes.
No.
Okay. That's very quick.
No, but the thing is, like, I think he had the right kind of ideas. I think it was that very first pistol round I had noticed that he got that deadlock
Omi in the
wall
YouTube
on
chat.
his
Thank you so
pistol,
much for
and
the
I was
5
like,
gifted.
okay, like, he's going down, he's blocking off A space.
Huge,
like,
dude.
you
Thank
can
you
see
for
the
doing that.
ideas that he was trying to have. It's just that, yeah, in those kind of kill engagements. It just wasn't always going in his favor.
Thank you so much, Omi. I appreciate you doing that, mate.
Lotus is just not their map. I think they've lost now 7 in a row and played 5 different comps. Over
you know what to do? Say thank you to Omi if you got gifted in YouTube.
Do you have them there?
I don't have. Well, no, I don't have them there. I only have comps from this. Honestly, they're probably all pretty even.
Okay,
no. The one I hate the most was when I had to my first ever cast. I'm watching NAVI KC, and they ran like Teo,
Redding with the Prime. Thank you for the 3 months as well, bro. Thank you for that.
Lauren's like, so what do you think of this comp mini?
Thank you so much, dude.
I hate it because I know my first time casting, I got to work this out whilst I'm casting. I'm clearly not comfortable at all. Like, I don't know what's going on. NAVI, just give me an easy one, please. But they never do.
Do you remember the last one that you liked?
That's a tough question.
In this meta, I like Teo a lot, and they don't play that much of Teo.
I mean, this one was
it's only on a couple
terrible,
maps.
no? I like this one with the.
I don't like
double
70 though.
You don't?
No, I'm a Viper believer.
Oh yeah, forgot you.
But yeah, going on to like the 2nd and 3rd map, Fracture Ascent. I think that NAVI are still in the series. Like, I had them losing Lotus, so I think this is fine for NAVI. Well, not ideal, but.
Yeah, just sharing some information with you guys. Players are currently experiencing client issues loading into the game.
No,
so
don't.
the officials are working on it.
Don't give me that.
Getting us into game as
Not
soon
today.
as possible. So just bear with us in this one. Yes, we know. We know. We suffer through it as well. You
Monkey
know, we
Meatloaf,
are
thanks so much for the bits, mate.
High School Musical once taught us very well. Billy, looking into Fracture, do you like the what we can expect from NAVI, what we've seen in the past? As we've seen, NAVI has picked onto this map the last couple of times that they've played it, but they have not won it. What do you think are the saving graces?
Yeah, we're back here.
Angel needs to live up
You
to
just
his
tuned
word
in as well, mate. It's
actually
probably your fault. We're looking for someone to blame at the moment.
He says he would, you know, making a claim like that. I would like to see them finally win this. And honestly, I'm still thinking about the Ascent. I would like to see us go all
They're
the
playing
way
on
to
new
Ascent.
patch. Yeah, they're playing on the Euronuff.
Fighting for that qualification match to qualify to Masters Toronto. So yeah, I want to see him IGL the life out of this game. And I think as well, the composition that they were running on Fracture, it's not a bad composition. It is really good. Like Minnie said,
Is the chat still in your house? Yeah, I work for Platchan. It's like the first time the stream's gone down twice.
We have seen it come out from a couple of teams. So yeah, I'm
Pretty rough
intrigued
out,
to
yeah.
see, do they switch that fade out that Angel usually plays, and does he jump onto the Tejo for perhaps?
I think they're just going to keep it the same. I think that Angel.
Did you think it's a bit vanilla for them?
It is a bit vanilla. I almost like it, which means that it's
you
not.
You put a Viper in and it's.
No, not on this map. No, Viper on Lotus, I meant. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
On this map specifically.
You don't like Viper on Fracture?
No. Not anymore, no.
They used to run it.
I mean, because what you're taking out is basically, it's like opportunity cost. What you have to take out is a Sentinel, which you don't want to do, because it's a map where you need a Sentinel, so yeah. I think that...
Nosrep, thank you so much for the tier 1, man. Appreciate the 19 months.
Like, at the stats of it. But I think that, you know...
A good way to celebrate over Tech Boys, you're not wrong.
To kind of get back into that groove. I think they do have a weakness on defense. I think that if BBL have done their prep properly, they'll realize the way that NAVI rotate is always through CT, if that makes sense. They'll never push out and flank. So if BBL do some fakes, again, this is a segment for later maybe too that we could touch on for the Fnatic FUT game. Like NAVI just...
What do you mean later? I'm about to literally wheel in a telestrator. You're going to break this down.
Yeah, so NAVI are just going to flood between the sites, and if BBL have a good game plan where they kind of bait NAVI to flood those sites and then just fake it, like they could have some open sites.
Transition, yeah, the cameramen are having fun.
We praised BBL's prep, like going into that Lotus, so I think that this is something that they'll probably have gone back and watched and be prepared for. And I do agree with you. I think that last time we watched NAVI play Fracture, a lot of the
it's
time
hard to get it's hard to get Russians visas in a lot of countries.
Very, very quickly and very, very easily.
Daniel _TV with the Prime, appreciate the 17 months. Thank you for that.
That's going to be really difficult.
What do you think of Lev dropping Demon 1 and Rossi? I personally think they needed a change with what was going on, because you got people saying that they're IGLing, then they're not IGLing. You got roles changing every other week, I would say. Like something had to change. You could tell that internally it wasn't great. So I don't know if this is the best move for them, but I'm happy for a change, to be honest.
Yeah, like I thought we realized this a long time ago.
Also, they like heavily underperformed if you look at the players that they had, in my opinion.
Adapted to that.
Can the players and coaches talk right now? Yeah, they're so fine.
To be trying to hard hold every single time.
Like until the barrier goes down, it doesn't count as like a proper tech boss.
I'd be happy. I don't expect them to. They seem to have a style that they like and just stick to it.
I love the fact that we're bringing Hero into the conversation. He did not have a brilliant performance on map 1, and at least I feel like, yes, last week we saw Rockstate having this amazing performance on
Breaks game tomorrow, yeah, I'm nervous for it.
I really feel like we've
Should
had
be
this
fun.
narrative in the past where the days that Hero has
Is it the first or the second game tomorrow?
A big difference, Billy.
I think this happens with quite a few of the NAVI.
Do you think Rossi still has a chance for tier 1? I do, just purely because I think he's a really good player.
You're having to rely on
But
performances. You're having
I think
you're having to rely on sort of
I think getting kicked from 2 teams within the space of like what 6 months, 4 months doesn't really bode well for you.
It's going to cost you a win and moving on in playoffs and having to drop into the lower bracket on the first day. No one wants to have to do that.
Yeah, and I think
I don't trust in the train. Of course I trust in the train. I just know it's going to be close.
They had some of the
and I know they go a map down because of Fracture as well.
A team that on paper has individuals that are supposed to be there. So it shouldn't be surprising to me that there are players who can take over games, but it is a little bit surprising at times potentially that we see them go missing sometimes because these were like essentially the first draft picks.
Totally. Yeah, absolutely.
Is the second game tomorrow? Okay.
People many teams wanted to get Hero, and he trialed for a bunch of them. But players are continuing to experience client issues loading into the game. League officials are working on getting us into the game as soon as possible.
We back here?
But while we wait to get ready, we're going to go to a break, but we'll see you right after this.
Well, at least it's only 3 minutes, I guess. It's not the worst. Let me turn it down slightly. Somebody release it. What's going on over here, dude? In the off season we'll try to play some games, yeah. We might even be able to play some games before Toronto. It's like a pretty big gap, I guess. We'll see. I definitely have to do some content for Liquid, I know that much. You came to check if I had the cast t-shirt on, dude. It's not me, I'm telling you. He goes to EMEA, you see Demon 1 playing for Apex. What did Apex even do? They're in a really rough spot. Single player games, yeah, I don't really like them. It might be more fun with chat though, to be fair. I don't like normal single player games, but I feel like if chat's here, it could be kind of fun. Maybe I'm more open for that. Tens is out of Sentinels, mate. He's left Sentinels ages ago. Like 6 months too late. He was a content creator recently. Yeah, I'm not sure it makes sense for him to be on an org. He gets so many solo sponsors and people that want to make mice with him. And I'm not sure it makes sense.
Welcome back, everybody. We have some good news for you.
Okay.
Apparently, everything is back to normal. Things are working. Oh my God, we see Atta Captain already. You know, of course, the players from the next match are already here at the studio, just saying hello to some of the fans. Do not forget to come and join us for some action. But let's go back into Fracture. Let's jump straight ahead onto Agent Select. No surprises on the side of Navi.
So Navi go for their normal comp. BBL go for... Do they go for the Jet on this map? Sure. It's not awful, but it's not great.
But it's actually BBL. Profect moving over onto that.
You basically just want to get that op out on defense as early as possible.
Profect play a Brim whatsoever this stage so far. I think we have. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not something that we see him on frequently.
Still though, I might even prefer their comp just purely because of the...
They are just deciding to stick with that comfortability. He's no longer going to be playing that Yoru.
Yeah, I think that leaning into the Jet, like if you're already playing Yoru on this map, a map that's traditionally the Raze Neon map, I think switching to that Jet makes sense here. He's clearly comfortable on all other maps right now playing it, and so I have no doubts it would be comfortable.
Yeah, in the big 25. I mean, if you have a Jet that is
I think that
insanely comfy on Jet and you feel like it's your win condition, then that's fine. But if you do that, I feel like you gotta go all in. Like everyone's got to be doing the sacrifice to make sure they have an op and stuff.
Over to you, Haz and Cairo.
Thanks, guys. Look, I completely agree with what was said there. You're talking about an agent for Profec, still in his rookie
Gotta
year,
play the chamber. The Cypher's very strong on this map.
Viper moving to something a little less micro-heavy. Yeah, and I think
Cypher's insanely good at the
He's
retakes.
played it 3 times in his career. First time
And just being able to play like one off of sight, or like off of sight and get kills.
Profec brings out here.
11 comfort, a word we mention often, already demonstrating how deadly that Jet can be on Lotus. But now diving into Fracture, all focus on Na'Vi, this being their map pick and a chance to turn things around. Current records doesn't read the best for them as they are yet to record a win here. However, Cairo,
Okay, BBL one map up.
most of that does just
And
spin
BBL
back
starting
to
on
how poor the
defense, I'm pretty
attack
sure.
was.
BBL on defense, Navi on attack. No crazy buy this time.
Navi only won the map pick 20%
Navi's only won their
of the
map
time
pick
this year,
28% of the time
but
this year.
Navi on the attack, a lot more passive, waiting to see
What?
what BBL do on the defense. When you think to the last time they played it, they were very proactive and aggressive.
I mean, that has to get looked at.
that
That for sure has to get looked at. 28%.
One map up in this clash of the captains, seeming to have the read. Full focus on attacker spawn side, so area where they will very often play from. And to call to what we were saying about this attack side
Okay,
as
just
well,
as they
Navi
made a
looking
little
for
bit of
their
pressure
third
into the
consecutive
drone
pistol in
out,
this
getting
series
followed
so
by
far.
2.
Be a huge addition considering the fact
And
they only picked up
drone
3 total
normally
rounds of the
indicates
10
that over
they
towards
played on
dish
the
is
attack
free
against
or
GX.
weak with 1. So it's a good reaction from Navi.
You should know that the players are up close. Angel
Damn, nice shots from him.
combine, lovely. And at the same time, that A
Real
side,
nice.
that's where the spike is
Well,
going to go down. Easy
Pistol
enough,
Kings look like
nice
they
and
continue.
open.
Do we just riot? It's a
BBL
2v chat, it's a
have a
2v5.
massive task on their hands.
Absolutely.
The 3
only
for
gonna
pistols.
widen that gap if Angel was able to find that next kill towards spawn side as BBL are looking to converge as they had done from both mains. Profec does get 1. You need a whole lot more. So much space to be covered, and you can even see the reposition from Shao towards Dish just to make this more difficult. Time bought through the utility. Navi with the pistol.
Nah, I'm trying to cast, dude. They were over here.
fact
You think they can
Shao
retake
still
the
has
site
2 flashes in
2v5?
pocket to make
It's
it
too far away.
into the next round. I mean, it's menial stuff, but BBL have no time whatsoever. It's all about getting some extra orbs here at the same time. They're going to
Okay,
get
very
none, and
nice as well.
Navi,
Very, very
as you have
nice.
said, get their third
I like their reaction from the drone going out over towards A as well, though.
I mean, what a crazy way it would be if BBL do end up walking out of this series with the win, going to the qualification game, but then their pistol stat is mudded at the exact same time.
Well, I mean, it's already muddied because there's only like, what, if there's going to be 3 more pistol rounds, they're either going
Here
to
we go, though. This is... These 2 rounds now worry me for Navi, though, with what's been going on. They're allowed 2 deaths on it. Just keep an eye.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you get to this stage in the competition in playoffs, with all of that tape behind you, How can you find a way to make things different?
Looks like we got another good little trap play.
Before, the credit for them on their pistols
You got one, you dash away,
changing what the
then you got
setup
3
looked like,
passing on site. I don't see the angles are pretty good until they get over towards heaven, but
This is something similar to what we saw
you can.
on the
I mean, normally everyone peeking this angle
last time round on the attack
is
side for
isolated.
NAVI, and they walked straight into the trap.
Where are they going?
This
Are they going to
time,
dodge it?
looks like
That's a
they're
shame.
not.
Yeah, can't call it too soon. Still a minute left to go. And I don't expect NAVI to hit the site until we've burned at least another 30 seconds or so. Rapidly approaching A, 3 players from Dish. BBL at times have prioritized this space, but on this round it's just Yumpy stunned out waiting for cam contact. He's gonna dive in.
No way,
that.
the satchel.
He's satcheled away from the ledge.
Satchel stopped him.
Classic in hand, Hero wins.
He's trying to get
pistol
kills
duel,
off of his
and so
stun.
that should
It's
be the
unlucky.
NAVI second. They're gonna get this into post comfortably. Again, we talk about keeping it clean.
And BBL
Okay, at least if we look into this from Navi while we got some time, made a lot of sense, right? You got 2 people that had the Ghost and the Sheriff. The Ghost is 1 person faking over towards B, the Sheriff is towards the bottom in case they react, and the 3 with the guns are together. Like, this was just nice.
I think it's just all about exits here
Of annotation, sure, dude.
Exactly. And right now, closest player to an ult is Profek, but even then, beyond halfway gone, as the spike is going to chime all the way down. In terms of Navi,
Dude, who is this across the rope, man? Give me Angel. Angel's sending it.
Angel and Hero, and both of them are going to get an ult point. That's on their own death.
That must look pretty good from his POV.
3v3. I'd say BBL are pretty damn happy with that one.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, so are NAVI. They only lost
I mean,
2
they
of
lost
the pistol
1 gun.
players, so 3 of those rifles get kept into the next one. That's the benefits of their buy. And now this bonus round, where we have to put a lot of importance between these 2 because of what NAVI have.
Oh no, they kept everyone. Okay, yeah. This is nice.
With their bonus rounds so far. It's towards the B site where it looks like they're going to be heading into Magnum's
Got camera
utility
bottom,
a lot
they
of the
start
time.
5 bottom.
On the Cypher, those traps are just to try and contain players so that you can get a quicker flank in. Push the envelope, limit test A main, as you can already see Levin embedding himself in the space.
How close are they to ults? Angel's kind of close, that's it.
Navi are looking to split push B, but it's through the underpass that they take the long road round.
Yeah, but this is a nice default though, because they can use the camera to see if anyone pushed at any point.
You should expect that, right? It's Fracture. Just need to be careful of the positions that BBL decide to take up, but they are being so much more passive than what we usually expect from them on Fracture.
But look at Levin though, he's now starting to walk up behind the trap, fully gutted out A main.
They only show the Cypher, it's kind of nice at the moment from Navi.
First of those players. Magnum will be caught in the tower, but still Navi are yet to make their move.
Players now moving in towards tower, but that spike
Dude, what a stun that is from Yumpy. Oh my goodness, the stun from Yumpy was good.
So good in this series so far. Has done so well. They're still trying to clear him out, and he's burning the NAVI utility. And it's just staggered in the approach.
Just held down mouse 1 the whole time. That's them from. Dude, Magnum was playing great though. The stun from Yumpy really helped him out here, but Magnum had a lovely round. I think dude, he had a lot of nice rounds on Lotus as well.
The ultimate prize and shutting down the bonus.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing.
Him just perma playing Heaven. I mean, when you don't have the Teo, you can perma play Heaven. We used to see it all the time. It's such an annoying position to clear out.
They set them up perfectly, and the fact that Magnum just wide swings is able to get to it.
Like people with the Navi comp used to nade close. Like people used to nade close and then damage here.
The latter just bouncing off the side of the wall.
I don't know. We haven't had to see it because everyone just plays Teo.
I see that NAVI are bringing some ideas to the table at the very least, but needing to sharpen up on execution as the Prowler cuts through Dish. Yet to remove the trap, but that's what Angel's for. To see if there's any reaction off it, as that's what you expect from BBL. Very protocol heavy at the best of times.
Okay,
So
pressure over towards Dish, and they can go pick up another orb here as well. Especially with this camera watching close here, and you got Arcade. Arcade pretty much for free, so Veto if he wants it.
Thing, like with NAVI and how long that they're taking, if BBL begin to start to be more proactive like they did on the last round, I think what we'll find is 11 though.
It's the risk that you take.
Surely proud of this though, fast, right?
On the angle, still had the dash to go through, but the pack of Navi players as well, all onto Sociable on the side.
Nice
but his timing is exquisite. Sociable's managed to.
It's hard for them to get through these smokes.
Like
someone's just going to send it.
Plenty of stall behind this. Profec queued up in the site, supporting Magnum there as well, and arriving.
Yeah, I really would have liked Navi to try and call off the fade ult there. Like, I think they could have made it a lot easier. They took a lot of risks in like a big buy round. Kento, thanks so much for the tier 1, man. Appreciate the 34 months. Look kind of easy for BBL, huh?
Talking about it, many in particular, about how Angel thinks he's one of the best callers on Fracture, and I understand that historically maybe that's the case, but I feel as if we're now starting to get into a new era of Valorant, and at the minute it feels outdated.
Force them down to an eco, surely they don't use the ults into an eco. I mean, their stuff is nice what they do, Navi here, right? Like, and 2 rounds in terms of their buy rounds, they made like really good use of the Cypher and the Cypher camera and the info it provides. But dude, they could make it so easy for themselves if they actually got that fatal.
Again, is just trying to disrespect the offensive line and get up in their face.
Dude, look at Magnum go, by the way. Holy, bro. 3,000 for everyone as well. Just, what is this, just 1 armor? Not even 1 armor. He's on 39. They don't want us to buy anything apart from a bit of util, and they went so fast, there's not that much util.
So much value from his timings, and you'd expect that from a player of his veterancy.
It's a lightning fast round from Magnum.
It's a fast round in general. It's done by 124.
Leader of KC, obviously took them to Masters Madrid last year.
120. Yeah, dude, it's done before 115. That's a really fast round.
Round of stage 2. Straight into the next gun.
Okay, let's keep an eye on Navi, because if Angel's saying that he's one of the best callers on this map, I got to see some better stuff than what I was seeing earlier.
I mean, stuck around for too long. Sociable's committed to a spraying. That's not what you want. Magnum again.
Dude, this guy's a raid boss.
He started brilliantly, and he's got all the
he's
information that his
Parma
team
heaven.
needs.
Hero still on this lurk, trying to group up with the rest of his team now. Many times we've seen Navi attempt to execute out of dish without the necessary support to make it a success.
That's a nice shot there.
Hero just steps to the side of it.
It's just a
with
Cypher
Profec
off.
Gone. He needs to take the main space, and the hat off his head will help.
Yeah, well, because Profec is close, but they've not looked. 11 nearly got a timing.
They still haven't dealt with the camera top of sight.
Back to the Phantom he goes.
The rest of BBL are close by. Gets another, although Hero there.
Dude, the Cyphers, what is this?
Now we enter a 1 versus 3.
Honestly, Magnum, you're playing so good, mate. Go for it.
Needs this first kill onto Ruxic. If there's any chance that he gets into the site and wins this, that was the player that you had to beat.
It's my fault for having belief.
It's clean, so the scoreline finds itself tied up again.
I mean, Magnum and Tower once again proving to be an issue, but for me,
Hero cooking, dude, he had some nice shots there.
Got himself properly set up with this operator, and then Sociable here just commits a bit too long. I mean, Hero has a massive round as well.
Absolutely. You're also seeing the value of the Brim in the comp, the stopping power that Profec has.
Yeah,
on a lot of these executes as well.
And I think as well, that's the big thing.
10 to 3, 7 to 4. Everyone else is miles away.
As these smokes last so much longer.
Okay, big duel over towards here.
Already revealed. Staying on the line as the Prowler's broken for him the first.
Oi, nice shot.
Yeah,
it's nice from him though to get that first one. I cannot believe Yumpy sticks around. Okay.
Staying active, they look to push up behind the smoke, but there is a social
Yumpy might be able to sell this.
A snake in the grass,
Oh, he looked to the right, so he saw his gun barrel early.
Again, he opens up A. Round on round, Navi set in motion by their young superstar in the making.
Angel's on his way to another Fatal. He's the last round.
Many years his superior, finding the round that put Navi in front.
Well,
Speaking of ults, you got Charles ult online now as well.
I think sometimes when you see the way that they play, it can be very Turkish in nature, right?
Sociable just panicked a little bit. You'll see it on the replay. He's like 100% sure he's behind the box here, just because when he looks to the right, they see the gun. So it's like a really easy kill. You gotta be way more careful than this.
From there on, it's just a domino effect, right?
BBL
I think he's like trying to look at Yampy to see if he's going to bait for him.
NAVI only go 1 round ahead, but they have ultimates to push themselves on further and get a little bit of momentum now on this attack side.
Exactly, and I think to just wrap up that conversation as well, in terms of this new era of NAVI, the difference between it, you're seeing Hero, you're seeing Angel. Fun stat for you, Angel played his first recorded official tournament just 44 days after Hero was born. Two decades.
44 hours. We went to repo earlier, I
He's
think.
going to hate that one. But I have to say, yeah, you look back
44
to the rosters he's been
days.
a part of,
That's
FBX,
so funny.
always an international contender.
That's such a crazy. That's such a crazy stat, dude. I don't even know what to call that. Not even a stat, just a fact.
From that first or last chance qualifier, I should say, of the era.
And I like how you speak about expectations for NAVI, right? The expectation for them to be making international events, which they haven't been in the past couple of years. But
What was that? So I think he said that Angel played his first tournament 44 days after Hero was born. And now they're playing on the same team. I think that's what I heard,
especially
right?
since partnerships began, right? A team that's always been there, but not quite not. Kind of like a Crystal Palace, like always mid-table,
Robbie with the
but
tier 1,
never
thank you so much for the 30 months.
Sue's gonna hate you.
Thank
She's
you, thank you. Maybe get Mini on it as well.
Sorry. But there you go.
Norwich, mate. I don't know what you can.
Okay, and you support Celtic, so we'll carry on. Everybody's a loser today.
Just stabbing each other in the back.
Yeah. But someone's got to win and move one step closer to that
That's so
qualification
nuts.
match. Book a ticket to the 6. Right now,
Okay, well the
BBL
money that started to get really good
the
is
more
getting
likely
low,
to do so.
and
Navi have responded
you
well
would
on their
imagine
pick
that
and
Navi
fracture.
are kind of fine because they're
60
ults again.
seconds for either side coming into the gun round.
Flop MZ, I
Starting
think
to
so
look
much
at
for the
some of the
primate.
ults
Appreciate the
available.
2
One of them,
months.
the Blades. It's a
But we
very
go fast with this. But he's going to clear all the top side as well, so they still don't know that someone went Dish, and this is a camera that only spots close, so there's still a question mark over towards Dish at the moment.
But also when
Trip
you look at
gets
drop, there's a camera
shot,
to
so they
clear
know
out
for
that
sure that they're
position as
taking
well.
top
So
side.
BBL should have a good idea of what they want to do. And you look towards
You
the
can
players
just
on
ult
the
send
map.
this.
8
Ult send
of
it, but
them,
honestly
or
the
sorry,
trips might
7
own
are
them.
towards this A side, and one of them is Magnum.
His name holds the weight because of what we've seen in these previous rounds. Always good for at least 2 kills. That's been the story since Lotus. Oh, what a clear.
Dude, Yampy, you're crazy. He might have done enough though.
Gets one back.
Oh.
4 on 4, forced out, just riding the wave. Prophet responding. BBL focusing on holding the sand
do they really
space
put
with
that-
the ult in play, and Levin
Sure.
still keeping his position
Oh.
in Dish.
Wait,
Angel
what happened
goes
there?
down as collateral on the way out.
And both players are stuck out towards main, and you look at the post-plant utility, and it's terrible.
Levin now
He had
expecting
it.
that reposition. The steps would have been hurdle. The zipline, sorry, from his teammates. That's the
Yeah,
call.
that's a good call.
And so Levin has the dagger.
Okay, very nice from BBL.
And so BBL immediately
Look like
respond, and all
Angel
that came through. The timeout and the
heavily
proactivity that they
mistimed
bring
this
from the
ult.
barrier drop.
Yeah,
Not as bad as the
that's
Governor, but this looked pretty
absolutely
rough.
massive. Rolling Thunder used as well from Shao. That's a great entry from Koala.
Planted.
Oh boy.
The players having white noise pumped into their headphones, they'll still be able to feel the vibrations on the stage. Yumpy loving life. As the op has come out for Levin, credits saved with only the knives used previously.
The cage,
Koala
yeah, the
quick to close
cage
down
like
on the
blocked
A
vision
space,
of it,
but
so he didn't
no player
know
made.
for sure if it had
The
gone
setup
by.
for the sight hold. Prophet, big duel, but goes down to Hero.
I'm stuck once again to
Bro,
how?
the ciphers are insane.
He finds at least 2. Spike can go down, but at what cost?
Spike planted.
3-on-3 situation, post-plant, Na'Vi.
Great, Yampy's a good IGL.
player
I think
to
he's
flank
doing
from either
great, to
side.
be
It's
honest.
purely
His
from
mid round has
Spawn
been
that they
nice.
make
The
this
preset rounds are good.
reprisal,
He's
and
just
with
like
Koala
he's a
now
very good
stacking up the
leader.
showstopper
He's
and
always like our
eggshells.
emotional leader anyway.
There's a whole lot of utility he can use to keep them in place.
Going to clear out Koala though, so BBL have an idea.
Saving it all for post instead. Na'Vi want the long game.
That's the big thing, is whether they'll have the chance to do it. As Levin finds a player and drop and gets
Huge
stunned
stun.
down. Manages to try and escape
What a stun that
towards
was.
blocks, but
Every single player is falling to show.
I guess you got to tap and not have two in a line, but that's pretty hard to organize. Especially with the
as Hero cuts him out. NAVI keep their advantage. It's very quickly turned into a one-round game. This was a huge duel, a deciding one there that you saw on Dish. Hero's been
OLED, it doesn't work like that, mate.
The Cypher on either
I'll
side
take the
Magnum
bits,
gets a
but
couple in
you can't be
main.
messing with the train.
But the big decision for me on the round made by NAVI is the fact that Koala is disciplined enough to keep his utility, backtrack from sand, support the rest of the team main, and we do see a
12 to 5, 10 to 5. Look at everyone else, man. Look at the Cyphers go. It's nuts.
I think that's the big thing, right? Is Koala might not be getting value in terms of those kills, but he's certainly getting it in terms of the space. Setting up his team. B side needs to be careful. Hello.
Okay.
Levin out of left field.
What happened
gets
here?
Value. Profek another. No upgrades. Levin looks against it, but with bodies dropped in arcade, there are upgrades to be had.
It's a good move though from Hero.
But he has to be
It's a shame that no one else did it with their ults, to be honest, but they have a lot of ults.
And in saying that, Hero's actually just completely
Speaking of ults, Raze ults make sure they can't take space. Oh boy.
Support, but he's a little too far out.
Dude, NAVI put double into this chat. If they lose, this it is giant.
Rooksik's playing within the smoke as well. The players on site. BBL are closing in. Very close. Profek caught in the molly.
Oh, that's a bit of a disaster. Dude, NAVI have so many disaster rounds.
It was a one-round game, but I didn't mean on the eco. Again, BBL find a way to
Dude,
do it.
show me how the first two kills went down, though.
A pace safe card, thrifty, in fact. And with the scoreline at 5-5 right now, I know looking at the compositions, you only have that slight difference of initiators.
I guess he's walked through the smoke of the contact, but still.
How many more rounds do NAVI need to carry into the second half? I mean, that is the question that we'll be asking ourselves, and a long while before we get the answer. NAVI beginning to time out.
The instant face
that one
palm.
was a very tough loss. In terms of what BBL do well, it's just a one-run
The instant face palm into the timeout is incredible.
You get aggressive, and through that conduit,
Dude, this must be if NAVI loses 2-0, really rough to watch back from them.
I think for the next couple of rounds as well, you've got to be thinking about the game plan from NAVI and where they want to go, right? They have been very slow at the start. They've started to quicken up the pace now as we head into these later rounds. And if they slow it back down again, there's a couple of ultimates that they can get back up online. For instance,
massive round. Looks like they're buying it. Dude, they're so close to ults, but as we saw in that other round, they were kind of close to ults and they didn't call around being a one way or one orb away from an ult. So hopefully with the timeout, they can come up with a better plan than they did earlier.
This round, so
they gotta be careful
for
of this.
NAVI to stay in the latter end of this half. It's the penultimate one. It's also the economy where it could go either way. Exactly. The op has been regenerated.
Joshua Riz, thank you so much for the 2 months, man. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for that.
With how slow NAVI have been in some of these rounds, you're wondering if this is where we see the pace.
Dude, yeah, Yampy was fiddling around with something. I thought it might be a tech pause.
That's a little slow for my liking. I'll give you that, mate. All good. Invisible barrier, Levin just holding back for us. So, I believe we should be ready to jump in just a second. But, I mean, while we have a moment, NAVI coming out of that pause.
What team do you think is kind of bad at the moment, but the individuals win rounds? What the hell? Yeah. I mean, honestly, the closest to that right now is Vitality, man.
Time to talk about it as the
Vitality have some pretty rough rounds.
Being told is now live.
But their individuals are sick.
Yeah, no, this is not slow at all. This is going to be quick towards arcade and sociable. It's good for one, but that's it. And Levin's still stationary, as BBL don't know if this is a full commitment towards B or not, but you can already see
you can still pick up the orb for Shao though, right?
Instead in the form of Magnum, and Profek to partner up with him. 2v1 on Hero.
Oh, damn, he nearly got another there, yeah. He was ready for the second push.
Koala Noob is going in searching of that trade onto Profek.
I think you expect this angle.
All the way on that bridge side, and Profek moves out on that duel. Spike was under, and now you look to Levin. Still closing in with the op in hand and has the cross. Likes of Duel excellently. Now,
Oh, smoke, fake dash that's going away with the plant. Still not Xiao getting the plant as well. Xiao's been one away from his ult the whole round.
Duly noted. It's a good
They
position that
both
they
play off-site. No smokes to block vision, good plant.
As well as the molly hit. So long as there's a surface to send it through. Yampy needs to be careful because both players can challenge him.
Yeah, how aware is Yampy going to be that they're both playing off-site here?
Peek to come in from his right.
Oh, that's Veto.
He
knows where the stun came from.
And Rooksik's
Good molly.
This is going to deny Yampy getting on
Yampy.
Yampy's just disrespected it and walked right through.
Oh god, it's so close.
The way of Rooksik. But trading places Yampy on site, half stick.
Oh.
This is going to get close. Goes down to the wire, but Yampy
he tried it.
Rooksik calls his bluff. Navi do get to 6, but not without tribulation.
Cafe Bleach, thanks so much for the 2 years, mate. Thank you for that.
In the arena from the BBL fans.
Yeah, it's gone fast, man. Appreciate you being here, dude.
And for a minute there, honestly, like I feel as if this duel right here, where Prophet just misses out on getting his
Perfect
own,
had to win that duel.
could have been the decider in the round. And Levin
It's such a strong
trying to
angle as well.
Yampy, and Yampy just being 1 or 2 seconds too late. That from Rooksik.
He knows you're low. He knows you're low. Nice.
It was just so fundamentally well played. I think, you know, BBL will
Fade only hits 1. They know that all of heaven is free.
The Prowler's not found him. What?
Yeah, they still breach shot
to the side of that one.
into the tail.
Armageddon coming in. Koala safe from it for now. The spike is heading A.
What are my comms like here? Have we ulted this when Fade's cleared everywhere and then we got killed by the person that the Fade ult hit?
With them Burn and Angel Navi to get that space on A, is it worth it realistically? Yampy's here, they'll be able to give the information to the rest of the team. In terms of how they get back into this one, it's going to be pretty tough because Navi's had all the time in the world to set up this post.
The Prowler went for the guy's spawn.
Caged off.
Wait, really?
Rafters. Koala keeping watch. Paint shells.
It didn't hit anyone's spawn.
Support Rooksik.
Only hit 1.
Main right now, and in that endeavor,
How
screwed 2 players from BBL taking away important real estate. Xiao nowhere safe to stand on site, and as much as Hero will try to find
I felt like
one
BBL
kill,
did great here.
the round will evade them entirely. It's a tied score at the half as BBL have gotten right.
Yeah, this
back
was a
into
weird
this.
one.
Yeah, you
I
asked
would,
the question,
I would love to know what
Hazza.
Prowler you guys are
The
talking
rounds that
about.
Navi's got, is it going to be enough heading
The
into
Prowler
next
didn't go
half?
for Loon for some reason. It didn't look onto the weird. BBL look better. Yeah, Navi is making too many mistakes. Some of the calls I think should be better. Yeah, I don't want to lose the spot though, Des. Maybe I can open a new. Maybe I can open a new one. Have a look if I can find it. Let's see. Where did the Prowler go? Which round are we on? Veto goes out. Prowler. Wait! What? He goes for the guy at the back? Veto goes in. Oh, it did hit the breach, and then it goes into the the brim, and then it goes for the brim. No way, dude. That's nuts. I was looking, I didn't even see that it hit the brim. Oh, that's pretty unlucky. They went for the fast trail. But still, I don't get the breach ult. You still fade all out. And in the fade ult you hear sound, but then you know sight's clear. The breach ult for that is still wrong. But he got unlucky on his fast staff.
Many attacking rounds brought onto the defense as they were able to. The last time we saw them play this one against GX, improvements have been made, but in the face of a brand new BBL who are back with a capital B, the question is, can they win every single pistol that we've seen so far? 3 under their belt, but the 4th would be a real difference maker. It would. On top of that, a few players coming into this said that they wanted BBL in the playoffs. But is it too much for them to chew? That's the question that we ask ourselves.
3-0 in the pistols. And without them, I think NAVI would have been absolutely annihilated.
NAVI start their defense towards B main. Something NAVI have always been good at is creating a lot of pressure.
Okay, maybe good reads on this one. As soon as Jumpy sees that fade eye, he's out of there.
Setup. You can see both trap wires on A, first of which spotted on dish. Magnum to remove it. The rest of BBL are heading arcade. Shao would have heard that zip wire being used as well and calling to his team. Remember that B main position is going to be huge for NAVI, and BBL are heading into it. Important that they look to try and clear this, because
this gets a little bit weird timing-wise. There's a Cypher off over towards A as well.
Typically stem from not having the ideal control once they reach post-plant. B site was, their preference on a lot of rounds played. It will be here again, and after just having a tiny little look towards main, we're back to square one for both teams. NAVI re-investigating, and so are BBL.
The smoke's going to block them out though, right? 3 smokes? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a free site. Still a big jewel over towards A. Looks like... Wait. Camera goes out as well. So now they know there's only one over towards side. They want to fast floods. They know there's one here, so they know there's weak on site, but kind of just running into a crossfire.
Is extremely open, and Magnum, well, he is going to get caught, so is Prophet. This is
dude, the crouches.
Round, and again it goes Navi's way. Or will it go BBL's?
Oh my god, Roxy. Dude, they can't get a pistol.
And that is 4 for 4 for NAVI. Such a bloody cursed stat, man. You come in with 71% pistol win rate. It's a huge target on your back. I would love to know from our stat man in the house on the case, Captain Cow, to see
I cast them. Yeah, I said on Patch Chat that it's not sustainable. If anything, I predicted this.
Frustration, but I think the big thing is you don't win rounds, or you don't win maps on pistol rounds. No. You win it on
Oh, we're going for this again? Okay, Yampy buys him the Outlaw, gets the heavy armor out. I guess he's going for the Stinger again. He's been practicing a little bit. How many people can get one shot? Oh, only the one this time?
In VCT EMEA so far. Magnum noted towards top side with a Prowler. And that's another callback to the previous round as well, where NAVI were... did a great job at maintaining this control late round. Great map material to use to just converge on the site and make that post even more difficult for BBL. As again, they group up for this B hit. Tower's going to be an issue, especially with Hero sitting here.
Oh boy.
Oh, and he's out in the shop window, but I tell you what.
Yeah, he's happy to be alive though.
Shots are worth every
nice kill.
Hero. Second kill picked up already.
Good hit. Again, both of the Cyphers, man. They just look great.
Levin loosening his grip on the gun, and BBL the round. Yumpy with just 1 point of health. It's one of those situations where you're saying, okay,
he got another?
I've got 40 seconds left on the clock. If I can... Oh, no, I'm dead. Maybe try and plan for the next.
Yeah, that's a very clean round though. Heavy armory by 2 of them.
Yeah, there's nothing better on your bonus rounds, right? To move into your bonus rounds with. You look at that buy once again, it gets even better. And this is like what BBL love to do. Like, they just get Yampy on a Stinger and send them in somewhere. I mean, you think towards the last time when it happened on Lotus, he was able to get a double.
I love how he just looks at it.
For this round, it looks as if BBL are going to look towards the B side. Yeah.
Okay, Ruxic. I guess they picked it up as well. It's only one person that he can one-shot on this Yampy, so we'll keep an eye on if Yampy kind of oversteps a little bit. Dude, he might get a good timing here.
Oh. But Magnum is quite the surprise for him. BBL player advantage. It's like they want to just run this one straight into sight. Will they be allowed to? Because Navi's right here and willing to brawl. Although the smokes that they're trying to respect.
Nade Teva looks good, right?
I mean, so much dropped
yeah, but I mean, Yampy did his job here though. He had the worst gun, gets the plant down.
Get his revenge in main. 3-on-3 the situation as it stands, but that's when BBL start to fire back. Cannon-like is Levin.
rallying off, shot after shot.
See if he can do damage. He kind of wants to die here just so that he can have his ult, right? He can buy next.
Is best used in the next. Immediate response.
No?
Navi's
Okay.
bonus is shut down.
This is the second time where we see NAVI get a great buy coming into the bonus round, and they can't do anything with it. I mean, sure, you get 2 kills, but I mean, one of them comes through the combination of utility.
I mean, it's not too bad money-wise.
The Rolling Thunder moving into the next. Sure, they posed a question to BBL in terms of
They get
how many
1.9, he
different
gets 1,000.
avenues that NAVI approached, but all in all, BBL had all the answers.
Doesn't mean that he can, he can up earlier.
Back-to-back nade kills for Koala Noob. BBL on the site, making it look easy. It's those brim smokes again that we were talking about earlier. It's now one off of the showstopper.
60% now. What was it before? 71, right?
As there you go, that's your update. 11% taken off the top, but BBL won't care so long as they can look their spot in the qualification game.
Dude, the Prowlers. The Prowlers are absolutely wrecking Angel at the moment.
A nice bait and switch on the entry, but
Oh, it's a nice little kill though once they're running over towards site. And honestly, with how it's been going, that's probably the most important player to kill.
With Angel gone here and no C's, it's way more difficult to combo that util.
Good nade.
Lucky to find a nade kill this time.
Oh, dude, it did so much damage, right? 77? I thought it did a little more than that.
But he's also received a decent bit. You look at him, 14 points of health.
On to 11, can't handle it, can't muster up the strength to suffice the Na'Vi push as it comes back through. Sociable already with a chunk.
Dude, double stun.
Now online, but Prophet's found 3. Yumpy watching over from the tower. The captain's help support, but it's on to Sociable, undetected. And only one player left in front. No time for the
No way, one?
take this head on.
One?
And Sociable does exactly
Dude, and they got and they kind of miscommed it a little bit. They lost track of people. Who was dead? Angel should have been more on top of this. Cypher ult goes in. He should be pressing the map and looking at the info. Yeah, he should be getting info, working out where people are for the calls, counting down who dies where.
That's crazy from Prophet.
Yeah, he shouldn't be allowed to be able to do this.
As well. Astra so high on the APM. You can see what it means.
Couple of comms issues as well.
When,
feels like from Navi.
You're giving a young player the confidence to just go
Yeah,
ahead and
you
play his own
say.
game. All right, Prophet, go put the smokes down, and then you can just shoot them. It's so much less.
Dude, another error that forced him down to an eco as well.
think
Dude,
for me as
Perfect
well,
did
it's nice to see
unbelievable there. Yumpy had a
his
really good
time in
stun
the
to
sun
help him
here.
out.
'Cause you look
I want
at
to say
the
this is
last
tactical,
map,
but who knows in
bottom
EMEA.
of the scoreboard wasn't getting that much impact in terms of the kills department. But as for right now, I mean, top of the leaderboard, right?
It's the anchors on both sides which are having their time in the sun.
And I mean, it was the same for Hero in the last map. He was
Fixed.
only able to get
Okay.
7 kills.
Another
What do you reckon? They use ults into the eco?
has found
They completely
a serious
ruin
upswing
everything.
in performance in 25 so far. I'll be putting the faith in him, repaying that trust with 20 kills already. Silent start to this one as well. BBL are making a lot of noise, but it's behind closed doors in their own territory, top side of the map. Not often you see Levin as the lurker. He's the one player slowly making his way through A main.
Need to be careful of drop here because Hero's trying to play close by and aggressive as well.
A lovely little trap play on this one. Well, there's one of the ults. Camera spot, stun, Brimble. It's a classic.
BBL is slowly creeping into this. I mean, look, we've got a
And it gets
on Koala. We've got
Oh.
a gun on Hero. That's gone. Showstopper available. This is scary.
It is scary, but for
Yeah, and
realistically,
they
how
go.
long
They go.
would
Jesus.
BBL have dealt with
And there goes one of your ults as well into this one. You had the ult set up on the eco.
Koala maybe just thinking of going to collect the rifle that's sitting
Look
in
at that
dish.
though.
He's already
Did
got his ultimate.
get in that kill? Was it Magnum that got the kill? We got the kill heaven here.
That's the big
That was a
thing.
big
You've
kill.
got to remember coming into this round, there was the stat line about how good NAVI actually are on their ecos. They're one of the worst
Is
in the
Yumpy?
region
That was a really important kill.
converting thrifty rounds.
Just making sure you have a plan coming into every round, and already Navi in the back of their minds will be deliberating how the next one opens up, because this is all BBL up against
whole
the
setup
eco.
with the ult on
It's
an
their chance to get
eco.
in front, a free hit perhaps.
Then maybe I don't know. They maybe got a little greedy for the gun, but it's pretty much just a gap in the.
I liked this set piece, and to be fair, to give credit where it's due, it's a big investment to make in a round like this.
I mean, yeah, he's not wrong. It's a huge investment.
At the same time, you say it's a big investment. Navi got everything right but the fights.
Yeah, but they got the worst guns.
The conversation I opened up earlier, yeah, they do have an assistant coach working with them now as well, NAVI, so that's a benefit. I think from Happy's time on M80, so much of that support network was with Gunter, who then went to Sentinels, of course, later down the road, playing a lot of meta stuff. And there's a fun story with it as well, with Chippy coming in while he's not based in Berlin. He's provided important insight, the team has said, and it's a nice moment as well because he was previously with Bait, another Ukrainian organization, and it's a continued investment in the local scene because the first time that he met with Navi was at one of their own events ran in Kyiv. So actually, when you look back, there is that investment in the roots. The question is, do they have any more?
Would you or a gorilla win? Bro, you could have 100 me's and the gorilla's still winning. The problem is, none of me is going to go in fast. Everyone's going to be baiting the first guy, so no one wants to go in fast, and then that's a disaster, man. We're all running about. It's just not a thing. Like, I'm not going in fast, dude.
It's the ultimates that's most important, and Qualanub has that iconic operator in hand. Even a showstopper to bail him out if it's needed.
Best op in EMEA. His words, not mine.
I think after the last map,
100 wingmans? Oh, dude, I'm running at them. At that moment, I'm the gorilla, bro. I want to be the first in. Punt all of them. Give me a giant football field with some goals.
Offered the most duels head to head. This op continuing to float.
Okay, we got everyone that can't buy next.
BBL on this round, but main is
this
where
is the round.
Comes from, and the reposition is swift from Koala Noob. Trading places with Angel.
I think it's interesting that we're seeing Sociable actually be the lock towards the top side.
A few times he has gone solo with the drone. Just raise a question mark or two, but Navi starting to gravitate towards B now. It's the op under fire! Koala!
That is a shot, dude. That's such a sick shot. That looks unbelievable.
Player advantage, Navi, less than 30 seconds. BBL have got to commit.
Yeah, it's all about the recovery though, and Magnum being one of those players that could be the chance to save them as he comes in for a late flank, but how much time will he realistically have to get value here?
Dude, Magnum's in a solid spot.
He might have heard the steps.
Oh, they were so on top of it. Maybe from the camera info, maybe they had a step, not too sure. Dude, nice round from Koala.
Up in his hands. The
Oh, 4K? Dude, they could use that in some kind of movie or something. That was sick. That first shot was so nice.
Kill that keeps Navi going. That's the exact kind of bounce back that you needed from
the first shot's one of the most satisfying ones you can get in Valorant, I think. Look at it.
It's just happened, right?
It's a good little slow-mo pause. Damn, it was sick.
Improve, right, to show us exactly what he's made of, especially in this important match. And yeah, and with that being said, like, this next round, for me, with 4 ultimates that BBL have...
What is this one from Navi? Stun close to set him up as well.
Oh, that's if you don't give him half a chance already. Profek has spotted out that player, bitten the bullet. Util dump on the site. Aftershock buying a bit more time for Navi to get in position either side of Gen.
I was thinking about this.
Not yet responding though. Spike goes in.
My goodness.
Bring this to post. 5 on 5.
Chaos.
They want to push the line.
Yeah, again though, still those ultimates are available, and they're good post-plant ultimates.
Yeah, they got lovely after plant.
First kill picked up. Blades wide 11, landing his shots. Navi falling a player at a time. Roxic finally to restore any order, but it goes down early.
They got to save.
And so BBL are staring at the strong possibility of double digits.
It's a lovely answer back from BBL.
Koala making his way out, and again the op is good for the duel. It was that first missed bullet that just opened the floodgates, though, and as soon as BBL got on site, they were never giving up the Ghost.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah, I wonder if Navi have to fight that earlier with how many they had there at the beginning.
How they were watching the smokes and trading off one another, and the fact
They like saved the stun, like they wanna have a second layer to fight.
I mean, it's a massive
So I was thinking, like, once they spot, do they not just stun and then everyone swings?
More to get aggressive in these situations, fight towards Gen, have a player wrap around spawn.
BBL, no, they
This lurk
absolutely
has been
sent this.
consistently threatened at this point in time, so NAVI are caught in the headlights, looking both ways. So barriers are about to drop.
It's an important one.
Koala has guessed correctly.
Two and three.
Trained on the line, but can he find the shot?
Our bro's getting stunned off this line though, right?
Will be massive.
There's the stun.
A
good stun back.
It's been spot on, but still no bullets really flying.
You gotta give me that big fade eye over the top here.
Oh, no, I like this from NAVI as well. Smoke goes up.
Smokes out and he doesn't want to fade eye us.
Seeing if they could clear underpass behind it, but say Levin has already made his way around. He was the one player they were looking to clear out.
The timing's insane, missing.
Okay, Navi kind of wanted. They prowled back. That up over towards the angle. It's like a little passive angle though. It's not like a strong angle just because he doesn't want to get caught by someone going underpass. Strong crossfire. How many smokes they got left? 2? Oh, they gotta do close smokes.
Yellow shirts on the line, ready to defend the site. But they have
smokes
struggled
go
to
in.
hold on. Could this be the time? The ult comes in. Hero can give himself a little more sustain with the cage. Drops down to the next
No way, man. Hero did good though. The rest of his team's dead, but it's impressive from him.
Clean the slate. The op's still up for Koala, but
You might have to save this one again.
Looking at now. This is a tough pill to swallow, and not
Yeah,
the
we got
first
that
time
jet
NAVI
luck.
have been put in this situation. No save as 11.
Yeah, and they got no money now.
To backstab. This is number 11.
Yeah, and the fact
Dude,
that they get
BBL
rid
are
of the
owning
operator
them.
as well. You know,
Double pistol here again.
The economy state. NAVI won't have the money to get Koala back on the operator. I mean, I don't even know if they'll have enough money to get everyone on a rifle.
Spins back to the early decision making as well. Sure, Levin burns the dash to get out of dodge and move towards the other side of the map. You're then missing that gap close basically, right? That's what you want to try and bypass a lot of the traps on site if you pair it with the updraft. Hero playing top site on A. The BBL are just so diligent to clear it, and instead they set him up as the deposit. He's the player that then turns into the flank. They're changing up the ebbs and flows of the way that they're playing, reading between the lines. It's really, really nice macro that we're seeing from them. It just makes it so difficult to read if you're Navi. Like, they have the stack of bodies on the site, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Yampy knows what it means as well. Force him down to an eco. Z Get Wolf, thanks so much with the Prime, mate. Appreciate the 6 months. Thank you for that, dude.
As we move into 2 rounds
What is this? What is this? Is this a force?
NAVI.
Kinda. A weird one. We haven't fully gone in. Like, surely we have a Bucky in heaven as one of the backup guns. Okay, we're basically all in.
Here. At the same time, NAVI made their way all the way through A main here. They've got so much information. As BBL
This is nice though, but what do they do with the trip here? They have a camera, so they kind of know that they're not over the city. Instead of breaking the trip, he should probably satchel this from far back so they don't know about it.
And it's sociable drone just going as a
Dude, imagine someone takes the rope across.
Actually, to set up Yumpy in Dish.
Okay, this is going to leave him, and then he can react by satcheling over and not breaking it. So this is a pretty good call from Navi, and leave the 2 there.
As you can see, the spike
And leave the 1 there even. We go back.
Towards A, but no,
One person fake with a smoke at spawn. Prowler goes in, kind of clears it. Dude, imagine a Bucky in heaven right now. You'd be farming him. Hello, heaven.
Can the site itself hold on B?
Timing here, and Ruxik's the one who comes out on top. And again, Navi taking advantage into the post plan. Oh, momentarily.
What? How does he win that?
BBL should be expecting the second player here as well to try and
how does he win that?
Back
to back?
Sociable doesn't need the support. Angel's only got a sheriff. It's a nice couple of shots
Ooh,
from him. And with
big
the
ult clears everywhere.
It's Yumpy that's got to stand the test now.
He's managed to dodge the Nightfall and has utility to work with.
Stun and a flash. Could it be enough?
Angel, you got all you till mate.
Ruxic, no molly. Haunt not yet landing. Yumpy still hiding around the corner, that's half. Yumpy still biding his time, looking to win it out. The one.
Oh, Yumpy. He's absolutely owned him. Dude, they forced into this as well. Really nicely played from him.
That's map and series point. Hazard, this is getting far too close in NAVI. You look at what they have into the next round and it does not look good if you're a NAVI fan. That's a few times now, more than a handful. But it's more than a handful that NAVI have found themselves in an advantage.
Okay,
and
three goes at it. 3 goes at it.
What a moment for Yumpy.
They got the better ults.
To help fly.
Navi kind of far away from the ults.
Against the Turkish players on the other side of the server.
Man.
Born himself in Finland, but learning the language quickly. A brother to Levin
Morpheus United, thank you so much for the 2 years, bro. Thank you for that as well. Appreciate the support, man. Thank you for the tier 1.
And now just 1 round away from a 4th consecutive win. The first in the organization's history.
They still have enough to buy rifles? I mean, yeah, but
playoff game.
At what cost?
Thing to push this over the line.
One's a bulldog, one's no armor. Might have been missing his util. I didn't fully check it. Doesn't look like it though.
They are getting proactive, starting to look towards A main. They've done this a couple of times now.
Yeah, I mean they've successfully, once they lose a bit of map control, have been able to walk out A for free.
To the B site, but the cam has caught them in transition.
That should be an easy call now for NAVI to commit to. Levin still in B main as well.
So much utility for the defense to try and stop this. Kill trap on site. Hero supported by the smoke. Ruxic the first.
A great fade, to be fair.
Reveal. The Haunt lighting up everyone on BBL, and NAVI starting to pick up the kills for themselves. Hero's still alive on site. Shao going down in the smoke as it opens up. Sociable can't find any more than just that.
He can one-shot everyone.
His ult for the next
yeah.
round, you think?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. No, he's not going to invest in his.
No
Surely
time.
not. There's no time, Prophet.
Dude, that's scary
like
though.
A bit of a waste in the end.
That got scary. Man, Angel's having a bit of a nightmare in this best of 3. Both on calling and on some shots and fragging.
Yeah,
and Yuto has probably been owning him.
Eager from both sides, but you win that round. At what cost?
And he said his thank you again with the prime preach of the 14 months. Thank you, thank you.
Still a lot of these players finding themselves.
Thank you for saying that as well, dude. I agree. Everyone here is super nice.
Economy, and it's so important in these last couple of rounds. BBL.
The money. I mean, yeah, the fact that he killed everyone. Well, apart from. Okay. The fact that he killed everyone apart from one is pretty big as well.
They can get themselves over the line.
BBL
I like this timeout as well.
You're certainly not going to be coming into the last round with the best money on the block.
Actually, nobody with a tier 1 as well. Thank you for the 11 months.
You've still got the
Not even worried about the train. You're talking about DRX, not being worried. It's Nick as well. Thank you so thanks so much, Nick. Appreciate the 12 months. Thank you for the tier 1 as well, you too.
Koala's showstopper.
I think we'll find these last couple of rounds on a knife.
Where are the ults at now? Because they just used one into that. They still got sociables ult. That's pretty much all they're getting for this, really.
Who's able to stay alive?
Koala might get this for the next. Oh, this might get close. Because these 2 ults are going to be in line for next rounds, you would imagine. Yeah, so I think this is their best chance to win it.
Credit to Profek for going for that. Yeah, I mean there is a
they missed out on a little bit of util, not too much, couple of light armors. But I think this is probably their best chance, because if they do lose this, you would imagine there's some ults online. Or we go for the stun damage salvos. Yeah, or you haven't seen this one, Shao? Or you gotta commit, mate. Yeah, you gotta watch some games, my guy. You gotta just commit and stick around the corner.
Sort of Gentlemates do the same before as well, so credit to them. They might have been knocked out of the competition by BBL, but
still got to be looking at Magnum looking towards this B side, but as the execute comes in, BBL still keep themselves in front. It's the star boy Levin who does it once again.
Look at Magnum though. That's the trap broken and the B site hold.
Ewolf, thanks so much for the 6 months, man.
NAVI elsewhere.
That's so fine,
rotating
Ewolf.
through spawn. The question
I
is,
appreciate
does
the
Magnum
prime
wanna fight
giveaway.
them ahead of schedule, and it seems like that's going to be the answer.
He died to stun? Nah, it's Salvo's breach damage. Stun fast. Loon tanks it for the spike, but 2v2 got it down. They know where Koala is?
One of his own, he'll get his second as well as Koala goes down. A 1 versus 2 for the Turkish player to deny against the Turkish organisation. And both players are disconnected. This is so winnable.
Nicely done. Dude, BBL won and they got 0 pistols. Like, they actually owned them. They really, really did. It's impressive. Impressive to do this so easy. I think NAVI, in my opinion, kind of messed up the map Veto slightly. Well, we said that at the beginning. But dude, even if map Veto aside, if you're winning double pistol, you gotta be taking at least one of the maps. I feel like Angel had a bit of a shocker and the calling wasn't good.
A rematch against Heretics from kickoff. And Cairo, you just have to say that throughout today,
Yampy did good though.
Even in situations
Had some impact. I feel like honestly, the person who did the best was Magnum, man. Magnum is insane.
They responded right away.
The fans showing their appreciation for NAVI, though. You'll feel a little bit hard.
NAVI, yeah, again, in my opinion, they should have picked Icebox, but they would have won Icebox. I have no doubt about it.
Keep it up, and I think as well, coming out of the Vitality game, the stocks were high for NAVI.
FNS is roasting me again. Dude, why does FNS keep coming for me? What's going on here? What's he saying this time?
That was always going to be the question. Could you retain the stability that Angel alluded to being a potential problem with this team? Performance, something so important, the reason for bringing in that extra coaching staff. I have to say,
he's mimicking
this is a
me.
NAVI
Oh boy.
team which is very well on its way to, you know, getting to those global events potentially, or at least finding itself in further playoff stages with the looking to move on. But it's just that consistency that you already mentioned that seems to be coming back to plague them.
Yeah, 100%. I think we are waiting for
Mimic him? I don't worry. When it's the off season and I start playing the game, I'll mimic him. Don't you worry about that.
I'm excited to hear what he's got to say.
We're on a similar level when it comes to that.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined here by Sociable and Yaman. I know that this just happened, but of course, Show Moscow and Sociable, congratulations. What was the performance that we saw from you today?
Anladım. I think it's
sorry, I
not
couldn't
our
resist.
full potential for me because we lost every pistol.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think we can do better against Heretics.
Oh,
I mean, yeah.
okay, you're already
I agree.
jumping from questions. We have some fans that definitely, you gave them something to cheer for today. Also, on the other side of the stage, there was Ruxic. You know, you played with him, played against him. How was it going up against him again?
It's good. Last time I play against Ruxic, he was won, and now I won. I think he's an incredible player, Ruxic. Also, their team. Yeah, it's fine for us.
Okay, a little bit of the elephant in the room. Going into today, you had a very high, just very high pistol win rate today. None of them. It didn't matter. You still managed to turn the game around and win in a 2-0 fashion. What happened throughout those pistols? Because they were very, very close. Do you think that NAVI had very big preparation coming into today?
I don't know what happened, but I think 2 or 3 pistols we just give entry for 0 reason, and after only 1 round I think we have advantage and we throw. And sometimes it's happen. They are good pistol players maybe, but it's not important.
Not important when you get to rifles and you win the rounds, right? Yeah. You already mentioned it. Moving ahead and 1 win away from Toronto. You're going to go up against Team Heretics. What do you make of them? They've, of course, finished their stage 5-0, but what is your personal opinion? Do you see that maybe they have a weakness?
I just want to say one thing for Heretics. Mountains are there to be climbed one day.
Okay, okay. Definitely like that. Speaking about your individual performance, we have this thing about who's going to be the best Tejo in the region. Do you think you should be up for contention? Because definitely you made a case for yourself today. You've had a brilliant performance on the Tejo, and we're looking for the best Tejo in the region. Do you think that your name should be put up there? Do you consider yourself to be within the top of the region?
Region'in en iyisi olarak çok iyi oynadın, çok iyi performans sergiledin. Region'in en iyisi olarak görülmek istiyor musunuz? Düşünüyor musunuz?
Bana mı takıma mı?
Evet, sana soruyorum.
No idea.
Really? Well, I'll make the case for you. We should definitely put you up there. Also, as you can see in the back of us, Fnatic is going to be playing against FUT. FUT already also have a pretty decent Tejo. Who are you supporting today?
That was funny, bro.
I think FUT, but I'm sorry for Alpha.
I'm sorry, Alpha. Oh, he gives you a heart. Yeah. It's Alpha. He's wholesome. Well, thank you very much, Sociable. First time that we see BBL in play.
That was so good, man.
Before I say goodbye, do you want to say something to the crowd that came to
see you today? A minute long
today?
for the question, they just no idea.
Oh, shh. 1, 2, 3. BBL.
And that is not all that we have for you today.
They got her up at the end. That's funny.
Sorry.
Sorry. Okay, nice little 2-0 for them, dude. 2-0, and they lost no pistols. Wait, they lost 4 pistols even. Try that one again. Watch the FNS clip shot. What's he done now, man? What's this guy done now?
Yo, we're talking about fucking the Vatican and shit, and then I just know Sliggy is sitting here like, really, I don't know about that comp, but I feel like if they had just played Teo or like a similar comp, I feel like they would have had a better chance.
I mean, he's not wrong though.
And like, do you know what I mean? It just doesn't feel like they could have done. They should have won at least 1 pistol for sure. Those 1 HP clutches, man. Those clutches, man. That's brutal. That's brutal. You know he's like locked in, and I'm sitting here talking about the fucking Vatican, dude.
For God's sake. There's nothing wrong with being locked in. There's nothing wrong with being locked in, just saying that. Oh my goodness. Why is it so loud? He's upset, dude. It was pretty good though. I'll give him that. I've actually watched a fair amount. He's kinda got me locked down. Okay. I'll be back in a little bit.
conquered the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the forest. Coming straight from the mud like I am a Lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब. देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everybody. Before we jump into the second match, we need to speak about what happened on this first one. 2-0 victory for the side of BBL. I'm Kakuka, and I'm joined on the test by Mini and Magnum. Congratulations, Magnum.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I mean, I feel like, especially, you're the kind of player that the longer it gets into the map and into the match, the better you get. Do you get that feeling too?
Yeah, but I think it's like almost every player, because you get used to the stage, you get used to the PC, the pressure is not there, you know, anymore. Like a lot of people were saying they felt pressure during our 25-23 game, but I was like, the different, you know, you just get used to it.
Makes sense. What is it like to win in front of the crowd today? Because the BBL fans are out in full force.
Well, to be honest, I didn't even know we won like on the second map, because there was a funny situation. I gave like fake info. Vola like sociable dice, and he smashes his table. I'm like, oh shit, you know, like I'm just looking at him, and so I just was happy that we managed to win another round. Everyone started standing up, and I'm like, wait, we won, you know. So, but obviously, it feels great. We don't have to play tomorrow. I think that's the main thing. That I think it's big disadvantage for. I mean, not disadvantage, but now it's gonna be rough for Navi, because KC just saw 2 of their maps, you know, the day before, so there is no chance for them to change anything. But yeah, feels great.
Do you give a lot of fake info? Does that happen a lot?
Yes, it's like, actually it was happening in Fnatic as well. I remember I was like, I heard step and I said something. I mean, it's like, stop doing something based on sound. And it's still with me, you know, like sometimes I say, there is all, the Prophet takes his knife and dies, and he's just fuming, you know, but I'm working on it for years.
How long have you been working on it?
Yeah, anytime.
Okay. Unit time. We want to show you something, because you were very impressive on the defense. Mini, you were making a point about how the players should play on this map, and Magnum did the complete opposite, didn't he?
Yeah, I was making this point that like playing off-site is usually quite good, but then you just played on site and killed everyone. So I was like, okay, we can request some clips of Magnum farming everyone and make me look stupid and a fraud like usual, you know.
I mean, like to give some feedback to this, I think it's very important if you're Sentinel to kind of throw sometimes playing on side, sometimes off side, because like if people like vote review and they know you're always off side, it's quite easy. They will just contact into you and explode on side. But as well, I like in scrims, I play against like Techos off side, but against Fate you can just stay on the side.
That was something I was kind of bringing up, was against the Teo specifically. It was just like, Breach Teo just stops you completely. So you have that, okay, he's giving away his protocols. Like, I'm getting everything out of him.
Wait, is this on camera?
Are you excited for the Techo nerf?
Yes and no, because like I don't understand this way of nerfing agents. I think killing them is not the correct way, because I think we'll kill him on most maps. I think he'll still be playable on some of the maps, but we'll see. But it's same thing as Astra, you know, like everyone played Astra, and then everyone stopped, and then some people got back to it. So I think people kind of overreacted, but in first place he should not be this overpowered, because like for me as a Sentinel, I stay on site, I look 2 rockets, oh, I'm dead. So, yeah, you know, like, that's my...
so at least you can play the game again now.
Yes, exactly. But as well, it will be more annoying to execute, so it's kind of 50-50, you know. But I'm not executing, so enjoy Burak Leone, you know, enjoy execute, bro.
I would be a little bit sad, considering the sociable, like, especially today, had one hell of a show in the clutches, the impeccable utility coming from him. Are you not a little bit sad that you're not going to have the power? I was asking him, like, do you think we should put you in contention for the best Deco in the region? And he was like, no idea. I was like, what do you mean? Like, Mr. Fallen's up there, but come on.
I mean, he's just an incredible player, to be honest. I think it always will take some time for us to adapt to different agents. But
he's very talented. He can play duelist, initiator, sentinel. So I think it's just about time. It's quite funny that he's being presented as a rookie while being 30 years old almost, but nah, he's talented, you know, so I'm not worried.
In our books, he's a rookie.
Yeah,
is that a joke in the team at all? Do you ever meme about that?
I think it's just the Turkish culture, like everyone is being respectful. I'm just shooting these jokes, but he just always looks at me like he's a bit older, so he always like, oh, there is something, you know? I always laugh, then I stop laughing, I'm like, oh, sorry. So yeah.
We're speaking about your protocols, and Minnie, I know that you wanted to take a look at one of the rounds, explaining how BBL is always aware of everything that happens around them.
Yeah, so this was about tower, so like you saw Magnum holding tower quite a lot, but just this drone alone, like usually teams are going to drone from further back, right, Magnum, but like this protocol here where you guys are like clearing the whole of tower with that one drone, it means that you don't have to use any of this util for the site, you know it's free. You have all this post-plant utility now. Is that... Can you speak about this at all? I don't know. I don't want to give away.
Well, I didn't even know we are doing this, to be honest, because I'm just on the other side of map.
Okay.
But when
priorities.
People, yeah, I'm just chilling. But on the like when I play on defense, people do this. There is a counter, and you need to kind of adapt to it. Obviously, I won't spoil it here. But you can adapt to it. But yeah, like you can just see how Techo value is, you know, like if there is someone tower, we will just rocket you. If you are not tower, we will keep rockets and play post plant, you know, and it's post plus in the way that he can be on a side, throw rockets, and you know, like.
It's very similar to what we tried to do on Fracture with the Sova. We would drone through the tower. Unfortunately, we didn't get to show it much because we only got to play one game at Champs with that one, but yeah. It's a protocol that I quite liked, so I was like, yeah, we can show this. I like
but
it quite
especially with the Techo, like I agree with him. Like, I think that we've seen it in many different occasions, just having the stun and the aftershock and the salvos. Like, there's so many things that you can do. We saw Xiao running for his life, not making it in most of the occasions.
And usually, like, when you want to break it, you need to make step, and the Techo player hears you making the step, and he will just pop the drone, and your cypher trips are off, you know, and they just run on you. So it's like kind of 50-50 if you want to break it. So yeah, I think running Fate in this meta is kind of trolled by them, Navi, but it's just Navi, you know, like Navi things. I mean, they just like their comp, so I respect it, but we can see Techo value.
I think before the game we said that like this was one of the less trolly kind of comps from them.
It's the most vanilla, one of the most.
What did you think about their Lotus?
Yeah, the Lotus one. What did you went into game, you see that double sentinel, Angel on the deadlock?
Well, we played scrims against them, and I think they think that we struggle against double sentinel, like we got 13-0, I don't know, we just got absolutely demolished by Liquid on Ascent. So I think that this was their approach, and they kind of copied Liquid on Lotus, but it's like it was like more towards the individuals like situations than to the comps, in my opinion. On Lotus, you know, we just won more clutches, we played better as a team, like in these little things. But yeah, like we thought they're gonna play these double smokes with Fate, Chamber race. You remember their comp, so we were ready for this. We didn't expect them picking Fracture, so that was a surprise. But yeah, I agree, it was the better comp from them.
Yeah, well, enough with looking back. Let's look ahead. Heretics is waiting on the other side. What do you make of them? Do you think they're the strongest in the region?
Yeah, for sure. Like.
So how are you gonna prepare? What are you gonna use this day for?
I mean, tomorrow we're gonna play scrims, obviously, like to prepare like for the Veto. But I think everyone is heading to this game because we pranked them quite a lot and we beat them a lot of times, that we are capable of beating them, but it's finally like match where there is high stakes against like the best team, in my opinion, in Europe. So we're just gonna go enjoy it, and if we lose, we lose. If we win, we win. You know, it doesn't matter.
Who's the final boss in Team Heretics?
Rians, for sure. Rians, he's doing everything in this team.
Okay, do you have any other questions?
Yeah, there was something that Pao was saying. He gave a little speech, and we saw it on broadcast before the game, saying about how this run now, you're not going to be playing perfect Valorant anymore because, you're going to be playing so many games in a row. It's going to be a tight week. Do you identify with that? Like, how do you respond to that as a player?
Well, I think for us players, it's way better to play like more matches in a row because you just like these stress things make these games messy. And I don't believe there is a player which doesn't feel excitement or like some pressure, and it just makes you make like sloppy things. You know, sometimes for example, I had big problems with audio today that I couldn't get used to it. I heard like I heard things around me and there was no one. You know, so I felt a bit ill.
We can call the doctor if you want.
Yeah, please. I need to go get a checkup. So these little things make you make mistakes, but the more you play, the the less you make them. So I think it's good for the players.
And I think it's also a good stress test, right? Like at the end of the day, you're playing playoffs to go to Toronto, and in Toronto it's going to be the same thing. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Thank you very much, Magnum. Congratulations on the win. We're going to take a little break, but do not go anywhere because right at the back we have Fnatic going up against FUT.
Hello everyone. Dude, what kind of timing is this? Where's the sound gone as well? Oh, there we go. Twin, yeah, we swapped out for the second game. Yeah, how long is the break in between the two games, did they say? Any minutes more? Holy, bro. Give us some food, maybe.
Poster forming, confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the NBO, fill up in the air. I be hitting minute more when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy, so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, Perisco, 24. I don't move blood, but a kick home. I don't wanna pedal with an old 3 kid. Boom, boom, up 400 dash roll. Cut through 100 deep and move. Get lifted, body new, get cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body up another on me. Scared of my life. Green pet flavor. Take all the vibes. Right side center.
Surely this will be closer than the game before, right? You would like to think? This game is your nightmare. It's like your two teams playing, right? Zadap, thank you so much for the 2 months, mate. I appreciate you saying that, dude. Thank you so much as well, bro. I've watched the GTA 6 trailer. Nah. Does it look good? Like long awaited, right? Isn't this game gonna kick off with like the role playing stuff that people do on Twitch? If you're in charge of Lev, who would you look at? Nismo, Dante, Paint. Wait, is that Paint guy over 18? I would probably get Nismo, man. I'll get Nismo and put him on perma KO. Depends, dude. I mean, the first question I'm asking is like, King, mate, what do you want to be playing? Do you want an IGL and what do you want to be playing? That needs to be the first conversation. I think Fnatic drops Crashies if Leo comes back. And I think every team would drop anyone if they had the chance to get Leo, to be honest. I still don't think it's going to happen though.
Welcome back, everybody. We promised to bring you the action, and so we're doing. The players, as you can see, the teams are already on the stage, getting everything tested. And I have some news to share with you. Between the matches today and probably for a couple more days here in playoffs, there will be a longer transition times between Game 1 and Game 2. So today, before Fnatic versus FUT,
This is a better way of doing it. I just want to make sure that nothing goes down bad.
But the window, this window
At least we've got no more Americas that can clash with it.
Set up on the stage using the new equipment and in the arena, and to allow the show team to
Dante is going to have his 18th birthday. Oh, bro, you pick that guy up. You actually for sure pick that guy up. Can you speak English though?
Just make sure that we give every team the same treatment and they are able to adjust and get ready for it. With that said, two very important teams for EMEA are going up against each other. I'm Kakuka, joined by Mini and obviously Billy. Welcome back, Billy. We missed you. And especially this two, with the expectations that
Dante Duos.
Ended up the season
He was a beast,
with
man.
a loss towards one of their nemesis, right? On the side of Fnatic, we see them losing against Heretics, and on the side of FUT, losing to BBL. Mini, which one was the biggest surprise for you, or the most defining?
Yeah, just bring back the Neon, KO Neon every map.
Oh, both got angles. Fnatic losing to Heretics kind of defines Heretics probably as the best team in the region. Like the mana... World?
Yes.
Okay, sure, World. Heretics are back. But then FUT versus BBL, it's like... BBL...
Dude, I think Heretics are back.
That game is kind of where I'm at with it.
Who do you think qualifies for Toronto and EMEA? I have... Who do I have? Heretics,
I'm in the middle.
Liquid,
I have to agree. I think
Fnatic. I think I went safe with it.
I don't think FUT can read too much into that one. I think Fnatic losing to Heretics. I mean, Heretics have just been looking on form.
I think Riot should do another
disagree with that.
lock-in event. It would be fun. I don't think it's worth doing it, but it would be fun.
A series can just completely fall apart, and I think that was.
I think I would rather just have like another Masters or another.
Usually, kind of top performers for.
Honestly, I would just rather they bring back LCQ, but
probably more painful than the FUT versus BBL one, because you wanted to finish top of your group, right? It was to finish top of the group.
It's one match away from.
But I think both will be able to wash away their loss pretty easily and just reset for this. Like they're both so experienced team-wise that those losses won't mean a lot to them, I don't think.
Yeah, but today is also about revenge, right? Like, can Fnatic get revenge after FUT eliminated that from kickoff? We know that there's
pick
been some
Lotus,
ups and downs,
Fnatic pick Split, and they get Haven for last. Is that not Fnatic's 3 best maps?
Yes, the Fnatic right at the moment don't look like the Fnatic from kickoff. They look like a completely different team, let's be honest. Like at kickoff, they weren't looking amazing. Stage 1, they've come in hot. The only team they've really looked, Heretic's the only team to kind of.
Why do people flame Mini so much?
Again,
He's just an easy target, man.
I think that Fnatic should be...
If you ever meet him in real life, you'll see. Sometimes he just asks for it. He's like a Prius, man. Like you're hanging around with him and it's like, damn, you just... Sometimes you just gotta flame this guy.
They were very close against Giants, but I guess that you can make the arguments of how they've been becoming better and better, really.
I think, yeah, you need to be able to face those losses, and I think, dropping a couple of maps and groups is actually a good thing for Fnatic. It means that they can come away and kind of...
That's toxic. The thing is, they both enjoy it, though.
I don't know. I think, yeah,
that's okay.
I think this will be a great revenge game, especially with them having that performance against FUT in kickoff. I mean, it was 2 Turkish orgs that ended up, they dropped to BBL in the upper bracket and then dropped into FUT in the lower bracket. Maybe there's like some sort of thing going on in there, something in the water, I don't know. But yeah, today they're going to be coming back and they're going to be all guns blazing.
FUT ban Icebox, Fnatic ban Pearl. Then they ban Fracture and Ascent.
But I believe that
Dude, I feel like these are great maps for Fnatic, but...
FUT knocked them over off of a Shanghai.
Yeah, I was trying to get a specific quote that he had, and we couldn't find it, so he just said, yeah, Mini, you were there, you know how it was. Like, the guy was not having...
It wasn't, no, sorry, it wasn't fun, was it?
It wasn't, no.
Why not?
Because we lost.
You're losing,
but, but there's different ways of losing.
We lost badly.
But that's what I mean, it's not the same losing against a team like Heretics, for example, last week.
No, like a global event, when we would lose to FUT, like we would consider that a disappointment. Like we would have been a heavy favorite into that matchup. Now things have changed a little bit since, but I still think that Fnatic should be winning today. But I think it's a very even matchup.
Let's take a look, Billy, at the history between these two, right? Because we have seen this match a lot. FUT and Fnatic have been 2 of the teams that we've sent to the most global events. So of course they've seen each other a lot.
Yeah, no, they definitely have, and this is why I'm saying, like, it's so flip-floppy between these two. Like, obviously, in the very beginning, like, Fnatic very much dominating, but look at the kickoff.
Look at Mini. Mini's just thinking, yeah, man, they just lost when I left. Look at him. I know he is. Can he resist saying it? Come on, Mini, you're better than this.
I can see Mini, like, itching to speak about this, so on you go, Mini.
I'm not saying anything, not saying anything. It wasn't so back and forth 2023 for some reason.
Oh, there we go.
For some reason.
That's crazy,
right? Right?
Yeah.
So many people think that Fnatic were stronger there, and I actually...
He couldn't resist it. He lasted 2 seconds without saying anything.
Actually agreed with that statement. Take a look at this.
And we have a treat for you guys today. We do not get to hear from him often enough, but I have Gaius here for a little interview. And I'm going to be very quick because, of course, we do need the translations. First of all, how's your heart?
Gayet iyi durumda. Sadece anlık konuşan bir durumda o kadar.
It's okay. There's nothing to talk about it. It's good.
Yeah, but you need to understand that with us not understanding what you say, but seeing you being so effusive when it comes to timeouts, we wonder from your perspective, how do they sound? How does it sound to be a player in FUT?
FUT'ta olmak nasıl bir duygu? FUT tarafında molalarda seni görmek farklı oluyor. Ne düşünüyorsun tarafında olarak.
Yani bu FUT'la alakalı bir durum olduğunu zannetmiyorum. Valorant biraz da karmaşık bir oyun. O yüzden stresi de bazen kontrol edemeyebiliyoruz.
I don't think it's about FUT. Valorant is a stressful game, and sometimes we are having difficulties to compensate the stress during the game.
Yeah, you're just very passionate. I actually agree with you. I speak with my hands a lot as well. So, speaking about the players and the team, I wanted to speak about a little bit expectations.
You got the offer senior product designer, but you only have 6 months of experience. Is it good if you take it? I may just take it. Everyone blags everything anyway. You'll be fine. You'll probably have 2 months where you struggle, and then you'll start getting it. And hopefully you haven't messed everything up so much in the 2 months that you'll be alright.
Yani çok büyük beklentimiz yok desek yalan olur. Tabii sadece Fire
Sometimes you gotta back yourself, mate.
Sonra biraz daha ileriye gidebilmekti. Çünkü Cinet biraz da game sense'i daha kuvvetli hale gelmiş bir oyuncuydu. Biraz daha game sense'i düşük ama aim'i daha fazla kuvvetli olsun istedik bir oyuncunun. Şu ana kadar da gayet bunu elde edebildik gibi duruyor. Ama takım oyununda biraz geriye gittik gibi duruyor bundan dolayı. Ama bu da sadece Zeus'un suçu değil. Genel olarak bu sene biraz kötü başladık.
If I would say we don't have any expectations, that would be lie, because we have expectations from Zeus in terms of firepower. When we compare with Sinet, we were looking for someone who has more sharp aim fire compared to the game knowledge. But right now, it's just not Zeus' fault. Compared to last year's, we didn't start good as before compared to last year's. So it's not Zeus' fault, but I think he's doing good.
Speaking of this year, you're into playoffs, you've been here.
Games are online? Yeah, games are online.
You've made it to the grand final. I feel like you have this third, fourth kind of curse in your veins. What and how is it going to be different this time around?
Hep daha önce playoff'lara katıldınız ama hiçbir zaman grand final'a kadar ulaşamadınız. Hep 3. veya 4. olarak bitirdiniz. Bu seneki, şu anki beklentiniz ne? Neler düşünüyorsunuz?
Yani sene başlarken her zaman en azından finalde olmayı bekliyorduk. Ama şu an beklentilerimiz biraz düşmüş durumda. Çünkü takım oyun olarak biraz gerideyiz ve bu da bizi demoralize ediyor. Ama şu an için hani gidebildiğimiz maksimum şampiyonluk daha iyi olabilir. Bugün kaybedebiliriz, kazanabiliriz ama ne yapabileceğimizi bugünden sonra daha net görebiliriz. Bugün umarım şanslı günümüzdür ve biz kazanırız ve bundan sonra da diğer hedefimiz de Toronto ve sonra şampiyonluk olur.
When we were starting the season, our expectation to make the grand final, but with this performance, our motivation, we didn't manage to reach out to our full motivation and where we want to reach. And from now on, today we might win or lose, but our main focus is to just make it to Toronto from this point. But we believe that it will be good for us at the end.
You're such a realist, you know. It's like it's not even about making.
I mean,
you just want to make it.
You gotta change your expectations.
You're mentioning and speaking about today. I feel like your rivalry with Fnatic is one of the teams that you've played.
Yeah, sometimes I just copy it somewhere. It becomes easy.
Region. How do you see their form right now? What do you think is their biggest strength coming into today?
İlk başta söylediği şey çok realistik olmanı beğendim, direkt söyledim. İkincisi bugünkü maç hakkında Fnatic hakkında ne düşünüyorsun? Maç hakkında en büyük strengthleri, zorlukları neler ya da güçlükleri?
Yani Fnatic güçlü takım her zaman. Bunu başka bir şekilde anlatamam herhalde. Güçlü sadece. Geçen seneden bence biraz daha zayıf gözüküyorlar. Bence bu da geçen seneki oyun tarzlarını hala değiştirmemelerinden kaynaklı. En azından ben buna inanıyorum. Ama bugün iyi oynayıp bizi yenebilirler. Bu da bizim kötü olduğumuzu gösterir sadece.
Fnatic is strong. Fnatic is always strong. Compared to last year, I don't think they're good as last year, but they're still performing well. Today, if they win against us, it will only show us that we are weak.
Oh boy.
If they can win, we can also win. We're gonna see.
Okay, we shall see. Well, best of luck in the game, and thank you very much.
One way to look at it, I guess.
Thank you.
Jesus, the words from Gaia's there speaking about how if they are to lose today, it's not about Fnatic not being good, it's about them being weak. Bini, have you ever had that kind of approach to facing up against a strong team?
Yes, but I'm surprised that it's to do that to Fnatic is strange. Like the confidence guys has there is incredible. Like clearly he thinks that they're the better team today, which is fantastic to see. I've never had that level of confidence going up against like those kind of teams, but I get the perspective of kind of it's our fault. Like I like to see that from a coach. It's our fault if we lose today. We're the weaker team, so I like that approach.
Ee, Yani farklı
And you know what I also like? Both of the IGLs coming into today, Billy. I think that from both of the sides, especially this stage, we've seen growth, we've seen incredible individual moments, and this head-to-head always delivers.
Didn't too much pressure on them while playing. I mean,
I'm so excited
they,
to watch these guys come up.
They won't
against
see the
each other.
interview,
And
that's
when
fine.
we consider them specifically, it's the clutches that we're looking at. I mean, this one, of course, you can never forget that one, the turnaround that they had on that Haven map when Boaster clutched that. But I mean, Boaster, top player in clutches in EMEA, sitting at 28% so far. 13 out of 47, which is just absolutely ridiculous.
28%.
On the opposing side, when you have Mr. Fallen, he's not looking so great. He's sitting at 6 out of 39, so half of what Boaster is sitting on at the moment. But I think something that we have to consider when we're looking at these two going head-to-head in the clutch situations in particular, look at the agents that they're on, right? Boaster is playing... Oh, but Boaster is usually playing that Omen, that controller role. When I look at Mr. Fallon, he's on much more initiator roles, right? So I think that definitely is something that we have to consider too.
I think it's also just that Boaster knows his strength is in those clutches, and I think Fnatic play into that a lot more than Fallon. Fallon isn't always going to be last alive necessarily, whereas Boaster's going to try his, or should be trying his best to be the last one.
Yeah, I think that to me it's also the 1v3s, the 2v4s. Both of the teams are actually very good in those clutch situations. But Mini, speaking about diving deep into
Provide you with some copium. EG for, dude, EG for stage 2. Mate, they're in a good spot for champs at the moment.
Hello everyone. We have a new segment today called
Minis Macro. Here we go.
A strategic concept that is tied to the game today of Fnatic versus FUT. Because I think that they have a stylistic clash in the way they play their defense sides, and I want to talk about that a little bit. So the first clip we have up is FUT. And the concept that I want to talk about is called weak side, strong side. And first of all, I want to explain what that means. So we're looking at the defense side here. So for
we're going back
defense,
to school chat.
How we identify where the strong side and weak side is we draw a line down the middle of the map, cheated just a little bit, but on Ascent, this is where the middle of the map is, and we identify where there's more players. So there's more.
Draw a line down the middle,
right
but
here.
for this one, I'm going to draw it on the right.
So we call this A side of the map, we call this the weak
That's
side.
funny.
And the weak side is what we want to look at here. How do FUT play this weak side? So we play out. As you can see, Captain, after Captain is already on the site, ready to fight, even though he's on the weaker side of the map. And Zeus is flooding in. And this is FUT style right here, is fighting to the bitter death. We see Fallen from one angle coming in. We see Zeus from one angle coming in, right here cleaning up. It's all based on individual play, but trusting the rotations to come in. So yeah, so I want to see today whether Fnatic can identify those weak sides from FUT, execute quickly before the rotations, or can they provide fakes? Like, can Boaster read the map, create some fakes, draw those rotations across, because FUT have to rotate to support their weak side, and then exec the other side of the map. So that's FUT style. It works very well for
BBL
them
looking good.
because they have good aim,
BBL looking good.
and they trust
NAVI
that
were looking
protocol.
pretty
But
bad.
That is what they'll do on every single
I think they
map.
mess up map picks
So
as
I
well.
want to bring up the other clip, which is the Fnatic clip. And Fnatic style, we like to call them the kind of perfect macro team. On their weak sides, they're going to be playing a bit more disciplined, right? So if we play out this clip a little bit, what's happening here is Fnatic, they're kind of fighting around the middle of the map a little bit. A's currently the weak side.
Gojo, thanks so much for the prime,
Alpha
man. Appreciate the
on the
3 months.
right.
Thank you, thank you.
He's moving over towards A. So I want to zoom in and show you this right now. So as again, where's the weak side? Weak side is A, 2 on A. Now, for Fnatic, the difference is usually what would happen is they play to concede that site. They'll play for the retakes. They don't want to go 2 versus 5 on these counter execs. But Alpha makes a little bit of a decision here that is uncharacteristic from Fnatic.
Magnum said he wasn't expecting Navi to pick Fracture.
I'll zoom in again
Yeah,
just so you can
I have no
see.
idea why they did it, man. They should have
He
picked
is actually
Icebox.
tucked himself
A
under
weird decision.
heaven right now. He's not on top, he's under heaven. He's committed on that A side. He's committed on this weak side. He's playing a bit like how FUT would, but the problem is the other side of the map for Fnatic, they're not ready to go flood in like how FUT did on their defense. So this is something that I've kind of identified for Fnatic on their Ascent, is this indecision around playing on the weak side. We've got one player playing like FUT did, where they're going to hard hold, and the rest of the team is not on the same page. So I think what I want to see from Fnatic today is a choice. I want to see them go to their actual style, playing disciplined on these holds where they give up the sights a little bit more. And you can see here the flood coming in. It looks nothing like how FUT did it.
But Boaster
FUT were
should be
coming in from
Boaster
multiple
should
angles
change
at
up his
once
smoke there as well.
and cleaning up. So yeah. So the rest of this clip is
Most
just
us should do the nitro
saving and
smoke.
losing,
If Alpha's
the
going to play
big
like this.
thing today that I want to see. Can Fnatic punish FUT for having this kind of one-dimensional style of always holding the sites? And has Fnatic fixed their Ascent defense protocols to play for this retake?
Well, it's going to be a shame that we don't get Ascent.
My response to you, Min, is that you are obsessed. Sometimes you need to let go, okay? So how about we just forget about Fnatic for a second? And Billy, why should FUT win today?
Why should FUT win today? Because Zeus is going to pop off today. He was lost in that series against BBL, and he's going to bring it back today.
Exactly.
That's my 2 pence.
And look at Mr. Fallen. Look at that smile. You know, like Bosa's on the side of Fallen, but of fighting. But Fallen's on the side of Fallen in love.
And Fallen's been farming.
I do not care, Mini. You know
Fallen's
why?
farming.
Because we have to welcome the teams onto the stage. Let's welcome Fnatic and FUT for our last match of the day.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Get that tech pause out. Eerily quiet. Even on the tiptoes on.
Teams go up against each other.
A big height difference.
The stakes are so high. Fnatic was playing here not that long ago, less than a week. They were playing their last match, but had a little bit more time to prepare coming onto this and to catch a break. But let's speak about the map, Veto. Mini, what would you like to see from today?
I want to see FUT punish Fnatic by going to Ascent.
Okay, Billy?
Well,
yeah, do you know what? I'm on board with that. I am very much on board with that. But
Dude,
so far, we're gonna.
The Lotus pick is insanely bold.
Selecting Lotus. Oh, we're not going to see the Ascent. That's quite
FUT
sad.
Picking Lotus is crazy, by the way. Fnatic, it's one of their
how crazy.
Strong, or crazy in a Veto 9.
9, yeah. I mean, probably it's because they've.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic got their 3 best maps.
The Waylay and the change that they made, maybe they're counting on maybe Fnatic having less time or them not showing too much on that map, maybe?
I like what you did there, finding their footing.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that a lot. Listen, do you know what? If they are comfortable on it, and Zeus, like I said, is going to pop
You may
off
have
today,
weird
then,
map
yeah, I'm not
vetoes.
against the Waylay.
Yeah, I don't know if they're overthinking it.
Like,
especially with the Navi game as well, if they're overthinking it. They had a lot of time, so they might think that they can curveball and like proper prep on a map that they won't expect.
I think that's
But
something the guys is also doing.
I would have loved to have known if this wasn't picked. Would Fnatic have picked it? Because there's probably a good chance that they picked it. Like they might be prepped
So
to.
if you're already in the idea of I'm going to be picking the Lotus, you put Fnatic in that predicament of I guess.
Okay, if you're gonna be picking this as FUT, you gotta have good game plan, good idea of what you're doing.
I think it's like a read into the read.
I guess they're gonna attack Odin or something weird.
Fnatic, I'm sure would have expected it some. So they would have been practicing and
I guess we see a lot of Odin
that might be
one more time on this map.
of it too, knowing that Fnatic are strong on Lotus, so they probably wouldn't have prepped it as much, and FUT could play into that, but it still is a curveball.
Strain, hello mate, I'm doing good, how you doing?
I think it's actually really nice for Fnatic that FUT have
What are the stakes of this game? You win this, you play Liquid, whoever wins that will go to Toronto. You lose this, you go lower bracket, you play Vitality, I think. And if you lose that, you're fully out.
Just Mr. Fallen going on that breach. Apparently, no bigger changes from what we saw that they showed the last time around, Mini.
Yeah, and the Waylay pick on Lotus, I liked it, but
Yeah.
it didn't look like Team Liquid levels of Waylay. Like, I think Team Liquid have the best Waylay on Lotus right now.
Yeah,
and I
that's
want to
fair.
see, hopefully FUT have had some time to implement some of those ideas.
Fnatic new comp, dude, they don't need to. No one's really beating them on
Go
this.
by himself places and didn't really have as
All
big
their
a plan as
games
defense around the
look
Waylay.
pretty
So I want
close.
to see them
They just look comfy on this map. Definitely Bolster must be insanely comfy calling with this comp. It's probably like the 40th match he's played with this comp now.
Those angels, you kind of heard Gaius mention it in that interviews that he has this firepower and he's able to win out those angels, and was exactly what they were looking for when they were picking up a new duelist coming into this year. So yeah, I'm expecting to see a better performance coming out from Zeus this year. This week,
it's
especially
pinned,
given
Sonia.
the
I can
performance
see it.
that he had against BBL in that very last week. He went completely missing in that series, and if Waylay is going to be the new agent that he's jumping onto, then so be it. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
So from the Fnatic side, and since you absolutely love speaking about Fnatic, Mini, when you
Lost
look
to
at
Heretics last week, yeah, it was relatively close though.
The Viper, especially on this map, what is the number
Not like the
one
Haven.
thing
The
that
Haven
they
was
can do to be successful
the Haven was one-sided as hell.
against FUT and what they're and the Waylay?
The Waylay in particular? I think it's
Or the
just
idea
recognizing the
behind it.
fact that Zeus on defense is probably just going to be aggressive on Mound or Rubble every single round. And if
Like
they
if
see
you're only
that,
losing to Heretics on a map, I feel like that's not too bad.
Mostly by himself. He doesn't have too much support.
Indication that you're
when
pretty
I
good on the map.
watch them play, especially on Mound. So they could identify that and try to, you know, isolate him out.
How can you play this comp without getting anti whereas G2 Ascent Waylay was completely countered? I mean, yeah.
So I think that Fnatic might lean into
The problem is you're comparing a
side.
comp
They
that
only
has a
have the
lot of
Cypher ready
depth
to
to a comp
defend,
that has not much
I
depth.
think historically he's not been the best agent. If you look at Fnatic's side, they've got the Viper
Like,
and the
in my opinion, there's only really two ways to
Killjoy
play that
Morris to
Ascent comp,
defend that C
and we've
side.
seen both of them now.
And on the attack side,
Whereas
for that,
this, you can pretty much take map control, you can do everything you want to do.
deep dives that FUT do have
It just has way more depth. Like, it does everything on the map you want it to do.
Against the Viper and the Killjoy, the Viper, Killjoy, and C.
I'm surprised no
nasty
one's
hold, but the Waylay does allow you to
sussed out
sorry,
no one's sussed out like Boaster's way of calling on this map.
That could be some cool.
I also think that people don't get the defensive Odin out enough against this comp as well. But we've spoken about that for like 3 years or so.
That they're able to dash in, dash back out again, get that information for the rest of the team. But we're talking about FUT. They're not really the type of team to kind of go in and get information then dash back out again. If they're hitting a site, they're going in direct. There's a lot of firepower and supportive utility behind it. So yeah, I think, as you say, Mini, going up
maybe a little
against
delay
this
here.
sort of composition from Fnatic, I'm looking to see FUT sort of adapt in the situation. And if they don't like the look of a site, they don't need to force themselves to go right onto it.
The other thing from Fnatic, I know that the telestrategy we looked at Ascent, but this is a 3-site map. If
This is the
Fnatic can
deepest map
isolate
in EMEA.
sites
I mean,
where
everyone in
it's
EMEA
3-site
seems to have
maps,
like a
there's gonna be
weak
lot
map,
more
really.
sites.
So
There's
I
three-
don't
they're
feel
spread
confident
between
saying
3
anyone.
sites. So if Fnatic go in, identify that, XX strong, it could be a good
Most teams have that
I want to
anyway.
see Ada Captain doing a lot
It's
of what
rare
Kiko
to
was
have
doing,
a-
just being aggressive
a team that's good
with
on every
the
map.
Waylay as well. But the wait is
Kaya
over,
can with
so
the tier
let's
1.
toss
Thanks so
this
much for the
over to
21
your
months.
casters
Thank you for that.
Today, it is Pansy and Hypog.
Heretics is a weak map. You could imagine
Thank
its
you
power,
so
right?
much. And yeah, a great series technically.
I mean, they got a perma ban.
These two, an illustrious little back and forth. But diving into this one, Mike, how do we feel veto-wise at least? Let's start at the top here and work our way down.
Yeah, I guess it's a
Fracture.
little difficult to go.
That's
This
also
probably
might be
feels
true.
like it
We haven't seen him for a
leans
while
quite
on Fracture though, right?
but
Feels like it,
I
right?
think map 1, I mean, it goes
What's
without saying,
Liquid's
was
worst
right
map?
on map 1.
Icebox.
Yes.
I think if you look at the map record beyond that, it just gets worse and worse, I guess, for FUT. But I mean, the historic discussion around, well, FUT, Turkish teams in general, it's that any given Sunday, right? Stakes are raised. They can really be quite hard to pin down and quantify ahead of time.
And I love that. The desk almost insinuating this Zeusco kill was a negative.
Yeah.
This guy has been going out and killing.
He can be the anomaly, really.
Okay,
to
what we
most
got?
expectations.
FUT on defense, Fnatic on attack.
On that Waylay against KC was exceptional. Now we
The
do
3
know
most
that
picked
Fnatic are a
maps.
very different team,
Okay.
though.
That
Very
makes
well
sense.
rounded here. Certainly have got their experience in this map, but also my eyes will drift towards the likes of Chronicle to see how well he does here. A little bit of a hot and cold performer as of late, but hoping he has an upswing today, as Zeus already looking for his first challenge.
Paul is the least. I mean, yeah, no one knows how to play an EMEA. Oh yeah, we still need to do the... We need to look, like, in Toronto, how... Like, the EMEA record for Paul. Because I don't think it's going to be good. But also, with the teams we're sending, it might be everyone's ban anyway.
So you don't expect Yetajay to even be shouldering for info at this point. So yeah, very deep setup on the trip as well, so almost leaning towards a heavy retake on C.
Looking at the stance towards A though, Zeus still here. Had a captain as well. Both prepared, Paranoia primed in hand. And there's
That was a great little jump spot, by the way. Saw two. Oh, nice shots.
Down Zeus. I love that the desk was saying, you know, Zeus co-kill could be a negative. Look at the answer already. That could be the pistol round
That jump spot was
wrapped up with a
incredible,
bow.
by the way.
Boaster, Alpha, and Crashies have to try and dissuade that narrative, and Crashies looks for an opportunity and finds them stacked up.
Done well to get away with no damage conceded. Actually, but Zeus now.
Dude, him having a good start could be incredible. One of the better ults to get online early as well.
The backstab.
Yeah, and there is this Sheriff in play for Alpha. Crashy's still very much here. Haunt is ready. Could
Dude, it's a weird one because you think they would both be side to protect the plant, right?
Looking towards the plant, so Alpha needs to work on his own, but Crashies finds the fight towards heaven.
Dude, you got no time to plan. You got to kill everyone.
Time has now lost this round for them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if they didn't have breach damage, maybe.
And kicking off here, round one, looking so.
It's lovely from Zeus, though. Lovely shots.
Beautiful setup as well. Perfect timing on the information. The stun along with the paranoia. Doesn't even really rely on it too much. These first two kills are off rip. Unfortunately, at that point, even by the 60-second mark, I mean, no real engagement found. So it comes down to time. Fnatic had an opportunity at least to find.
I mean, surely you're happy either way, Sonya.
Just wasn't there, Lauren.
So let's look. Oh, very curious buy as well.
The no armor.
Right back at it. Plucks away Kayak.
He has armor. Did it just bug out? Or did he buy it late or something?
He comes off the game up against Heretics not too long
Either
ago
way,
now,
he has
obviously. Having to face down, Mini Boo in prime form. Now you're up against
Camera behind the box. They commit past a certain point. Omen flash swing.
Deeper setup here. You can see J just trying to create that structure for him to play under, create some
Dude,
safety.
honestly, this trip with like a spam gun wouldn't be the worst.
He is. Outstays his welcome, and Alpha reclaims tree.
You're in so much trouble.
It's going to be called upon here, but actually both.
Wait, they're in so much trouble.
It's down to 3 now for.
Keep an eye on this duel back here at Rubble. This is actually a really important duel going on right now. Alpha. Oh, dude, he's not even expecting it. Oh boy.
This would be stunning, and it is.
I thought when he missed the first shot, it was done. Now what? There's a couple of lows, and when I say a couple, there's 3. 26, 30, 51.
Chronicle does get the upgrade, but we know NA does it better with that thing. Can the rest of FUT find all these Fnatic players? I don't know if they can.
Dude, they don't expect the guy's second default.
Double swing and double hold. Perfectly done. Fnatic.
Oh, dude, you can see it on the mini map. You could see it on the mini map. They messed up a little bit. This do you know what's funny? You know what Mini did when he was like doing analysis on both teams? What he was criticizing Fnatic for, FUT just did.
Isolating yesterday. And also here. Again, the gap between Atta Captain and the next player for FUT really is their downfall.
Nice! Come on, you're losing ecos,
Dude, channeling his inner on a night out.
Just a slice of EastEnders coming out.
No, yeah, it really was. Both on a night out, 5 beers deep. Crazy.
We do have 2 Sheriffs out and about. Zeus and Atta Captain with that on the other side, of course. A good purchase here. Fnatic now looking to build some stability going forward. Don't know if they'll note that paranoia that got sent over towards A. I think Chronicle would have seen that, so that should be relayed forward. And contact found on a second player should, if anything, spur on this approach towards C.
That'll be the green light for Fnatic to find some space elsewhere. Kayak going hunting actually doesn't spot Mr. Fallen.
Oh my god, it's a classic.
Outrageous stuff from Mr. Fallen.
Go on, go for another,
Shouldn't
mate.
be this close. Trying to police this weapon. But Chronicle just wants some bullets to play with, doing the best he can to keep him away. Keep him at arm's length. Making something out of nothing here. That Sheriff now over into the hands of Zeus. 3 of them on CT. And actually,
Dude, nice shots. Whoa, this was close, man. This was close. These ecos are deadly.
Way too close again.
There's Brawley to start things off here.
Oh yeah.
Fnatic come away on top with a 2-1 lead, but this is just incredible from Mr. Fallen.
Second.
Guy's just double dinking everyone.
It's almost actually, if he can get to that rifle, it's just where it.
No, I mean Fnatic did really good to have a setup where they make sure they don't get the rifles. Just 3 pass and hold of this angle.
A paused clock. There's no color change just yet.
Pause champ.
I can see something.
I can see clear now.
Well,
the stage is red.
Sorry, we shouldn't take over Meg's song. No. She's been really trying to graft that tech pause issue. Looks like Alpha.
Looking like a keyboard issue.
His mouse, keyboard.
No, keyboard it looked like. So it should be a quick one. Looks like we're maybe just a second to test things, but I mean, this again. The start to map one that you'd almost expect from both teams, to be honest with you. FUT happy to go toe-to-toe. Again, maybe a little overzealous.
Has he got so many gables there?
Flipping that 4v5 is
one
wild.
mouse, one keyboard. Has he got 50 gables here?
We've had some, even though it's 2-1, it does feel like such a high-octane sort of start to things. It feels like no round safe, right? This is what it's kind of looking like. So Alpha just having a little test around. He doesn't look happy, and I'm seeing the relation to what it looks like in game. It doesn't look good yet, so might need to just fix that up for a second. Hopefully those issues are cleared, and once we obviously get the nod of what's going on, we'll let you know. I think we've figured it out ourselves, but
we're getting pretty good at that.
Yeah, which is it's probably not the best talent we have.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was finally in control, but we're not.
I've never been in control.
No.
Well. Tarek's watching today, so yeah, so the Americas audience get used to this now. Welcome.
Welcome to EMEA.
Yeah.
That's not going in the highlight reel, is it?
Streets run
one of our better days as well.
This is EMEA. Wasn't it? This is Rocket League. That line.
Yeah, that was a good line though.
Banging line, to be fair. I'm quite jealous of that one. Yeah, not much to really dive through into the first 3 rounds.
Dude, that was a sick moment. If anyone hasn't seen that Rocket League clip, oh my god, it's sick.
And we're back into game.
I can't remember what it was, some UK LAN.
All good.
Dignitas against someone who was sick.
That is not surprising.
No.
The lowest stinger usage rate of all the regions.
Especially if you understand Rocket League, it's worth watching. It's awesome.
No, honestly, like if you looked at G2, I bet they've probably had more success or even used to than the entirety of together.
100%.
Like, not even close. All right, back into this though. By coming out
Dignitas
for both
versus
sides.
NRG, yeah, that's the one.
Zeus does have his. And speaking of ults, there goes Crashy. So should identify a fair bit of presence already played on site. That's YellowJ and Cracks. Early noted, good paranoia as well.
Did actually as well.
And lovely staging to this Boaster, even taking the space behind it. But the high-low setup is going to be difficult for them to try and get past, as Cracks already removes Kayak. So that should force Fnatic back.
You just call your chat dumb? What do you mean? No, because it's the overtime rules of Rocket League.
From Zeus.
If anything, you just expose yourself for being dumb.
Fnatic have had to concede all this. The plan being actually a ton of damage done from the Nano.
Yeah, that's shredded him down, but tap on the spike draws the attention, but all of Fnatic here, what's the plan to disrupt these players? A shot in the dark or two, sure! But Chronicle holds the line well.
This is just so hard to defuse.
Boaster had his success from this spot, but YellowJ cleaner, Boaster gets the
Not
kill.
again, man. This is why he gets all the clutches. Look what's going on.
Have we been here before? Are we going to see it again? His nerves tested, and I don't think there's time on this for YellowJ. It's close.
Oh, it's played perfectly though. You gotta give it to him. You gotta give it to him. You can't play much better than that.
It looked a little touch and go there when Fnatic are so quickly scrambling to get out.
Close.
Back onto Mound, but it's the timing around the smoke. Not sure if maybe it's a miscommunication or
4
something.
pass and Mounds after plant.
To get that first half.
Yeah, so definitely something they have to look into. Can they be letting them have this plant all the time? If they're going to let them have this plant, then should they be pushing door?
It's a long way back.
Should they be pushing door in the after plant? Or will they try and prioritize someone over towards heaven to make sure that they can't get this plant? Definitely a couple of things that they might have to look at. It's a costly round though.
Off guard. Had to respect the utility behind that as well. Boaster maybe saw that stat pop up on screen.
Shot.
Oh.
Bro, this guy's dominating aggro A though, to be fair to him.
I mean, Zeus is like such a standout player for me. He's been genuinely a treat to watch. Obviously, since
Ass
Floor
dead.
is not in the league anymore. It's been rather nice having Zeus.
Great util though from Crashies. I know it's an eco, or they're up against an eco, but it's still nice.
Someone who's such a mechanically gifted player. As so far though, Fnatic doing what they need to, right? Just going through the motions here, not slipping this time. There have been those moments up to this point where these pistols have proved problematic. Here though, Fnatic keeping it very clean. Chronicle just going eco farming. So gets his ult ready to go, no sweat there, and Crashies one step closer with the plant.
It's just not what happens when you pick Lotus against Fnatic.
No real
I mean,
chance
yeah, a
of
little
an
bit.
exit. Even so, the finances already started to build.
I mean,
for
it's
Fnatic.
not 100%, and like it's not like their
Ultimate's
FUT's
coming online.
Lotus is
Also-
super bad, but I don't know.
Who's going to go find it?
I do have the vetoes for both games went differently to how I thought, or how I would have done it. But again, you don't know what's happening in practice and stuff like that.
Further progress here.
Yeah, they got a lot to talk about at the moment. Like, I wouldn't mind a timeout from FUT here. They even need to change the way that they're playing over towards C. They could also go aggro towards A. Looking a little easy at the moment.
Spiral out of control too early, so looking for a round win here on this next purchase from FUT. Yeah, I'm absolutely with you. I mean, Zeus, we were talking about this earlier.
Plays Cryptics right now? He's just chilling, man. He's heavy into crypto stuff, I mean.
Yeah. And look,
I think he does like trading and stuff.
It's been a real beauty to watch.
And hey, there were rumors and kind of murmurs of potentially Zeus looking to joining Fnatic at one point. Was he going to be the solution they needed? Obviously, as it stands, joined FUT in the end here, but it's been a treat watching him throughout this. Certainly a threat, certainly someone you have to now keep on your radar. Look at that early mound presence.
Just the thing to note as well as things progress and obviously the stakes get higher and higher if you can maintain that performance.
True. The amount of players who had those playoffs upswings. I'm looking at like
good thing to be
I guess
successful.
for me, obviously
Yeah,
EG, the one to look at when it comes to like Icy and Yay from very.
Okay, the aggro trip, but they heard the aggro trip, so they know it's there. So with the A pressure, they should think there's a heavier rotate the more we're actually seeing over towards C. This is interesting. They know the trips here, right? They saw it. Okay, yeah.
For Fnatic. FUT definitely aren't biting just yet.
Okay, this is nice. Well, the reclear of C is going on. They actually just recleared over towards A as well in terms of doors. So, and then Fnatic break and clear pressure over towards C with the boom bottom, break the trip, and now they're going back towards A with the info that they have, and also Crashy's good relay of information that over towards door got recleared.
So they can cheat a player over if they need to, but for now,
it's a good little crossfire though. Okay, Killjoy all goes in. They know that they reclear here and probably going to hold on to it. Dude, this is nuts at the moment.
Lockdown's going to come through. Cracks might be screwed here.
Lockdown's going to survive, right?
What is that? Just going ballistic for a second.
At least he got over towards heaven and his teammate can protect him. Damn. I mean, this is one of the reasons that Fnatic are insane at this. Look at this calling from Boaster, though. A lot of this is down to Crashies and relaying information for him to make it so easy as well. But, like, this is one of those rounds where the IGLing is pretty impressive from Fnatic.
Will be noted now.
They looked in control here the whole time when, honestly, I'm not sure they should have. RK2K, thanks so much for the 12 months, bro. Appreciate the whole year. Thank you for that.
Just buying plenty of time and takes a second glance. This is really nice.
Dude, this was a lovely round to watch. This is a perfect example of like why Boaster's so good on this map of calling.
Absolutely. Forces them into a position to really readdress their approach. Crashies and Boaster to shut that down.
Masterclass? Yeah, it's a masterclass right here. It really is.
Had to find something.
Especially when you kind of like pause it, like the info of like not instantly breaking the trip and then the opening of the door, like you can tell the plan happened like 30 seconds ago. And he knows what the reactions are going to be every single time. And again, Crashies is giving him perfect info with the Prowler clear over towards A.
So they can't, well, FUT were unable to deal with that.
Timeout. It's all good. It's a FUT one. Don't worry. They called this.
Really, really nice.
And hear a yelp from the crowd
there. Yeah, we have given them PTSD, and I'm really sorry.
Boaster's aim. I feel like Boaster has always had like. I'm not saying it's like in comparison to some of the other pros, it's not like the best. It's not great, but it's definitely always been good enough. And I think you can see when he's like comfortable with a team and he has to micromanage less and look at his minimap that he frags a lot heavier. But I think like a lot of time when you're looking at Boaster's fragging, it normally dips when his team are having like a rough time or they change something up at the beginning. But then once he's actually like got enough time with teams and he doesn't have to micromanage and it's like this where like maybe Crashies is now relaying him the right information, so his calling's easier, then he can just focus on his crosshair more. It's just all about time spent looking on your crosshair more than it is your minimap.
No. And
that's so much down to like your team actually being able to give you info.
But at the start of the day, kind of talking about Kayak and Zeus here. Kayak yet to get on the board. On the other side, obviously, Zeus very much towards the top end here. But also Chronicle.
Well, yeah, something actually...
farming, but
yeah,
big impact for him.
Especially on this map as well, is where I think we've seen him maybe
There's a frag-heavy IGL at the moment, EMEA. Probably Nats. I think Nats probably wins that at the moment.
Fnatic there.
Frag-heavy IGL and EMEA.
Again, how much criticism to ride on Kayak when they're 5-1 up? I mean, it does become a problem.
Yampy. Yampy's fragging pretty heavy. I feel like Yampy has not the highest frags, but more impact. Well, I don't want to say more impact, but Yampy's more impact than heavy frags.
Really benefit anything off that other than maybe a rotation.
Same with Boo as well. I feel like Boo has a lot of impact instead of like heavy frags. Although sometimes he does. I feel like Nats wins that.
Felt a little bit like the hitting the panic button.
Okay, let's start talking about the actual rounds at the moment because it's going to get out of control. I mean, it's already kind of out of control. This is about to be max money for 2.
Sides are getting slow. Right, these are very, very slow.
Paid by Liquid, by the way, that's true. But if you look at all the other years I've been paid by Liquid, I haven't really. Like I only say the compliments when it's
they don't have alphas there, they don't have chronicles, so leaving it so late could become a little bit harder to play with, and maybe just hoping they'd cause Zeus maybe to hit the rotate button. He's still around, and that time Kayak's got his number, activating the firepower he needed for that fight, and it... Okay, that's just ridiculous.
He's just good for 2 today.
How's he managing it?
I mean, off of the fade, I just kind of realized where they are, went from the shots.
Like maybe I'm missing something, but he's made something
Yeah, I mean, he didn't think he was going to get 2, to be honest.
On that look. He has to come back around.
Just had the shots of them shooting the fade. I knew exactly where they were, kind of went for the corner. Everyone's going to be hugging the corner. You're dead. Ooh, lovely little wide swing on this to get an extra.
Extra step. But Alpha now in a 1v3.
Come on, man. That's unlucky. That wall is messed up, though. Like, honestly, this wall has too much crap on it.
Has to lock in for this, and they're just sitting that diffuse.
Yeah, it's unlucky.
Foot off the back of that double
they needed this, though, money-wise. They really needed it.
Completely swings around, flips it on his head. Curious. Like you said, the timing on whether or not it's an audio cue or something. Or just a hope and a prayer through the smoke here. Yes, there's your answer. Yeah, pivotal to Foot turning this back around. They get numbers advantage to fight back onto site here. Fortunately, Chronicle, well, I mean, well played to force him out of that position. Yeah. Still finds one.
Razor? Where are we going with the Razor?
I don't want to be the negative Nancy over here, but finding 2 through a smoke is great in 1 round, but you want to now find that every round, right? Was the time
out? Okay, they hear them go aggro A. Instant reaction with a Razor, go over towards C, and just send it. Yeah. Oh, it's good info, though. He doesn't get the kill, he gets double info with this one. And he wins the first duel. Well, he just won the round, mate. And do they go for the mount plant again? Because they've been doing this all the time. Yeah, they realize they could get mount plant, especially with the boombot not spotting anyone heaven. I would chill if I'm Kayak here, but
high pressure,
what do I know?
To get a read on.
They're really looking to flip the script on some of these rounds. Second,
dude, look how ready Fnatic are for something different. Alarm bot behind, we've got turret as well. Like they're expecting something different on the retake. It's like what we said, right? We're expecting them either to hold something heaven heavier, or they're gonna be going over towards Mount or on their retakes. And we're seeing Neva. That's rough.
But again, Zeus out and a captive over the smoke, and Kayak patrolling the site. Plays security towards Krax.
Lovely shots, man. Kayak is a great round from him.
And as good as Mr. Fallen was, it doesn't matter if you find 2 this round, it's time to back away. Fnatic again, step after step. This was the question mark, and a reason why we put it to Lotus coming in. This feels like a missed Veto option here.
I mean, this game plan towards C is going to be increasingly more difficult for Foot to deal with.
I don't know, man.
You never really want to lose your
they can't.
Ahead of the spike being planted.
This whole round is like.
Good job, Kayak. You see, you're not a spectator now, you're just fragger now.
He's just he's watching them all. This is like a rough round from Fnatic. Like when you go aggro A against the Razor, you know that Fnatic like to send it with a Razor. Historically, they've done it all the time, and then they don't change up their retake protocols in terms of where they're pushing behind after seeing that they keep getting the mound plant. Kind of rough, man. Also, they win one, lose one, so they get the 1-9 loss bonus. Force them down to another eco if they lose this. They're getting so wrecked. This map pick's looking really rough at the moment.
About the vibes being the best they've ever been.
Yeah.
Everybody having a good time. That's
similar thing to what we saw earlier. They went aggro over towards C. They put the trip down. I wanna say the kayak is close enough to hear it, so they can make a plan around that again.
Since his departure.
And it's looking very similar to what they did last time. Open the door, pressure over towards here, and then re-clear over towards C.
It's so hard to get that like kind of.
And then they're going to create the question mark and then maybe go back over towards A, could even hit B with this one if they wanted to. Yeah, they hear the dash away, they know for sure they create the question mark over towards there. Smoke goes in, same thing as what we saw earlier. They just have their plans, right? As soon as they see this trip, they just know that they have to re-clear over towards C.
Seems to get you 1 or 2.
Oh yeah, we gotta be checking that.
It always seems to work. I hate it because it's rewarded so often. And a captain going to take away Chronicle, who's been a bit of a headliner for Fnatic. But now 25 seconds, they're getting a fight back.
Dude, there's no way he should be able to survive that, guys. To spam the wall.
Clear, and a captain dips away further, makes them fight for their meal. And now Fnatic digging in their heels, trying to fight for some security on the site. A tap of the spike, but no commitment yet. Alpha watching that right side. No one watching this creep up from Mr. Fallen yet. They kind of have to commit to it now as well.
Yeah, give him too much space with the smoke. It's not like the idea of the smoke is good. It's just that it leaked over a bit too much.
In the day, as FUT take a step back here.
I still think the macro from Fnatic looked better. They just didn't check the corner. They didn't spam this guy. And then the smoke was off.
Drifting away from heaven leaves Captain on an island. And again, there's bodies the other side of the smoke, but
I wonder if they.
It was actually a lazy clearance.
Like if FUT have a timeout, they can definitely talk about the fact that it's twice now where they've re-cleared mounds and maybe they should go try and get an extra bit of info by peeking it.
We're not going for the trade now.
Not that you want to call it double timeout.
Heartbreaking to watch that one play out. But Captain's done fantastic.
Yeah, then they steal this one straight out of Liquid. The thing is, when Liquid do this, they have an extra person to punish this, right? Don't they normally have the breach? The breach to help punish this?
Keeps seem to be winning here, and this is a little set piece here, little trap in mind. But is anyone going to be there to punish? Zeus!
Okay, not too greedy on that.
And he backs out.
The only one really left posted up super deep. Will fall for Fnatic.
Just one. I mean, he's 40 HP. It must be super tempting to keep sending it, but.
Dip their toes,
I think it's better. It's like you don't want to use the ult and then make it a 4v4.
Curious now what the game plan is. Back to the same.
Plus he's vulnerable as well. It's not like he's gonna have a good time.
But in this time, FUT pushed up towards rubble, so it's gonna be very hard for them to go back to that late.
Yeah, I mean, still got the paranoia.
You can't do it. So I guess test B, right, is the logical
Yeah, I mean,
conclusion.
they dealt with the trap earlier on. Mr. Fallen's going to be able to get something done here with his utility.
Mr. Multi-kill waiting.
Wow.
There we go. Third time's the charm, fourth time potentially. But Fnatic
you gotta stay alive, man. You got the util.
Look at the pressure coming back from that mini door, that blue room. Here we go.
Oh, it's a lovely Omen flash. God, look at the util, by the way. My God, everyone got hit by some kind of util here. This is nice.
1v5, mate.
That was really nice.
6 seconds. It ain't happening. Beautiful reaction from FUT.
Another instance here where the clock being Fnatic's main enemy. And usually credit their ability to mid-round effectively, and we've seen it so far already in the first 10 rounds. A number of times, but just here, I mean, look at the clock though, 120 here. And even regardless, then it comes down to a 15-second site hit where all of this utility just are able to crunch Fnatic so effectively. And that's probably why we're seeing the timeout called now.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me
another
close this blind, man. It's been too bright here.
Again, as much as they obviously couldn't go back to rubble at that point, not defaulting that utility out of them just screwed it, right? You can't hold for that pressure back in towards B, so time for a chat and maybe an overall change up here. Look, they've got 6 rounds. It's certainly doable at this point. FUT, though, have kind of found their own stability in the last couple, finding a little bit of what works for them. And it's weird, though, because a lot of that did feel like it came from over deliveries from players, but if that's what spurs you forward, fair play. And then you see that last round was just picture perfect. You take that every day of the week.
Well, previously sitting from a 5-1 to bring it here now.
Yeah.
Regardless of how the victories come through, you're absolutely right. You'll take them. Even here, this feels like it's been the best example of FUT understanding what Fnatic's late round will look like.
Chef Omar,
Previously,
thank you so much for the 4 months, man. Appreciate the tier 1.
Scrambled.
Thank you for that, bro.
And it almost felt like Fnatic are the ones to fumble at the final hurdle, not FUT clear them off it.
Alpha's big chilling.
Yeah.
Crashy's is smiling.
Still grinning.
Most actually look the most serious out of all of them, which isn't probably a good sign. I don't know.
John Scott, thank you so much for the gift as well, dude.
See if there
Thanks
is
for
a
doing that,
solution
mate.
in mind. There is still a good purchase here for Fnatic. Yeah, a couple of light shields, but it's certainly not the end
Thank
of the
you,
world.
John.
Not seeing an Outlaw on the other side to be
Okay,
a
big
bigger
change
factor,
up.
but Zeus goes much further.
Yeah, big change up. And honestly, there's so much there that both these teams can be speaking about at the moment. But call a timeout and they go for, they go for the classic switch, whether it's put the Cypher over towards A instead of over towards C.
Now, last time they used that as a late
So they go for a
pistol,
big
almost
macro
allowed
change
them
of how they
some
actually want to play.
towards this A site. Now, much earlier
And
in the
definitely
round,
speak about what's been
120
happening in the
that kinda
after plants as well.
Just
I like
playing
this push as
patiently
well,
to
this
get
push is
one.
good.
That's Crash's duty done.
Kada as well, Kada underscore lol, thanks so much for the prime as well, mate, thank you for that.
See how well they work off it. There's the cam popped. Sees nothing close. Spots one by tree and one towards site. A little bit of info. No flank yet. You should hear that alarm bot be triggered soon-ish. There it is. Zeus now looks forward.
Got to win this 1v1.
Big 1v1.
Yeah, that's the one though, locked in. Person who can win this is Kayak. Do they like try and take some space? Yes, he does. He's pushing spawn. It's great reaction from Kayak here. He gets another kill, he gets his ult.
It gives them a new bit of room to play from. And now
Ah, dude, look at this. All because of Kayak though, right? They don't have to worry about behind once he's cleared all of this. They know there's no pressure here, so they can now full focus on sight. Like him having that reaction is perfect. I do think that FUT needs to be more ready for this, but it was also pretty instant from Kayak.
Like I said, a ton of information. The fact that that trip's not broken, still had the retake camera as well. Well, it doesn't give them too much of an idea of what's going on. But at least then they know that Fnatic kind of backs against the wall.
That's it. That's the Kayak.
Yeah, he did great. Kada, thank you for saying that as well, bro. I appreciate you, dude.
My favorite phrase.
Thank you for saying that, mate.
That's the Kayak.
That's the Kayak. Absolute badger. Zeus went walkabouts before, right? Super deep over towards C. Still posted up there. I mean, this battle between him and Alpha seems to be raging on the whole time, but still focused towards A. And a captain playing on the corner. Kayak has been really shaping up. Yeah, he's popping this. Bye-bye.
That's nice from him, though. We're not... Damn, this is nice. We're patient as well. Kayak, dude. Kayak with a bit of confidence is turned into a lovely player, though. Like, this is what we saw in Tier 2 all the time.
Oh, okay. So Kayak kind of knowing the limitations here, but Krax wants to play
Damn, this is nice as well.
on the counter swing. Really nice. Kayak drawing all the attention, but Alpha very ready in backup.
See now a 3v5, what FUT can get done. Yetzijay first on the chopping block, potentially alongside Zeus, but
Dude, Kayak got another.
Now would just come down to Yetzijay as Chronicle to seal the
Beast
deal
couple of
on
rounds
an
from
8-4.5 here for Fnatic. A strong finish, all things considered.
Really strong finish.
Yeah, found their
He didn't even frag that heavy. It was just like 2 rounds where he pretty much just won them both.
Trying to stay competitive, but they're certainly not out of the woods yet. It's 8-4, and we'll be back in just a sec.
Mediocre bot, thank you so much for the 10 months, man. I appreciate you saying that, dude. Thank you, thank you.
Nice! Fantastic. You start.
Crashies? I think Crashies is doing good. Especially when you look at this map, you can tell he's relaying a lot of information. He makes it a lot easier for the IGL. Like, it looks like when I'm watching the minimap, and again, we don't know about comms, but it looks like he's making both to have an easy time calling. He's doing his role well. And I think that's all they really need. Val Kenma, thanks so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 3 months also. Thank you for doing that. The mediocre bot. Dude, I was thinking of making a bacon joke, but I thought we've done too many recently. Kayak on this half? Yeah, great couple of rounds. There's never too many, that's actually true. I should always take it. It's a low-hanging fruit, right? Like how Hyunmin aims? I mean, he's got some of the best first bullet aim we've seen, to be honest.
As competitive as those rounds felt, Mike, the issue is that with FUT sat on 4, do you see this as being anywhere close to enough? We've seen good impact from Mr. Fallen. We've seen Zeus hitting shots.
So low, it's basically on the floor.
Does that translate well enough to this attacking side now? Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's a tough question.
Yeah, I'm sorry, mate.
Wow. I mean, the one thing to take away from that, Fnatic came in with a game plan to really upset the rhythm.
Cyclone with the Prime. Thank you for the 7 months, mate.
Tendencies that FUT were going to try and establish in this half. I mean, that starts off the rip from round 2 being flipped. So FUT's first hint of comfort is stripped away from them. And I think actually then Fnatic began to exploit that a little bit. Criticizing maybe that round 9 and 10 where the clock kind of decided it, but Fnatic
this doesn't make it look much better. 1-0 on the pistols for FUT.
That's all around, and FUT kind of struggled to keep
Prowler hits and they just dodge the bullet because that would have been a horrible trap play.
The strongest area for Fnatic now.
What the hell just happened there?
Removing the singular man, Chronicle, after a great first half, the first to go down here. Not really what
so he's at the back, so he's I mean he's just
I'd love to see
facing.
what the shot was from Yedajay. If it's just one of those shots that he's
Yeah, I think he's facing, yeah.
But gotta see Cron be careful about this because now
Either that or it's the widest jump peak we've ever seen, and who's jump peeking at the back? Nachen with the Prime, thank you so much for the 2 months.
An opportunity on the table here towards A. It's Kayak. To try and find, and actually does find a response here.
Dude, and gets out of there as well, plays the 4v4. Doesn't give him a free kill back of sight. So
there we go.
A nice shot.
Zill's taken over. Crack's gonna find Crashies and try and keep this in favor.
Still a nade
but the plant now gonna be worked on. Kayak gonna post in the paint shell. Nice the plant to start with. That's pretty big. Buys a couple extra seconds for the support system to arrive.
Okay, well, all 3 of them are here now.
Here to play with is what, TP with Boaster, and that's about all she wrote. 6 seconds on a turret. I mean, 5 on the smoke again. If they clear out a captain, it might be game on. Mr. Fallen replies, and Zeus
double pistol.
There's Boaster left in the
Dude, we're gonna see 3 maps where the person who wins double pistol loses the map.
This is tough, though. That's a great beginner.
Huh.
It's gonna make them question.
Wait. No way. Oh my god, it's so close. 12.
That was so close.
So close. He nearly did it again.
Ridiculous. Yeah, look at that little grin. He's like, yeah, I was pretty close on
He does always have a 1v3 in him these days.
On the other side, things for FUT as well. Oh,
wait.
Okay.
Oh, he pre-fired it.
Fair play.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even be mad at that.
You, to be honest.
Should be jump peeking at the back or front.
Almost. Bro, that was unlucky. The guy...
Aren't you more likely to get shot through the wall at the...
12 HP separating
if you go close, they could time you.
Round 1 of the second half.
I guess it's up for debate.
To live. Quite a big stack of players.
Now you'd really want the round 2 conversion to come through this time. Yedajay a little far ahead here with the Bulldog, to be honest. You don't really want to see him dig his heels in here.
It is just Yedajay.
I mean, his camera's so strong.
That's what I mean. You don't want to see him even tempting fate in that scenario. Obviously not shaken by the second round in the first half.
I feel like I'm waiting for this to go wrong because they've taken so long to get here, and now I'm worried that the spike's slowly coming over towards the stack site, even though I'm getting scared.
They're fine, they got B pivot.
I don't like it anymore.
They're ready for B pivot.
All good, all good, all good? Question mark? Everything's fine. Everything is smooth sailing. FUT making it up to 6. And look, we know Fnatic's track record in these pistols, certainly not their strong suit, but now they got to fight back.
There it is. And honestly, I would have loved FUT to have got this out
at
one stage on defense.
Ata Captain down on a stinger potentially, depending on where Mr. Fallen settles for. Boaster straight onto the heavy weaponry. No
Why swing the over classic? This one here, he's just trying to bait for his teammates.
So very much. Kayak though.
What the hell? Attack smoke into the fastest B pinch we've ever seen, into straight up B hit. And then because you don't have the dash anymore, you omen TP, and you only have one smoke. Honestly, this is a kind of nice round from FUT. It's a different one.
It's going to get awkward now. Yeah, I was going to say, if the plant doesn't come through, FUT have to consider a different approach here.
Look at the split from Mr. Fallen as well.
Dude, this is weird. Still no plant, and they're pinching now over towards C.
He can hear the steps, he can see the smoke, but he can't really stop it just yet. It's Alpha who's in trouble.
Yeah, Alpha's done a good job to get out of there, though, and this is a good reaction to push all the way down over towards A.
Bloody hell, team up
Because they're like all over here, so it's good to take the free space.
Flank here, Mike. A lot's about to happen.
The first engagement will even come through from Chronicle. Ata Captain's actually slipped into a deeper position now. That's where the stinger will really pay dividends.
Just smoke self. Oh,
29 HP though.
Honestly, kind of works out better. I would have been tempted to play selfish here.
No ults to bank on. It is the guns in hand. Here we go. Kayak looking for the way in. It's actually Boaster to take the first couple of steps, but FUT are loving every second that passes. It feels better and better, but Fnatic finding back, taking away 2. And the site now under scrutiny. J looking to buy those precious seconds, and it is going to start running low. But Boaster
no way, time?
With crashes.
Yeah, easy time.
And they're well within time on this one. Diffuse there.
I mean, I like the idea from FUT. To be honest, it was something new.
Down after those first 2 kills. Expecting maybe FUT to find a response.
I don't know.
End up becoming a factor here. Unlucky
maybe
for FUT,
Ata to play slower.
Forced into a pretty tough decision here. Like I said, that plant doesn't come through on the first kind of engagement on B site.
What is that?
Kind of 4 of them kind of stood looking at each other like, I mean, once you find that rotation through waterfall, it's so awkward. It just so happens that they're able to kind of completely negate Alpha's
well, it's the big buy round. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Luckily, he's able to get away.
Zeus is up to now. It kind of makes this map feel so unapproachable.
Oh my!
Ooh, gets away, takes a little bit of damage for it.
They're trying to try to Odin spam where he's doing his refract from. Okay, once they clear over towards A, they want to insta-pivot over towards C, hit, maybe while they're still going aggro A with numbers. So you can see Chronicle's just going to dodge the util. Does he want to send it through? Yes, he does. 2 fighting sight.
But Alpha doesn't want to give up all of this space. Oh dear.
Oh boy, wait. Yeah, I think he did TP into it.
Something's gone wrong. I'm sure we'll get it on the replay, but Zeus is trying to posture up
I mean,
on
maybe Mr. Fallen flashed him, but I don't think so.
Fnatic on these flanks have been
Might
good,
just be Molly into Molly, and he TP'd into it and had to run across.
Could do well here. Could be able to TP across the trap on that deeper line.
No, so big kill. What the hell happened there as well? Oh boy, it's a nightmare for FUT.
Get a J gone. And cracks of Mr. Fallen don't even know
Whoa.
about what's coming the way. That paranoia
Who's that for?
That's going. And it's all down to cracks for the heroics now. A 1v3 is not gonna happen.
Jeez, even like 3 minis on top of each other. I'm not sure that's getting the top guy. That was
how
nuts.
well they pressure every lane. It's not just through CT or Waterfall. There's consistent flanks. It's well tempered and it's well considered.
Yeah, and I think conceding a body so early, like I said, Yetijay's posted all the way up, basically backing up onto the wall alongside Sport. Does he? That's the alarm bot as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's a nice Molly. You got Molly on site that covers the close bit.
There was like a snake bite come through, but TP's across, alarm bot goes off, and he actually backs up into the nano.
Bit of both. Good setup.
You try and abuse me. Try and abuse me. One more. Come on. Come.
For welcoming them.
To be fair, it's back-to-back rounds where they've like gone for him.
Factor. Alpha not getting up from the chair, which obviously invites the curse.
Oh yeah, that's true. He didn't stand up.
He's learned.
You and your crystal ball.
Mystic Meg.
Where are
you? Actually ping through? No. Most are not going to be in any indication just yet.
Just the one hero gun.
Only Mr. Fallen, I think, has probably taken 1 bullet of that.
Like it's the hero gun.
Zeus is taking the rest of them.
Ooh.
Mr. Fallen again with a classic.
This guy's incredible with a classic, yeah. Did he double dinked him?
At this point, though, it's not just a singular fight. As much as you may be able to clear Boaster out of the tree, if you're feeling like that's an option, there's still a lot of players close by. Because, hey, they put a lot of faith in Alpha, and you can see why. Alpha's been doing exceptionally well, just kind of like solo anchoring out that C site. He's got his util, he's backing away well, he's not overly rotating. He's holding his own pretty much on the other side of the map, so they're able to reinforce Boaster if he's under pressure. And for Fnatic now, they can just keep the numbers. The work really is now on foot to try and take a positive step. It looks like 11 is very likely.
30 seconds left.
Beautifully synced there. I almost forgot about the voice line.
I'd love you to be the announcer in game. Can I pay for that?
Yeah, we'll do,
Right,
we'll
honestly,
do a sound pack.
You can monetize it. I know you guys like
I
that.
don't think they're getting much for this.
We're down.
He stayed so quiet over towards door that they didn't expect him, but... Oh! Hold up. Not sure about that one. Oh, no. It's unlucky that they got more than I thought from it. I like this idea over towards door. Open door, he just go stay quiet the whole time.
The satchel that he got caught in
Yeah,
his hand with.
the satchel was unlucky.
Please. Please.
Wait, that's actually nuts.
There's no way. Did I just like blank that out from my mind? Here we go. Please. Is it there? Here it is.
Did we just watch it the whole time?
It's a sticky bomb on him.
Oh, it's on him. That's so nuts.
That's so good.
It looked even better the second time round.
That's so thank you, observers, by the way, and EVS, all you guys. 10 out of 10 at your jobs. Now ults galore, right? And Kayak on the operator.
He dodged the Prowler. Oh, okay, yeah.
Before, after a slump of a performance, it's what got him back on that main page, but he's been having a great start already, so this will only amplify things. And chip damage done, Mr. Fallen having to run his way in towards B.
Dude, they gotta win this round.
That perpetual spam from
It's looking insanely rough. They won double pistol, and they're down 6-11. They gotta win this round. Let's see, it looks like Fnatic are ready for some kind of luck, right? Yeah, looks a bit like it. Oh, dude, they've done work, man. They expected this map. Yeah, I wonder if they were gonna pick this map.
Mr. Fallen's gone down. It's
we're looking crazy, prep.
Destruction, and a captain's got a absolute army to face. 2 found. You got more for me. This is hard work now. 10 bullets, 3 bodies to drop. He's still fighting.
How's he still doing it?
Is he good?
Ah, okay. Dude, they got absolutely wrecked on this map.
For Fnatic.
Gotta be feeling like they should have picked a cent or something.
Themselves their 12th round. And didn't even rely on the ultimates either.
No.
Kayak now 1 away from the showstopper. Chronicle 1 off the pit as well.
It's a great shot.
Just an elbow out of place. No stone left unturned here.
It just feels like they've got such a good idea of what...
What is wrong with the classic?
There's nothing wrong with Mr. Fallens, we know that much.
That one's working fine.
Hello, Bacan. How we doing, mate?
It just feels like Fnatic know exactly what FUT want to be achieving. Even
No,
in
yeah, the Fnatic have good reads on this, which does make me think they've either wanted it to be third map or they were going to pick it.
As soon as that first spike tap comes through, they're actively hunting the lurk. Alpha looking like he might get his wish once again.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fast kills going his way as well.
Being punished time and time again.
There we go. Missile forward. This time going to find it, and Zeus has been a little quiet on this side in comparison to the first.
Yeah, but still manages to dodge the ult, gets a lot of space. That one fade ult as well. Oh, what the hell is that?
Absolutely on it. 3v2 now. Cracks out a captain. No site security. Back in that one away.
Oh, dude, I'm looking at Crash. He's already on top of this.
So
dude, he was rotating early here.
Yeah,
they were super on top. Either it was someone dead comms or
chucks that in.
Or it was him.
1v3. 35 seconds. Position surrounded. Kayak watching. Swing from tree. Should be up next. There
God, they annihilated them. Double pistol when they got 6.
First half competitive, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a repeat of the first game all over again.
The second half That was an absolute masterclass.
Yeah, overall looking very.
Yeah, they had good reads as well. They had good reads and Kayak played really good, like really good.
Such a diverse game plan. Maybe you could give away some of those round losses.
Well, we're going to see if there's any hope to be found for FUT when we get towards Split, which will be next up. So don't go too far away.
They won fast pistol? Yeah, exactly. They won both pistols.
I figured out a way to beat Footballist. Stupefy! Stupefy! Stupefy! Stupefy! And expecto patronum!
This guy.
I'm begging. Begging. Riding hard. When I was playing.
Yeah, they'll get this one up. Their comms, I mean, yeah, they're always just having a good time. Important. Go check the stats shot.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let me do the VOD real fast and I can check. That's... Dude, wait, they got wrecked in fast kills as well. Oh, that's really rough, man. Double pistol. They won on fast kills. Oh, they kind of just got completely outplayed. I guess there was 2 1v2s, but still. Yeah, that one's rough, man. Retakes. Look, that's just 4v5s as well. Okay, chat, I'll be back in a little bit.
Welcome back, everybody. Fnatic, they managed to get the win in Lotus over FUT. Even though FUT was the one picking the Lotus, we spoke about how Fnatic has always been comfortable in this, but did we expect the level of play that we saw, Bailey? Because it literally looked like Fnatic had the upper hand for most of it.
I think Fnatic made it look easy, to be completely blunt and totally honest. I think, yeah, they were just running circles around FUT a lot of the time. I think that attack side looked so strong. I know that Mini, you were mentioning the call-in coming out from Boaster as well. So, yeah, I think from FUT, you could see some of the ideas that they were trying to implement, but just not all on one page, it felt at times.
Yeah, I thought the attack side was clinical from Fnatic. It was a little bit closer than I think that, like, the score was closer to me than how Fnatic played that game, if that makes sense. They had put themselves in so many winning positions on attack, and then their defense was just their defense.
Look at that. FUT having 12 first kills, only get those 6 rounds. And when we look at the plants, they planted the spike 4 times, but only 1 of them was able to be translated into a 1 round. What do we think were the biggest weaknesses on the side of FUT for this Lotus that they definitely really wanted to play?
In terms of the kind of post-plant idea you're touching on, I think it goes back to what I was trying to touch on the Telestrator, where Fnatic are just extremely good at knowing when to play weak side and delay and chip damage, and then their retakes are just so strong. So I think for the post-plant specifically, I don't think FUT did too much wrong. I think on defense, they just didn't show much creativity. They had that one Waylay ult round that seemed nice, but apart from that, it didn't seem...
It was a bit empty, you know? It was like, I expected some follow-up.
Yeah, no, I have to agree. I would love to take another look at that Waylay ult round, because when we were watching it, I was just kind of like, I can see the ideas that like Zeus is trying to have, and I'm just like waiting on the rest of the team to be able to follow up with it and actually help them execute the idea that's in mind. But again, like I say, it didn't feel like everyone was on the same page at times.
Yeah, and something that we did see on the previous weeks that we were speaking about, the clutch potential, we saw again today. It was a round that ended up in a very, very close, but it literally felt like we had been here before, Mini.
Yeah, I feel like flashbacks to Boaster doing this earlier on, I guess. But again, yeah, something I highlighted earlier was this C site for Fnatic being somewhere to go, and they abused it at the start of the game. And then Boaster just a clinical, easy clutch for him in the post-plant.
Yeah, this was a round as well where Fnatic really sort of upped the tempo and just did a direct hit on C, which was something as well that FUT were never really able to kind of gauge, you know, like where are Fnatic going? Like as much as they were trying to prop Zeus on C mound and down C long to kind of get that information, they're always super, super late to any sort of rotations to be able to contest the site.
It felt like FUT just let Fnatic do what they wanted the entire map. Like Zeus early on would use his refract sometimes to fight for space, but Fnatic didn't even seem to mind, and we're playing their typical slow style where I think they're the slowest attack team on Lotus in EMEA right now.
Yeah, probably one of...
And so if you're using that refract early from the Waylay, you're not going to get value later on. So I think that Fnatic just had...
So what I'm getting is more like it felt like Fnatic was the one who picked this Lotus and FUT was just there. Is that what I'm getting?
A little bit, especially we didn't even see Fnatic on what they consider their strongest side. Like I know that traditionally Lotus is an attack-sided map, but they're so good on that defense.
Yeah, the retakes.
So they could have had an incredible... They could have won out that defense there.
Yeah, no, you know, one of the players that we were excited to see, and I think that we have been excited the entire year, was Kayak. He started off the map pretty slow. I think that he didn't manage to get a kill until like what, round 7, 8? But yeah, ever since then, he just, you know, we've heard this before. You just need that one round where you fight and you have a great play and then you're on for the rest of the map.
Kayak is such a momentum-based player, as you say. As soon as you get that one kill, you're locked in, you're in the map. I mean, yeah, he's just honestly come on leaps and bounds, I think. Like when he first joined this Fnatic side, I know a lot of people were like questioning whether he was the right fit. Obviously, Derko's kind of big shoes to fill, but I mean, he won EMEA Ascension in 2024 for a reason, right? And I think that he's definitely living up to the sort of expectations that at least all the tier 2 defenders had of him. So yeah, it's nice to see him kind of fire up on that stage now.
Yeah, I agree. Like Kayak has been their best player, I think, this year. And so when he's doing this against Zeus, like Fnatic are looking like Toronto bound.
And Kayak wasn't even like performing amazingly, as you say. Like they weren't just relying on Kayak as their duelist to go in and kill.
I think it's crazy that he ended up with this, considering how it started.
It's pretty disgusting. And I think as well, like Zeus, you can see him getting like those opening engagements, but again, just no support from his team, which is like frustrating to watch.
Yeah, I think that's the way I'd frame it almost, is that I wouldn't really throw Zeus under the bus for this. I think that, like I highlighted it before, like Lauren was memeing a little bit, but I think that he was left on an island and isolated quite a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think that they had a great game plan to set up Zeus for success. And on the other side, Fnatic with all their positive energy, why is Kayak going to feel like he's, you know, like down in the dumps?
Better,
like the system's working, they're all hyped up, Kayak's able to perform, he's not feeling the stress of being 0-6 down. What would Mini say right now? Like, he doesn't care. Like, he doesn't care. Like, they're all hyped up, you know?
Yeah, I agree with you. I really hope that this plan revolves a little bit more around Zeus and not just leaving him alone, being like, oh, you have the Waylay, you know, you can go out, and it's like, yeah, but I just need so much more from you guys.
Yeah.
But let's look forward to what is going to be our second map, and that is going to be Split. As I said earlier, every single time that a team has not banned Split, Fnatic has picked Split. And
I mean,
Lotus
yeah,
and Split,
dude, they just
again,
they just got their 3 best maps.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed that we're not seeing a team again punish Fnatic for their map pool.
Yeah,
like,
I
think
agree.
Fnatic map pool is good, but they're not being exposed on some of these weaker maps. Like Giant X exposed them a little bit and had a close game with them. So I think this is a tough one for FUT. Like the rest of these maps are not looking amazing for them in the head-to-head against Fnatic, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think coming into Split, it is going to be difficult for FUT to be able to get this over the line, because it doesn't matter what side Fnatic start on Split either. They've always gone and had an 8-4 half the 3 times that they've played at this Split. So as long as they have an 8-4 half, I see Fnatic winning Split.
What do we think about the compositions, right? Like FUT have been very famous for changing compositions every time they do not win a map.
How was Prague today,
and they've done
Beckham?
it already a couple of times on Split. So Mini, what do you think is going to happen?
They were playing the Chamber before, I believe, which is the same comp. I think that they were playing
And the Sky, do not forget.
Shanghai when Fnatic lost to them.
You do have PTSD.
But I think Fnatic won like 13-3 and had a pretty good game plan that game. So if they go back and look at that game plan,
He said Kayak is Fnatic's best player. Do you agree? It has to be Boaster at stage 1? Nah, dude. Even if Boaster like performs the best, he's still not the best player. Like in terms of like actual skill.
What would you like to see if FUT are to
Kayak
change
best player? I would still always say Alpha, but
what would you like to see change?
I get that. I get where he's coming from. He's
honestly,
probably
like,
performing the
looking at
best.
it, Zeus playing the Chamber
He's
was a big
performing way
question mark
better
for
now.
me.
He
This
has
isn't someone that
confidence.
plays the
Kayak
operator
is.
an awful lot, so seeing him on Chamber doesn't really make a lot of sense in my head. And then of course they have cracks on the Raze, usually on Split. So I think for
Chronicle?
me,
I mean, Chronicle's the most
I want
consistent.
to see a double
You
duelist.
want like
That's what
the
I'm
most
thinking. That's the
consistent,
kind of
sure.
line that I'm going
You want
down.
like the
I wouldn't be
actual
against a
best. I
double
think it's
duelist,
Alpha
and
at
I
his
think
peak.
that Yoru could be much
Alpha looks
better
like the
than
best
Chamber.
player in the world on this peak, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree with the double duelist angle. I think it's
There's
the only
loads
map
of players
where
like that
I
as well.
really
Hey, Trox, thank you so
love
much for the
double duelist
19
right now.
months.
Maybe
Thank
even
you
a
so
little
much,
bit, but
dude.
Split is
Thank you.
beautiful with double duelist. If they think
If
Krax
you're out
is
here
just the Raze
subbing, does that mean we
player
got a tech
in
balls?
those moments, then we can see Zeus going to Jeff. It's good for me.
Do you think it's maybe too much to have on the board? Do you think it limits the capabilities of the teams to change compositions so much, or do you think it's not that big of a deal?
They've had plenty of time to change the composition for this map specifically.
How much time would you say is
Mini said Kayak's been the best player this year. I know that's true.
My position on it is a bit different because I don't like to switch.
And it looks like he has way more to give as well.
But for most teams, I think a week is more.
They go, dude, they're loving a fade at the moment. They play fade on like every map at the moment, for right?
Onto the fade. Billy, double initiator, double duelist. You like this?
I really like this composition coming
It's
up from
it's
FUT,
like
honestly, yeah. Having
their
that double
fade
controller, I
tail
think is
worked
so,
on
so
Paul,
nice.
and they were like,
Obviously
let's
sticking with that,
just
but then, yeah, moving
do
cracks
this
over
everywhere.
onto that fade. Mr. Fallen on the Tejo. We've been singing his praises about how he performs on the Tejo, but yeah, like I mentioned, is that Zeus on the Yoru. I cannot wait to see how this works out for them.
The thing FUT have to be really careful.
Okay, we watched a fair amount of this comp.
So there isn't that explosivity on their exits. Usually the Euro needs that support from the breach
Is
to
there
make this work.
is there
So
not
I'm
explosivity on
wondering to
this?
see how that's going to
Rather close, Teva D. Like I'm trying to think of their B yet.
Or is FUT going to take us to a
You
map
would
number 3? Pansy,
salvo
Hancock,
back a site so you can TP. And then what, you just
Gambler is
Teva
really
default?
bad,
Don't believe.
Then would you have to get box control.
We would never take bets.
But if I did, if there was a verse that it was okay to, I'd bet on Fnatic.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so last time Fnatic played Split, I'm looking, you know, recent stuff, it was OT against Apex. It wasn't their cleanest of showings.
No,
but things have changed. They've started to, you know, get a little bit better overall. They've started to work their way back up, looking in form, but
There a way to counter the TP salvo?
side on this map.
Just
A
don't
lot of
let
devs kind
don't
of
let them
talking
take B
through it,
main
kind of
control.
explaining what they liked about
Oh,
it.
That's
really?
coming back to the point where we discussed at the start of map 1 where FUT ever
Fnatic on defense, FUT on attack. I mean, you either have to take aggro, make them use their Teo stuff to like re-clear the space and then clear it later. You can't let them get free map control, basically.
I actually tend to agree with Mini in that the double duelist does look best here on Split.
Yeah, you can play close with
so
some
that's something
positions,
that
but
FUT,
it's still just
gonna have
insanely
to have
strong.
taken into consideration.
Pistols at the moment, even though score-wise this really doesn't look good, FUT did win double pistol.
Well, it's close to a wide open.
So I still think double sheriff is the way to go on pistols. Only if you've got people that are legit on sheriffs and you have setups for it. Like the whole reason Genji were good at it is because they had some, I mean they had some great sheriff players. And their setups always made sense.
Good luck keeping up
Only
with this
texture
one.
meteor.
It's about to get hectic. Zeus on the front lines here. Anything to clear him from this corner? He's got a little bit of a complimentary position over towards Pillar, but he's cleared by Crashies. Is that a captain next on the
Dude, we got a late luck, and it's real late on this one. There's a lot of low HPs. It is a doable 2v5.
Bit of a mad push from Chronicle, but I guess
Dude,
they
no
have the
salvos for
numbers
8
and no
seconds.
one's
Gotta take it all
denying the
back.
defuse. Fnatic with a comfortable first round.
Dude, it kind of felt like the
digging out every
other
single
pistol where
player
they
they
just go
hit
straight over towards
and locking
Saiyan, stop
for remaining
defusing.
members of FUT out behind that smoke.
That looked way too easy.
It looked way too easy. Especially considering this position, I thought Zeus was good for a couple.
Doesn't feel great to be pushing in, but I mean, obviously, benefit of hindsight and what we can see.
The satchel, yeah, like forced him to the floor faster.
That's what we like, baby.
Whether or not there was...
Wait, 2 pistols.
The math ain't mathin'.
It hit really hard for a second then. Okay, look at the Zeus though. Gonna see
Satchel crashes into the ground. They used to do this on, apparently it was unintentional, they used to do it on bind where they went over towards short and like the rays would go up and then they would want someone to go lower and the satchel would force them down to the ground faster as you go up. They said it wasn't intentional, but they ended up doing it like twice.
Going to be rewarded. The start of the round, not necessarily. Kayak with a rifle. Pushed up pretty deep on ramp here as well. Crashes a ton of information.
Okay, we buy the... Who's taking the hit on this one? Cracks buys the Outlaw. We're looking for one-shots. Oh, dude, we got everyone almost. Quick maths? Yeah, everyone.
Yeah, comfortable disengage though from Fnatic. To try and mitigate as much of this risk as possible. Maybe don't have a full picture in terms of the purchase, especially with Chronicle taking that much damage now. There's got to be some questions.
Pressure this point.
I mean, do you want to be doing this when your mate has an Outlaw?
Have to backpedal. But Kayak now next in line, clean, dealing with Yellow J in the end. Got a little bit dicey for a moment, but
That is not how I play this.
It feels a little bit threatening, but they're still in control, and there's no real pressure coming through main, and there it is.
If you're going to do this force, like I think you can do much better stuff over towards it. You either go like heavy B main and you just give them the most opportunities ever. Like normally you go over towards A, to be honest. That's where you're going to get the most duels. But
like I said, beautiful disengage Fnatic. I will take a step back, take a breath.
They knew, but then you can just solo walk over towards the site where he is.
Really mounting
I don't know if you want to just be holding heaven here. I think like once, I don't think you should ever be setting him up for the classics to do stuff. I think you just walk as a unit over towards sites.
Chronicle still sat. SMG and 2 Guardians on the other side for Fnatic, but they're going to be feeling pretty good about this.
I do like...
They figure out, I was going to say, Alpha's here so quickly.
I like that they're taking the extremity control.
What are we doing? We walking into spawn? Oh boy.
A little bit more of a passive approach towards that B side with just the jump spot.
Yeah, I can definitely chill with what's going on. Bates that he went up as well. Prowler goes in like they're trying to get info, trying to really sell the fact this guy isn't in spawn.
For Alpha to continue this
pathing. Is the awareness there that enough of a window was left open? Because there's no traditional Sentinel utility.
Fade eye as well, like they keep trying to clear this, like they're trying to get info, like they didn't push someone to this angle.
Yeah, you do, yeah.
Let them get a little bit further into
Chronicle's still here, ready to scrap. Because he's got the SMG, still wants to play up close and personal.
Dude, it's gonna have nuts timing, right?
This timing to be everything. Kayak's even taken away cracks. They're
Whoa,
so stacked
whoa, what
on
was
this
that,
side.
dude? Spectre's looking like a... Spectre's looking like a phantom or something. Spike lost in heaven, they hear the TP. Very nice, man, very, very nice. It's a great round from them.
Fnatic converting the bonus. Beautifully
done. The push off of one solo boom bot as well, and then the fade detail to sell it. That was awesome. Dude, Chronicle did unbelievable though.
So well, still trying to sell him that story with Crashy sending out the prowlers,
I
keeping
think
note of
there
everything. Just the energy itself to this round was so good.
We're curious to know whether or not the awareness is there.
IG genius movement, bro. We will do it WOD review on that. We will do WOD review on that.
But we didn't catch it, unfortunately.
No, we were on it.
Almost intrigued to go back and look.
What was the ingenious move?
I mean, he...
Back down on pistols, but yeah, like I was saying, it's...
This is his movement of going right, I think.
again, have a little bit of information to act upon, but it just takes so long. Alpha can shift walk all the way back behind them, up through Mail. It doesn't even end up being a factor, to be honest with you. Chronicles over-delivered from that position. Oh.
Hello, there's some rats in the vent. For
Doesn't overstep, love that.
in. This feels like repetition, though. You're looking at Boaster kind of playing a little bit deeper on towards those rafters. This is the first time we're seeing this space being identified, so maybe Yedajay can relay this later round.
Yeah, this
is actually kind of scary. Like Yedajay.
You almost don't want to give it away that you maybe noticed something, and that is a huge flaw in the system.
Get the gun.
Okay, but it's still the gun held by Chronicle. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, you do that. Sure. Like, you kill everyone, man.
Oh, that's beautiful. It doesn't matter in the end. He's done his job.
I was like, surely we just hold the gun here, but he's just absolutely sent it.
Window there, Mike, but it got shut so quickly by
Dude, he's really feeling it, though.
There's a chance if he's able to get his hands on that rifle, but like I said, whether or not Foot really lean on that too heavily, or
Dude, if he goes down there, he might actually give him 2 guns, though.
Maybe happy to
It's
just
a little
lead back
scary.
into a retake potentially.
By a little, I mean it's really scary.
A great spacing from Chronicle here.
But that throw a little.
Maybe no VOD review on that one.
No. Skip that round, it's fine. Operator in hand so early for Kayak as well. Round 5 coming in with that. A new layer to this. They could actually potentially now post up and fight towards middle, which maybe Kayak's considering. Does he walk the smoke? Surely not. I mean, Kron's feeling confident. Forced away by the salvos. But again, looking for final destination, this spacing, maybe looking to explore that here. It was left open before, but now you're seeing where Crashies is positioned. It looks like that's been shut.
Oh boy.
Here, Mr. Fallen was caught sleeping here on this drift up mid. Chronicle will catch him. Spike now noted as well. She's able to get away from that, but Alpha's found the back
dude,
half.
this is a devastating second buy.
The push and pull between these
That's
guys
just
is
second
fantastic.
buy.
Again, you saw the kind of consideration.
Everyone's gone, man.
Right, that first step towards
Everyone's
it,
gone.
Kron's caught the cross, and then this back and forth, that little 1-2 over towards A. And instantly look at the new reposition coming out from, I believe that's Alpha and Kron up towards Heaven, making it near on inaccessible. Look at it. And then just a jump spot for Crashies here.
How are you feeling about Tarek Man stealing your viewers? Tarek streaming? Dude, I don't... If you think I still stream for numbers, I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm out here watching games that are just for 1 champ points. Like, we pretty much just do it because I like the game, mate.
Again, after every single
engagement, a
reset back to a deeper position.
Left but right, thanks so much for the Prime, man. Appreciate the 18 months.
Ready for Fnatic. Unfortunately, Foot just can't find a way in. Nope. Forcing now back in a position where...
Low five.
No
gotta work on that one, boys.
It's got the shambles back there. Not on the same page.
Hands up here,
VOD
low
review.
5. What's this about?
Yeah, low 5.
Low 5, behave. You can't be doing that. Now, timeout coming in. Foot calling this one, and rightly so. They've not found any access points.
They forced Tarek to watch the Paper X game. It will be 3 AM for him. That's a banger, though.
But it feels quite indicative that they've gone towards Split as their first option here, that something's been readjusted. And this looks, I guess, polished, I think is the best way to put it. Nothing massive changing. But you can just see the layering systems.
Yeah, there's not necessarily any flair to what they're doing. It's very clean Valorant, to be honest with you. I think as well, it's probably how you need to approach a Foot that maybe has a question mark above them in terms of the comp change. In terms of
Luke Q, thanks so much, man. Appreciate the 6 months. Thanks for the Prime.
It's the second map in this Veto. You've got to feel like Foot would have come into this with a really, really cohesive plan to address that.
Thank you so much, bro.
Fortunately here, maybe not getting off the starting block.
73% win rate. Dude, if Foot had that for the first map, they would have won.
So they're really starting to get
Oh boy, we're bringing back the old scores. TP towards Backer's side with the flash over towards Heaven.
On the horizon themselves, but speaking of, instantly used here.
Okay, with the Omenal. Damn. Bacan, you watching this? It's my Omenal. Made it to the big time. Bringing it back in 2025.
Zeus on the site, trying to just split between them, and Chronicle outnumbered. Foot pulling
with the
out
fatal,
a
it's
trick
nice.
from the card of deck, you know, deck of cards even, needing something to run, and it's worked really well. A little set piece to offset the scoreline that's been disastrous. Alpha trying to make something out of nothing, and it ain't happening here. This
Yeah, that's a
really
clean one.
nice set plan.
It was a nice one. TP to back his side with the flash over towards heaven. Fade ult close so you don't hit the TP, or in theory the Omen ult. You don't exactly know where he's going. Could be anywhere kind of close as well. Omen ult into the corner, so you kind of have to go find him or leave sight, or just fight heavy on sight and you get killed or flashed.
Maybe get off the starting block. Now the timeout. We're in a decent position behind this as well.
Oh, wait, was it not their ult? Oh, it was Crashy's ult.
Ult goes out, and because
oh boy, that's actually a little bit costly then.
I mean, he's just put in a really rough spot. Maybe go 1-for-1 at best in that scenario, but
well, it's even bigger win for FUT there.
From FUT here. Getting off on the high five as well. The synergy's just both camps struggling.
Shocking. Speaking of those ults, so Chronicle's got his, Alpha's got theirs
Yeah,
now.
they keep it clean as well, so money's actually good.
Crack's got his now ready. Zeus one away. Mr. Fallen.
I like this from Fnatic,
and a heavy
especially after this round where they just act towards B site. They now want to make sure that they have B control, so that if they do exec, they have to like use Veto a little bit earlier as well, and not do that hitting straight in the head.
It's got the damage. Crashes in the meantime played it forward. I like that initiative. Play it deeper in towards main. He does get traded out.
It's a really good change up from Fnatic, by the way.
Now you're looking at
they kind of realize that they're going to stop B spamming, and they just take B main with 3 people at the beginning of the round.
Boombot, I don't think
So it's a great adjustment from Boaster.
As well. On the back of that, you have to say, luckily,
big duel coming up.
Just before he strikes.
But do they still know about Alpha? They've got to know he was here. That Boombot went in not long ago, but the satchel divides and conquers. Alpha knocks down 2, making his third.
Oh, he got that. He got the last one.
Big round from him. I thought
that
that
just showing
opportunity
off.
may have drifted by, but absolutely not.
Unable to really force him out of position here. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, this was sick. But again, the beginning push over towards B is just so nice.
Alpha's paint shell just missed. Not sure if anybody actually got
caught.
And now he's on his feet.
Oh no.
Oh. He stood up. He always loses when he stands up, man.
He currently sits, and then
he is 9-1 though, so.
7 he stood up.
Yes.
FUT now looking to cycle through some of these ultimates. Spot 2
I feel like the Yoru ult won't be as strong because they don't have. Yeah, and normally like the breach is like one of the reasons why it is super strong. So they only had the Omen ult, Omen flash to get off or anything off the back of it. See this tail, it's nuts. Damn, bro. Yeah, fast flood from Fnatic came in, and I mean, the tail stopped the 2 from heaven getting involved.
The flank on the way though. Energy creeping in the back lines. He'll be there eventually, but right now
he's distracting so good. No, Crashies, bro. Alpha is doing so much.
Left in the 1v3 can't be done. Energy there, and the curse begins.
Yeah, he shouldn't have stood up.
A back and forth exchange coming out of that timeout. The tempo definitely shifting now. We'll find a second here. On the back of Zeus, really find these 2 openers. Boaster catching. I felt like he caught like 3 flashes there.
Yeah, no, he was getting wrecked by flashes.
Nice! There's a moment there where Crashy's drift onto default. It looks as if he was unnoticed as yet, but Crack's resetting at the perfect time to catch that. Time to jump. Alpha already at 11-2, by the way. Hit to close off mid. Noted as well now the TP. So maybe an indicator of Zeus's later round intentions.
Yeah, late take over towards B with a flash as well. Yeah, set up 1 over towards here. They got middle. Early rotate comes in, so they've got 3 over towards site. Adai goes in to see if anyone followed them in. And he takes the TP into a fade, into a fade eye, and someone waiting for him. Oh boy, this was rough. Again, I'm going to compliment Fnatic for being proactive. This push over towards B means they can get the 3 over, which means that we can have someone to capitalize off of the TP.
And setting them up at the 7-2.
Some fun still there for FUT.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, here, this Zeus fully committing here, but it's the spacing behind this. Even if he falls there should be somebody else to force one or two players of Fnatic off balance almost, but
Money's got to be low. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, Footloose is done.
Trading 2 for 2 now on the rounds. Definitely a shift in pace here after that timeout.
One off a couple of
Chance
ults.
here for Fnatic to break the money though.
Okay, this is nice from Foot though. Take mid fast. Instant reaction from losing mid. Same thing what he had last round. Just flash through the smoke, take over towards B.
Captain gonna have to kind of readdress that slightly. Probably have to re-clear it.
Been a lot of B pressure.
Whatever their eventual plan is, it feels like
No way.
just in the wrong place,
Okay,
wrong
got good
time.
info though too. Yoru took the TP after claiming over
They go
towards
for a
B.
1-for-1. At least they trade back in here.
You want to see at Captain.
Okay, and then mid rounds he cancels the A and they go over towards B, as we can see in the minimaps. Good.
Spike slowly making its way towards Mail. Would lean towards Foot taking B.
Yeah, they need
I
info.
think most are just figuring that out now as well. Maybe just waiting on the information on the back of Kayak's ultimate.
He mistimed it a little bit. Chronicle should have waited for the. Oh boy! Oh boy! They both messed it up.
You lucky boy! Kayak makes a bit of a meal of it. And all this time, this was a pivot towards B, but both players now here. Crashies, can you isolate Yetajay? It's not quite clean enough. Still wants to try and help out Boaster, but they're all of Foot are stuck behind the smoke, excluding
Still
one.
no plum.
It's clean for the first. Couldn't quite get the
It's,
second, but
it's kinda
Crashies
doable.
now. Called upon here. Position now noted. 13
Yeah, he isolates every
seconds,
single duel.
and a fair 1v1.
Oh, big kill.
Cracks.
Great decision making from Cracks under pressure here. Again, big gap between him and Yetajay, and actually down on 12 HP, so really awkward if he goes for that. Speaking of really awkward, the Vents engagement initially, but the second one was even worse.
Oh, this. I think I'm
Jesus.
He's behind me, isn't he?
Kayak shorty and classic.
Yeah, that's just him typing. My bad. Pretty much.
Send him back.
See him typing my bad or I
It's a little
missed.
surprising the kind of Teo usage, considering. Well, I mean, they'll be alright for Toronto, I guess. But hold on.
Dude, ever since that timeout, by the way, we've seen 4 aggro plays on defense over towards B main.
Nice reply from Alpha, but
Like you can definitely see what they spoke about in the Foot timeout.
Just a little.
Ever since that one round where they did that exec towards back of sight, they haven't none of it now.
Some of these scenarios we've seen him in. Comes down to a 3v3 now, though.
it's getting brawly, isn't it?
Yesterday just constantly on like 20 or less HP.
This is nice from Crashies. Getting all that info over towards B, off angle. Even if they push over towards B, they're not gonna they're not gonna do this right all the way through. They're only gonna just clear B main.
See this positioning
So
coming out from
he's in charge of
pushed
just
out by
holding all
B.
of B at the moment. They
It
retake
allows them
together.
that safety
These two can play together.
on the A
That's
side.
unlucky.
And
Dude, they expect
completely
the everyone
unawares of
sight.
the walk-up. Maybe getting paranoid about middle, but we know where it's ending. And Boaster, you're basically in a 1v3 here. The paranoia perfect.
Oh, the timing of that flash is insane.
Right between the legs, basically. Leaving just Crashies in a 1v2. Now, the position he comes from may be a little bit unconsidered. Doesn't want to give it away with Util. Play this one out as best he can. They're trying to stay together.
Yeah, they're both tucked in.
She's taking steps closer now. Their curiosity getting the better of them. Are they going to swing together?
Yeah, lovely
they
timing
do.
on this.
Foot taking car.
Hey, they're
full of
doing it right.
strides now.
They're-
That scoreline not
they're
looking so
doable.
impossible.
Well, definitely not now, considering the funds on the other side of things for Fnatic as well. Maybe feeling, I would say, overconfident. Looking to continue applying this pressure. Awkward timing here for Chronicle. And Boaster's desperate to kind of get out there. He's got the Cosmic Divide, almost wants to regroup. So that's why we see this
Judge out.
coming in
Oh,
for the
wrong
final
side though.
round.
By,
I mean, look at the
Four
ults. Yeah,
ults.
look at the ults for Foot.
Yeah, but he does have Astro ult that maybe helps him get closer in the retake with the Judge. Insta push towards middle. They know they're up against too many ults, especially once they hit that insta.
Crash is looking to out the ultimate pretty early on. There's already
Yeah,
a
he
fight coming
wanted to
down
pop
through
that
sewers.
early.
Mr. Fallen's guarding this. Oh, put your knife away.
Here we are. Oh!
He loses that.
How? How? I'm baffled by it.
And they think there's 2 behind, and Alpha goes and joins the rest of his team over towards
On their
Heaven.
side, yes. Fnatic looking to find a couple of players here.
Fatal for Fatal.
Back and forth. We can't see a
Fatal with the low HP and this insta-judge spam. That's so sick, though. That's so sick from them.
As Fnatic make it through the mists.
Well, we said the judge might be okay for the retake with the Astral, but that was awesome. Let's use the Viper Ult against them, basically.
A broken purchase converted.
Yeah, the fade minus 80 into the spam with a judge.
Same comeback required once again for FUT.
They were talking about 8-4s, weren't they, at that on the desk? That's messed up.
I was like a fucking bee! Boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, so
Guy, man. Freezing in June, thank you with the 24 months. Thank you for that. I appreciate you did. Abilities. I mean, this was a nice round from them, really. Fnatic. Again, I feel like their calling was good though on this defense. A lot of those aggro pushes on B. A lot of good reactions over towards B with what was going down. Have you seen the Durka tweet roasting Prius? Wait, is this recent? I haven't, but I probably should have. Like, I know I'm going to enjoy it. Lester Riv with the Prime as well. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Well, it feels like similar scenes from map 1. At 8-4, FUT have their work cut out, Mike. This hasn't been an easy game so far. I think our worries started even in the Veto, really. Seeing these 2 maps. Has anything we've seen really removed any of that worry? Do you think there is enough room left here for them to come back in this game?
No, I think the concern now comes that Fnatic are able to get themselves onto the attacking half with this double duelist composition, and already they've shown they're happy to be hyper-aggressive, take the fight to FUT, and I gotta say it, more consistently come out on
kind of
top.
got him.
Even in the rounds that FUT are, you know, happy to scrap it out. Maybe a few losses here and there for Fnatic, but the game plan has suited them perfectly.
It certainly has, and Alpha having a fantastic showing in the first half, 16-5, enjoying his freedom from the cage he's normally put in. The second he gets let off the leash, he has a brilliant
Not that he's ever
time.
passive on Kilter anyway.
Have I given my thoughts on the new Pope? I don't really care too much, man, to be honest. If he was good at Valorant, maybe I'd care. But it doesn't really affect me too much.
Gonna spot the TP crosser though, yeah.
Looking like a cancel on this, but then just Alpha go kill. It didn't work out. This feels like something was mistimed. This doesn't feel right at all. And
Spike's actually ahead of the smoke as well, so not able to isolate
Shutdown.
everybody.
It's a heavy shutdown.
Great from FUT, but I mean, that felt completely out of sorts.
Something nice to kill them with.
Moment here where you almost feel like if
The Sage main is really good.
they
Okay.
spot that TP,
Well, there we
you
go.
want somebody kind of swinging out of the smoke. Getting curious, it's one of those rounds that you almost want to hear.
What happened?
Yeah, what's happening ahead of time.
It does make it certainly makes you wonder, because again, the C's look good, everything looked quite nice, but
I mean, I think Kayak cancels on the flash just because his TP's dealt with, but even so.
Yeah, very disjointed. Pistols certainly not perfect for Fnatic. We've heard
Oh.
it themselves even on the replays.
What is this
there.
strat,
But
though?
a necessary opportunity to be made here. A good chance to go farming as well, but a confidence to be made. Kayak, though, still going to be a problem.
Yeah, no, he's going to be able to get that and a plant,
Yeah,
right?
and
Oh, he
that's a
just opted for the plant.
Plant now.
Spike planted.
Dude, Alpha as well is just going all the way around the world.
The problem being, Alpha's got a shorty, so he has to walk
Dodge
up
the
to
drone.
Hello.
Oh, okay, didn't dodge the drone, right? I guess the drone saw him if he's checking that.
Turns at the right time, but Kayak strikes back. Can he isolate another? Spots towards Heaven. They now know his position. They want to gap close towards his complementary, but
Nice
not
shot.
good enough from Chronicle. So in the end, 3 remain. They recover the Bulldog, and no harm, no foul.
The fact that it's even a full clearance back towards Spawn. Like I said, it's the worst position to be in. And then you see he's got a short CSA. Yeah, he's literally got to walk up, tap somebody on the shoulder. But I think the awareness is there from Foot that there's a gap towards Vents. You see even Mr. Fallen clearing down mid with the drone. Obviously somebody's relayed the possibility Alpha or somebody else has slipped the net.
They're basically average. What you're telling me?
I can't figure out what that means. Michael, you're the analyst.
I looked at it 3 times and I was like, Rower.
Why have you started me? I love our stats guy, but I'm just stupid. I can't figure it out. 8-6 though. Gotta focus now. Stop giggling like Muttley next to me. We do have a Bucky. Bucky enjoys around the world. Time to focus.
Rejoice.
Yes. Your life can't have that much joy in it, so now's the time.
Jesus, is that a flame? I like it's got flames. I like a Bucky.
Trying to just find out if there is a Stallow. There was no patience for either captain.
That was a paranoid to be main and just solo swinging.
I'm sending it, boys. Well, he found Alpha.
Well, there was some supportive utility from Mr. Fallen, but again, didn't feel like the most considered approach here. Give Fnatic the man advantage.
Was this one pass on fake with a raise?
Yeah, Zeus would have caught those steps as well. Deep enough position on ramp.
Dude, they got 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Out of all the players, though,
Dude,
Zeus is
I was going to say,
here
Alpha
with
is
the Bulldog, so
like an
if he
Alpha
found
kind of
Valor, and
faked
that's
over towards
it
B
gone.
pretty much at the same time as they did this
18
flash, so
seconds, it's getting
not
a
like it would
little
have
low on
made any
time
kind of
now,
rotate
though.
happen. 15 seconds, they're still got to deal with Yetterjay.
These positions.
Back down,
The
10
by a couple of
seconds.
Oh,
Here's the Bucky.
Oh, good God, the Bucky. Oh, it's not going to work out this
killing
time.
that one.
What the hell was that? It's fine.
Dude, if he actually went round towards the site, I mean, maybe he could have stopped the plan.
Feeling a little reminiscent of some rounds on Lotus, but maybe just hyper conscious of a scrappy purchase from Foot and walking into maybe some ratty crossfires. Alpha's actually the one to master the rat position
dude, that's
here.
devastating.
Don't necessarily want to see it left that late on, I was saying anti-eco, but the anti-bonus here for Foot. How do you feel about those?
Well, it's that big round. Don't lose this, map's done.
Without a paddle now. Backing away from mid after this early little exchange. And I hate them, Michael.
Still keen to try and dig Yetterjay out.
Dude, the nade over there could have been insane timing. Still might.
Well. The next step really is obviously the season 8
Wow,
doesn't catch.
it's on top of it. There was one point where it was pretty committed. Okay, with that combo and the smoke over towards middle, they know for sure they create a question mark over towards A. Prowler goes out towards A. They dodge it, so he could try and tell him to come back and go over towards A. Yeah, they know now because they think there's no one towards A. If they fake over towards B, that should cause a rotate. There should be 3 here, and they can 2-person hit. So macro's all pretty good right now. Okay, with that fade eye going out, they might shift across.
It's all or it's nothing. Actually, it's somewhere in between. My statement was completely incorrect. Zeus,
oh! Damn! That's sick, dude. That's so hard to do. That was awesome.
We said it before, mechanically.
Yeah, I mean, he's a mechanical beast, man. That was so good.
Absolute filth.
Give me that highlight reel now.
That was so clean
Jeez.
onto Alpha, then the reset to Kayak.
Oh, even slow-mo.
The second comes over the top of the box.
Second, third kill is.
And yeah, you're absolutely right. That's one of those scenarios.
Yeah, and we didn't talk about the Fnatic money, but 3 of them that come by.
So gifted. Bring FUT within 2 now. So a little bit of risk here. An Alpha 1 off Showstopper. Kayak has his ultimate, and actually they both have rifles. Well, the Guardian one of them. Like I said, still risk.
Rowan went deep over towards B, and as we can see, Boast is waiting for some kind of push, so take of A Heaven, showing A Heavens to go back to B.
Already looking at the kind of positioning from FUT, how deep they...
Oh!
Okay, committing to that...
Well, 5 HP on it. Wants to give him the gun. Where's the comms? No, he's lost the gun. At least Boaster could go pick it up. Nice shot as well. What the hell?
She's hitting a banger on Zeus, though. And they're starting to get a little
Oh
bit
boy, this timing. Oh, you
turn
gotta think they're A Heaven, mate. They just gotta kill
I
here.
don't know what's happening, Mike.
Yeah,
It's
that's
gone
rough, man. That's a brain melt.
This is awful. That's the spike. That's the spike, and that was a good paranoia. And now they're like, oh, of course it's the Sheriff that wins it.
Oh my goodness, this round
is... This one's for you.
Not gone to plan. Yeah. I mean, we're crediting FUT previously for identifying a little bit of risk or an opportunity towards Vents. And here, Mr. Fallen's sight.
Jesus, what's going on, man?
Different round.
That is one of the it's one of the worst POVs I've seen from FUT. Every POV from them looked pretty rough, apart from, I would say, the person in Heaven.
The Tracer spam suiting Alfia better.
I mean, Zeus can't do too much different there. That's rough.
Yeah, Mr. Fallen just thinking like
this was rough.
Get into bottom mid here and
Missed a lot of shots. This was rough.
Back towards Mail.
Okay, we made him sit down again.
I guess you got to try and keep Zeus under the thumb a little, right?
Well, back at that spot that I said. See, they gotta go up against Fade or.
So as much as we do, obviously, we're
Fade
talking about
or
mechanical
Razor.
capability. I'm not talking about just simply posting up large numbers.
I like
on
the aggro
scoreboard.
middle,
I mean, you
but
can watch this guy's aim. It is a treat. But speaking of, little off angle towards mid. Whether or not he's going to get much play into this, I think it depends really on Boaster.
Boaster had the drone over towards B again with the push.
Going up ramp, cracks here. Is going to get a catch on the Prowler.
It looks like they just want to send it.
Yeta J going to try and hinder the progress, but it's still going to be Alpha working forward. Here's slowed again. Plenty of obstacles.
No way! He got Mr. Fallon at the back.
While starting to see those numbers looking a little more even.
And that Showstopper caught Mr. Fallen in spawn, by the way. That's just heartbreaking. Back-to-back rounds for Mr. Fallen just being... I mean, yeah, caught without even a say in the matter.
Not allowed to play the round.
No.
Oh, there he is. Zeus did eventually catch Boaster drifting through middle. Do they catch him drifting through bloody spawn? Fnatic.
Oh, they might just get around the corner before.
The
Yeah.
captain not gonna see it either. Just cresting the corner, but maybe it's relayed that this was open.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has been.
Relay.
Zeus firmly
Dude, nice shots, man.
Control. Yeah, perfect from him.
Playing great. He might solo win him this one, but it looks like he has to solo win him.
Right,
What's going on?
They've got plenty of rounds to play with still. They're not in any problem, but I feel
No,
like
this
you want
always
to slow it down
devastating.
here.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh my god.
Oh, cracks.
Where did this go?
Yeah, literally catches Mr. Fallen.
Just peeking around the corner to see what's going down.
It's sat at 3 and 14 as well, so when you're dying like this, it's like... What was the discussion we were having earlier? Mr. Fallen's alongside like Rien's, like the overall stats for stage 1, which again is a statement in itself.
Mr. Multi-kill from map 1.
Yeah.
And then he's having a map like this. Oh, where's
Oh,
that?
there's another one.
That was a
One mid.
Okay, unlucky Boaster, I guess. See you next round.
Didn't he literally just kill him in the same spot last round?
I think so, yeah. Go. Now looking for their next steps forward here.
And probably a big indicator here that no commitment behind the TP. Keep Yeta J's eyes trained towards mid. Rooks actually did take a tag. I didn't even spot that until now, but he's down to 10 HP.
This would be a slow but steady march back into this game. You're going to hear the ult on the other side of the map.
Yeah,
That's,
as they get in, so they got to speed up.
Maybe just want to note those additional bodies, those additional players. Sees nothing
Yeah, they kind of
yet.
rotated a little bit.
It depends on the pivot now from Fnatic. Focus towards middle, maybe trying to sell a bit of a ruse towards that A side. But
30 seconds though, so not much time left to formulate a plan.
And again, this position from B main, if they don't have anyone to try and clear that late, they can find safety there. Now, obviously, FUT don't know that. But with 25 seconds, it's time to go. They've got to make their move. Mr. Fallen, he's been having a tough time. Does he get anything working on the side? No, he doesn't.
That's incredibly rough. The guy spawn goes down as well. He got nothing. They got no kills from that setup.
To try and find anything they can. Nice to say.
Yeah, I was going to say it's as well, it's close to a 1v4 actually with 2 bodies standing for FUT.
That's
no
actually
way for
wild.
them to find a way back in here.
This is their setup, and they get no kills. And it's 4 pass in heaven.
FUT, but
I don't even know what's
Paranoia
possible.
Lands can't pin down a kill on the back of it. And then the flood is just perfect from Fnatic. It felt like
This
again,
guy got here late.
Players on
They
FUT
didn't
just
spot the guy on
shot
the
in the side
side,
of the head, the back
I
of
guess.
the head. Yep. Completely caught
The
off guard.
double swing was delayed.
And again, a little surprised we haven't seen timeouts from FUT in this or Fnatic. They're happy to play this one through, as is both sides.
I was going to say, you would almost expect the timeout to come after this one, potentially. Again, Hero Rifles coming in from Alpha and Kayak. I mean, Crash is, oh yeah, not in a scope at least here, but there's this situation here, yeah.
Oh man, it's such a hard game for Mr. Fallen.
I
It
mean,
feels
Alpha
like he's
does
having,
good
like,
to satchel
that
out there.
horrific game of Val where nothing's working, the sprays
Man,
aren't
Alpha
clean,
absolutely sends
you're getting
that.
shot in the side, you got rockets from across the map. It's a tough one now. If we're looking at who took this timeout, it's actually Fnatic. So even though they did convert that previous round, they're the ones
probably-
to
Maybe this was a pre-fire on the timeout.
Yeah, he might have done it earlier.
I mean, a
Probably
very
did it when they were 4 in heaven, 4v5.
Going to be liking this. This is the best timeout. Yeah, what? On the playlist, what? As if we've just pulled this out for playoffs. I was about to make, I can't even remember what the point I was about to make there was.
I mean, we're in like a different swing period for both sides, though, right? You're looking at FUT, who also probably needed this timeout as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, they're going to come and they do have the pit, so obviously the purchase can be offset ever so slightly there. Atta Captain's still going to struggle. So yeah, this is, I mean, feels like do or die now. Fnatic looking towards the 12th.
Feels like I'm about to go on like E1, M1 and like do something. Like, what is this?
It started off as like, it almost sounded like the GoldenEye pause music. I was just like, wait, are we? Are we doing this?
Is this it?
Very tense. And here's us chuckling over the top of it, yeah.
So we're trying to do something nice for you guys. You've absolutely wrecked it. But this is a huge round, right? Because
Yeah, it's an important round. I feel like FUT will take the timeout.
It is not perfect though. You're going to see live
Every single time it's been happening, not as early as this one, but
of their finances.
FUT make a good job of trying to
So Fnatic do find 12
make
here.
Fnatic feel like someone's holding B main.
You could argue
And force them into the 3-person stack
some
on
key
A.
ultimates that lean towards a set piece.
They just leave middle open. The longer this round gets on, the more question marks they're going to have to worry about.
Two away from the pit on his side.
1 minute again, this slow, steady pace. Almost no contact shown as well, right? It's very, very passive in approach. This is the first bit of committed utility we're even seeing about the minute mark, and they're already pretty deep.
That's it, yeah. Ultimate sent out from Cracks. I think, well, actually, yeah, caught Alpha, but...
I mean, they got good info off it, that's about it.
Catch two?
Way to paint the picture. I think actually, yeah, I saw 2 trails there.
Yeah.
And the pit on the back of it.
The pit's weird because the pit now just gives them a lot of space to go over towards heaven. As we can see, there's a giant gap on heaven.
There's a huge gap now in the defenses.
But there's 35 seconds, so they've got to make their minds up and make it up now. Do they go into the stack of 3 that they don't know about with the pit coming up? One of the approaches...
Look at Boaster. Boaster's already repositioned towards B main.
Yeah, this is weird. It's a B split through
You're going
spawn.
in so unknown. A re-smoke towards B main. They're going to be battling down the hatches, right? They know that something is afoot here. 20
Where does
seconds
Spike go with the 2? It's a great Fatal. Hits both as well. Boaster can speed up a little bit. Knows that there's only 2 here. Knows that no one's towards him. They have no sound as well. Yeah, dudes. It's a rough run from FUT again here.
Spike, I think,
it's good calling from Fnatic though.
Time here, right to the very end of that. But it's a 4v3 in favor to Fnatic, who left it to those final seconds to pivot. You're looking for that long flank from J. It's so
this Viper made the call a lot easier to make though.
Somebody positioned deeper, and Chronicle is in vents, but will Zeus find him? He's going to hard clear him.
Oh!
Right, he knew he was there, but
ridiculous. And now Fnatic
he's watched some
really
demos.
Screws. J's options. It looked late, and now it looks impossible. Denied. In the 20th round, I thought FUT had it right. You know, even though they were a little bit surrounded.
The Viper didn't really make sense, right? 3-person stack over towards site. You want him to go over towards the site. You're doing it like the 50-second mark. You know most teams in reaction are going to take over towards heaven. Your giant gap is over towards spawn, and you just you just told him that you want him to take this map control. Like you want him to go into the 3-stack. Shouldn't be Viper in there.
I think they almost sniff out that this is the
or if you do the Viper, you got to call it early so that the other two go over towards heaven.
Heads up mid-round from Fnatic here.
And it's a risky call that late.
Oh, it is, yeah. Because it takes them what feels like an eternity to dig out the two members on B site. But it feels like the nail in the coffin.
It does. And FUT going for the timeout here. You know we want that coach camp. You know we want it.
Even that synergy. Been on point.
Gaia's camp right now.
The speed up, I mean, they had the fatals, so they could do this anyway as well.
Round out the timeout. Switch up on the timeout.
Yeah,
not as tense now.
Isn't it a bit weird in 5 is this game seems to make these mistakes, dude? It's so hard in the game. It's so hard in the game. So much stuff goes wrong. There's so much to fix. The meta always changes. Everything goes wrong. It's so easy. It's so easy, like watching from above. When you're actually in the server at the time as well, there's so much going on, and at the same time, you have to focus on your crosshair the whole time.
Unfortunately, not really. I mean, very uncharacteristic.
And especially if like the comms go down a little bit and people aren't comming everything, sometimes you have to look at minimaps as well.
In most of these rounds,
to like piece it all together.
I mean, individually, in terms of engagements, he's not been able to get himself rolling here.
No. Fnatic and Money's fine. Ults really nearby.
But yeah, Bose is the key one, obviously. One off for Chronicle.
Okay, 4 chances, and looking at the buy. I mean, there's a judge, to be honest. I would never count a judge out.
Oh,
no. Ooh. 22? Well, there goes the judge. It's done.
And you can see the desperation for him to get something on the board. Find even just a small victory.
Dude, look at this, though. They do what Fnatic did early on, and I'm just looking at Chronicle holding the line over towards spawn the whole time. I think he's coming back to this.
So far,
he's so ready for this.
Have they heard a step?
Maybe
no, he's just incredibly ready.
It's a weird ping.
Chronicle's going for it now.
Weird ping from Croc.
That's great info.
Okay, well, he's been
now Crash is going to catch it.
Yep.
Yeah.
He just has to wait.
Dude, they play so well.
It is stunning to
witness.
witness.
In motion to see how Fnatic operate in some of these rounds.
And again, as much as, you know, yes, they do have a lot of those kind of well choreographed plays. A lot of this mid-rounding and kind of communication in between has been the strongest point, and it feels just like a celebration of them in some of these halves. That second half of the first map, the second half here, starting to look much better. As that a captain and cracks.
30 seconds left.
Absolutely owned him on this one as well.
Do or die time really here, and it looks like die's the option they pick.
They spotted him as well.
Chronicle slowly but surely hunting. Trying to find him, and it's
okay, dude, nicely done from Fnatic. This was pretty clean though. I'm a little bit worried for FUT with some of the rounds that they're playing.
I don't think many of us were worried.
I think they maybe have too much to fix in playoffs here.
Play that sets the stage going forward.
Dude, Fnatic look
come
good.
out today looking improved.
And Fnatic are one of those teams that, you know, every so often a series loss will result in them coming back and looking really well.
They're doing it for FNS. That's so funny.
Back to basics, which, you know, a veteran in terms of the leadership here on stage for Fnatic. I think that's really important versus a team like FUT that, we keep saying, hard to quantify. You never really know.
Got his ex-teammate. He's showing off his ex-teammate. That's crazy.
I'll come back to the same comment I made earlier. Really well drilled. There was some rounds.
The big bag. Whoa! Thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 11 months.
The synergy's there. They're starting to look scarier and scarier. I feel for Fnatic. It makes me nervous for the other teams if they keep finding this synergy, this layering. Again, going back to Split coming out for them here in the second map, looking very good. Deeper into the map pool we go. How does this team continue to keep looking stronger? Game by game, it feels like. Even in the Heretics loss, it was a fair result. I think everyone's seeing that.
I feel right
Heretics
about
very much at the forefront. Fnatic now
my
almost
3 going through to playoffs, but BBL look, BBL can definitely upset.
I almost had Fnatic taking it, but I think as well, we'll come back to that same point. The loss is always going to force a team like Fnatic to go away and say, right, guys, we've been operating at this level. We really need to actually elevate above that. I think today's probably a really good example of that.
I was going to say, Chronicle having a much better impact. I think there's too much to fix here.
We call him out today almost, but especially on Lotus.
Yeah, there's been a couple of things we've been keeping our eyes on today. Fnatic had all the answers, but this time couldn't quite be the team to pressure them like they
for
used
BBL
to. However, a treat
Heretics.
playing along at home.
See, I think Heretics are looking great. I would be more scared if I was the other 2 teams, I think. But we've cussed worse.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Yes, I am Kakuka here, joined by Billy. We will have 2 players.
Chat, we'll stick around for this. I mean, it was a 2-0. It was an early one.
Yes, Lauren and Mike, you might have been ready to call him out, and maybe with the comparison that we saw between last week and this one, I understand that they went into the game with that idea, but Billy, Fnatic
feels like Fnatic really overcompensated in terms of coach height after Mini left. Dude, everyone they replaced Mini with, both times, are just the tallest dude.
It's so nice for us being able to have a couple of 2-0 games.
They did it twice to him.
Yeah, honestly,
doesn't happen often here.
I thought it was going to be more competitive, right? We're
Head
in
coach,
playoffs.
they got Watchparty to replace him.
That
guy's tall.
Off the day with BBL having their
and they did it again for assistant
in
coach.
A row, which is crazy to think about, and now Fnatic as well being able to close out in a 2-0. And honestly, Fnatic just performed so well, right? And I think Lauren and Mike were hitting a couple of good points towards the end there of, like, you know, being able to step up, having
tomorrow,
that
track by track, yeah. Tomorrow's a big day. I mean, it's a big day for Pacific and EMEA.
Like the synergy has come on such leaps and bounds since kickoff, I think.
Banger games
teams
tomorrow.
Are able to bounce back, and we see this kind of points of inflection in turnover rounds, where the player gets a crazy clutch and then the team starts escalating rounds. But with Fnatic, I agree with you. It has the scary factor of, you know, they are capable of just keeping escalating, because it's not that one player is going to have a clutch moment, which they can. It's actually the use.
Sure, I don't know how it's going to go down, to be honest, Asp.
Well, there was little.
Do we know the second most vocal player in Fnatic is?
Going on to the point
God
that you
knows.
mentioned,
I would guess it's Crashies with how he plays and the info he has to gather. And I think historically hasn't FNS said that he's pretty vocal.
Coming into today, we spoke about Fnatic and FUT coming over tough losses, right? We spoke about Fnatic that lost against the Heretic that looked impeccable, and on the other side, we talked about a FUT that wasn't the losing end.
These are the top 3 that I have from EMEA. I said Heretics, Fnatic, and Liquid.
And not only that, but also after having that interview with guys, because of course was
I think I have Heretics first, Heretics first, then Liquid second, then Fnatic. From what we've seen, the only team that I think is going to mess it up is BBL.
Like,
unless Vitality
have
coaches done a lot of work within the last 2 weeks.
Like, that's great. It does feel harsh, but I can also understand too that, like, they're in the playoffs. If they want to be making a global event, if they want to be winning a grand finals in EMEA, making it to a grand finals in EMEA, like we discussed, then they do need to be the better team. They need to be able to face anyone. It doesn't matter.
Discord reminder, yeah, dude, I need to check in. Sorry.
It doesn't matter. They need to.
I'll be able to do it either today or tomorrow.
Themselves in each match, and right now,
you not see the FUT lower run. They need to play way better than this.
Yeah, but I think that we end up with very cool qualification matches, right? We have BBLs versus Heretics and Fnatic versus Liquid. In case you've never heard about El Clásico here, that's our Clásico. But the Fnatic Liquid, I think it's going to be very, very interesting, especially
BBL.
with the form that Team Liquid showed.
Fnatic Liquid, Liquid should be fun. Dude, if we get like Lotus as a decider for that, would be awesome.
I'm so down for it. I'm so for this.
I'm
it's
very
such a
hyped,
cool storyline.
but
Like,
yeah.
so many other regions like sending new teams or returning faces. I think that we should be joining them as well. Like, EMEA has to be sending some cool storylines, because otherwise they're we need to be part of the gang. I don't want to be excluded. And speaking about being part of the gang, I believe that we have 2 wonderful gentlemen joining us today. Oh, You guys are so polite. Welcome, Crom. Welcome, Alpha. Congratulations on the win. How are we feeling?
Thank you so much. Obviously good. I don't want to say bad, of course. You won.
I'm also happy. I'm happy to be back as well.
Yes.
Finally.
Yeah. Actually, let's start from the beginning, right? Because this match for us was a lot. Let's start actually speaking about the map, Veto, because some people were having questions of how favorable it was to you, right? Like because you were the higher seed, you had that coin toss win.
It was really favorable.
Chose to beat Team B. I'm just, refreshing your memories in case you didn't catch this. And chose to beat Team B, and then FUT goes on to ban Icebox, which is not really a map that you guys play, and a map that you have banned in the past, and they pick the Lotus. Did you guys expect this to be the Veto coming into today?
Also, we didn't really fully expect that. We said for us, expectable maps is Lotus split. Obviously, the Heaven map pick was pretty strange from our side because we played it a lot. We show how decent we are. Obviously, the last match against Heretics didn't go really well. But it's also like because of us, I would say, in some way. Like we just didn't really play our match, and we were surprised that they banned Icebox. But maybe just because they also didn't have any data on us. Like we never played it properly, so they don't know what to prepare for, and we probably expected what they want to do on that map. I'm actually lying. We actually played the practice against. They actually knew how we're gonna play, and they still didn't pick it. Maybe they're just scared.
Yeah, but in my head,
played him in prac on that map.
You guys have picked split every single time that it's been open, and we can understand why, okay? But coming into today, we were like, well, if you're banning to your opponent's strengths, is it the Icebox? Maybe that scrim, they were more scared than you thought of at the end.
I mean, I still remember the scrim results. I mean, I'm not gonna talk about the results, but they were actually good for us, of course. Maybe that's why they got scared. But I mean, again, we were pretty much surprised by this Icebox ban. I think they
Dude,
do it.
if you're Liquid
but
watching this,
really
you gotta think they're gonna pick Icebox after hearing that.
So it doesn't matter like if we'll play Icebox or not. We just did 2-0.
Yeah, you mentioned being back, both of you. I think that the performances that we saw last week and what we saw today was on a different level, especially you, Alpha, Crown, you as well. But it was so uncharacteristic to see your performance on Haven last week. We understand that, Heretics was coming in very strong and whatnot, but we've seen you through so many times playing the map, how hype you are and how insane you are within the game, and I feel like I want you to tell me what happened then and what has changed coming into today, because you were on point.
I actually don't know what happened last week. I couldn't shoot at all, but I think I changed in this week. I just started focusing Valorant. I was going office at the morning, I was playing Valorant. Before I go home, I was playing Valorant. I just played Valorant, and I say to myself, this week I'm just gonna play Valorant and do gym, and let's see if it's effect good or not, and it effect too, I'm just gonna keep it.
That's the tech, everybody. You go to the gym and you play some Valorant.
No, I love that. Alpha, I wanted to come to you and ask about the Turkish rookies. So we kind of bidded today, being the day of the Turkish rookies, with all the ones making it to playoffs playing today. Is there anyone that's kind of impressed you so far out of that bunch?
In this EMEA? Or?
In EMEA, yeah.
Zeus, of course. I think he's a really good player, and on Stars also he showed before the playoff starts, 11 as well. They are really both good entries. I think the Turkish aim is different.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly,
it is completely different.
It's not wrong.
Let's take a look a little bit also at the compositions that we saw on the split. As I said, every single time that the map has been open, you guys have picked it. We understand why. It looks very good. But Chronicle, did you expect
often the tier 1 teams scrim against each other? A fair amount, especially as you have different groups. People will scrim against everyone during the groups.
That I assume you did for the match.
I would say, I would say.
It's okay, we're all growing.
Yeah, there was a 10% chance in my head that they will change the comp, because from what I saw from previous practice against them again, and also what we saw in the officials, their previous comp with the Sky Chamber was very strange. I mean, we didn't really see any strong point in that. Thankfully, they changed it to a pretty good one, and obviously it affected our game plan a little bit. We still stick to it and we won because of it, but obviously some runs didn't go really well because obviously different util set changed
around. Were you struggling
around.
defending mid?
I mean, thankfully or somehow I actually was getting frags and I was always alive on this middle, which is surprising. I was actually finding a lot of good ways to find an info and getting good ways to win the rounds for us, which is very good for again. Mid control is very important on split. It's just insanely good. And also before maybe this match on this week, I just watched 5 different demos from different Viper players trying to understand maybe I can find something new. Sadly not. But
sadly not.
But I mean, I tried to find like something really good.
It'll be a lot easier when replays come out.
That was like a result of it. So yeah.
You were ready for everything. Like every scenario was already playing in your head. Also, let's speak
that's a
about,
good
like,
sign though, dude. When replays come out, that stuff's so easy. Just look for different reactions that players do.
We like the fact that Alpha, when you were hyping yourself up, you did not stand up. We like that. We took.
He actually stand up once.
Yeah,
I did once.
Hansi did call out, to be fair, yeah.
You know what happened after that? I told the team, guys, I stand up, I think we're going to lose the round, and we lost the round.
So when are you going to learn the lesson?
I was so hyped.
That's okay. I think that you have excuses. But yeah, what do you think was the key to winning today besides you two having a good day?
I can say, I think it was energy. Because whenever we lose to someone, I think we are losing to ourselves. We are not losing to enemy at all, because on last week against Heretics, I don't think they did really good, but I think we just lost to ourselves. But today we didn't lose to ourselves, and we managed to keep the energy really good, and we were like complimenting. What was the name? Word? Compliment?
Complimenting.
Yeah, complimenting each other. It was really nice.
Let's actually take a listen at that, because we have some.
Which team started the mid Viper thing? Ah, dude, who knows, man? It's been a thing since like 2020. People were doing it at the beginning game.
Nice! Well played, you beast. Let's go. Yeah, bro. You try and abuse me. Try and abuse me. One more. Come on. Come. More.
What is wrong with the classic? Maybe I should control it, bro. Video, bro.
Bro, why this guy is acting like he's from Harry Potter, bro?
Bro, I did genius movement, bro. We will do it WOD review on that. We will do WOD review on that.
Oh, that's the one.
I'm back, you piece of... Okay, we made him sit down again.
What was the round that you say you were?
You started? I'm not sure. People were using on the old split as well, like when it was easier to hold middle.
Bonus. And
we had like a big.
I started like obviously I was on middle. I just waited them a little. I did some movement, and I did some shots on rafters. When they already started executing us on B, they knew I'm on heaven, like on rafters, and like I just did a small run into the rope, and I did shift drop. So they actually didn't know I was under heaven, and I did easy 2K on them.
Oh, like, he shifts.
Too smart.
It was movement, 500 IQ, just genius.
Just genius.
We're complimenting each other, but actually you're just complimenting yourself.
I mean, you know, if no one compliments, you compliment yourself. That's good. That's the biggest energy boost.
I love that. Honestly, I love that as well. Let's take a look also, Alpha, because we were speaking about how your performance today was night and day. Between, I don't want to, hover over too much onto it and just reminiscent of what happened last week. But look at your numbers today.
Oh boy.
This is the problem, okay? You cannot. When we saw the column number 1, we're more used to column number 2 and number 3. So we're going to.
Damn, dude, look at him. He's just like, well.
I mean, I'm happy that. I played good today. I mean, like that's what I tell. I don't know what happened to me, but yeah, I'm back.
Are you gonna keep it up?
I'm just gonna keep the same things.
So going to the gym and playing a lot of Valorant?
Of course, and Liquid, wait for us.
Yeah, exactly. You're playing against Liquid next. Kron, I want to hear your opinion, because you've almost topped your group. Liquid did top their group. They're looking pretty strong. So what is your opinion on the team right now?
Pretty strong individuals. Not sure about their team play, but overall I think it should be decent, obviously, for their group, because they smashed the teams that were like probably with the higher individual skill. So then they have a good balance of it. But I think we can do it.
Do you think we'll get to see the Lotus between you two? I'm jumping ahead of myself, but
should be fun.
I'm actually not sure what Liquid exactly play. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, they do the double sentinel with the deadlock and the waylay. You guys haven't seen it?
I mean, we've seen it, but I saw so many matches. It was actually like it's hard to remember exactly everything. But if we play Lotus, it's gonna be a good fight. Like
I'll be so excited.
The match of strongest Lotus is probably on EMEA. I think it will be very, very hard.
Yeah, we see so much Lotus here in EMEA, as you're saying. I also wanted to ask you, you know that we are celebrating 5 years of Valorant history. Lovely. So what was, I'll start with you, Alpha. In this 5 years, what has been your favorite memory?
On EMEA or?
On EMEA, or you can do global as well.
I mean, I will go for the basic, lock in, 2 versus 1 clutch.
Okay, what about EMEA? Oh, 2 versus 1 clutch. Don't tell me about it.
It's locking, yeah. When it's 11-11, I get the clutch on yellow. It was 1 versus 2. And I don't know how did I get it, but I just get it, and we won. It was really good, yeah. It's my best memory. But on EMEA, I think I will say is my first 4K when I joined Fnatic. Is the first match against NAVI. It was FPX back in the day. And I get 4K in pistol, and everyone was screaming. It was really nice. It was a good memory.
What about you, Kron?
I mean, not saying his ones, because obviously it's like our team as well. Like, we had a lot of good moments. For me, Ace against Crew, same as usual. I mean, I'll keep saying that. I mean, that moment when I did it, obviously, like, it felt different. Like,
Showers playing
it was a very
combined,
high round
right?
there, like 3 versus 5, and I just soloed the whole side, and I was like literally just winning a comeback against Crew.
Or am I thinking the wrong one?
Like, to lead us in the grand finals. Obviously, we didn't win yet. Well, after that, but it's fine.
E-site?
And also, I will say the second moment.
Okay, yeah.
Actually, I mean, the second moment was actually Champs 24 against G2, like when I won the last round. It was a good emotions because, like,
Okay, that's the one.
holy
that
shit.
I was thinking.
I mean, everything got stuck there. Like, at the start of the half, I got the like beautiful color palette on my butterfly knife, which is like super rare. Like, it's a 1 to 500 chance. I did insane rounding there, and I also won insane clutch there. I was just full happy because I could carry my boys there. But overall, like, again, we have so many good moments. We were, like, in Gambit, like I have so many good moments in Fnatic. It's just impossible to say every of them. Like, what's the best? All of them are super good.
I feel like you could do like amazing moments with literally just these two in Valorant. Like, there's been so many. But I wanted to kind of like look ahead. Who do you have as your sort of front runners for making it to Masters Toronto?
Front runners? You mean like who is gonna qualify?
Yeah, who do we think will qualify in EMEA?
Not saying us, like, just because I don't want to jinx it. I believe Liquid can do it. Team Heretics will definitely...
In the lower bracket, you mean?
Who knows? But yeah, I mean, Heretics will, I'm pretty sure they will do it, unless they will got some pressure on them, but there's a chance, of course. And also, like, the third one, obviously, again, because we are not including us. Let me look at this.
Hey, you can take a look at the bracket there, of course.
I want to be a KC fan. What is that color? Blue!
What about you, Alpha?
I will
3 teams, excluding yourselves.
I want to be a KC fan.
I'm not Turkish fan, but I will say BBL.
Yes! Sorry, I am so on this one.
I think they are playing really good. I will say Liquid. I think they are really strong. And the third, if I have a choice from other teams, I will go for Heretics.
Oh, I was surprised that you left them from last.
Yeah.
For a moment, I was like, maybe he's not going to include it. Crown.
You know what's wrong with your list, bro?
Yeah, we are out.
Yeah. But not only that, bro. Like, Heretics and BBL, like, they're gonna play together. If we win Liquid, they will also play together in lower bracket. Who's gonna qualify then?
I don't want to say who is gonna eliminate it, but I think they're gonna eliminate it.
Good job, bro.
Okay.
Very nice analytics.
Very nice. You see the schedule that we have there for tomorrow is NAVI versus KC and FUT versus Vitality. Quick predictions from you two. Kron, you want to go first?
I think NAVI, Carmine Corp, I would say. It will be very rough, like probably 2-1. With the close maps. On the second one, I would say... I think it's very tough for FUT right now. Because, like, again, the schedule is not favoring them. Because, like, they have to play already tomorrow. Like, after, like, being defeated is just hard. I'll put Vitality, if they will wake up on a good, like, on a good hand.
Do you agree, Alpha?
I will say NAVI.
NAVI?
NAVI win, White Heretics win.
NAVI and Vitality. Okay, we got the sign. Well,
tomorrow, yeah, dude, tomorrow's stacked.
For very long because we know that we haven't
Pacific into EMEA.
Pretty much of a break, and you're playing in a couple of days. So congratulations on the win again. We will see you in a couple of days for your possibly qualifying match to Toronto. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much, Billy. Thank you to everybody.
All right, chat. All right. Give me a streamer to raid. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you all. Again, we're going to be here for Pacific. That is in 13 hours, I'm pretty sure. Wait. No, that's earlier, right? 11 hours? What time does Pacific start tomorrow?
Nice, boys. Let's go.
Oh, it's in 12 hours. Okay, not too bad at all. Yeah, it's in 12 hours. So yeah, if you want to watch that, Banger Games got Genji RRQ, and then obviously we have the train against DRX. Chat, who did you want to... Bren needs a raid? Okay, sure. Why does he need a raid? We'll raid him.
They're only one map away from that qualification game.
Has Bren got any... Has Bren got Bren? Yeah, he does. Okay, love him. Alright, thanks so much, everyone. Thank you. Remember to tune in tomorrow, watch the games again. I appreciate you all being here. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Appreciate all the support, all the subs, everyone watching, everyone following, everyone that's chatting, non-chatters as well. YouTube and Twitch. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. Minnie, dude, Minnie's too busy tomorrow. Honestly, he might be in chat. To be fair, he might have a time to do it. Well, I was gonna shout "Ya Bacon," but not anymore after that. Okay, thanks so much, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you all. Bye. Have a good rest of your day. YouTube as well. Thank you so much, guys. Sub if you can. Thank you so much. Thank you.